Chapter 149, Arrogant and Egotistical. The ladies in the hall were all extremely beautiful, they were unmatched in the South Desolate region. Aeon was the prince of the Terra Empire, he had seen countless of beautiful ladies, but even his heart skipped a beat at this moment. These past few days, City Lord Lu Daoming didn't come to see him. It seemed like he didn't even care about this prince. Aeon's anger was accumulating over the past few days, but after seeing the beauties of the South Desolate region chatting with each other, he suddenly had a different thought. If he could take these ladies in the hall as his concubines, how happy would he be? His heart skipped a beat, but he silently heaved a sigh soon after. What kind of person were these girls? They were the cream of the crop from some super major powers. These major powers were not so simple that they were only limited to the Celestial City. The entire South Desolate region was ruled by them. The South Desolate region was an ancient region brimming with legends. The people at this place would never obey the Terra Empire. Although the Empire was powerful, their influence still couldn't reach this place. The uncrowned kings of the South Desolate region were precisely these people's clans. In a sense, these young peoples were on equal footing with him. Even if he used some underhanded methods, obtaining one or two was his limits. Taking in all the beauties from the South Desolate region as his concubines was nothing more than a pipe dream. Even the emperor was not capable of it. After everyone had seated, Aeon asked, "Xincheng, do you know this guy called Xiao Chen?" Addressing her in such a way, as well as that gentle tone, few people in the hall realized something. 1. The corners of Fairsnow's mouth lifted into a smile. She felt relieved. If this young prince were to make a pledge with her family and tried to rope her in with everything he got, she would be very troubled. As the children of an influential family, they had to comply with some of the family's orders, especially when it came to women. Zhuge Ming, who looked like he had too much to drink, frowned a little. Who didn't like a stunning lady? As a man, it was only natural for him to be attracted. Especially towards this kind lady that came from a big faction like the Undying Sect. If they could form an alliance, that could be very beneficial. But after he thought about it for a while, he thought it was not worth it. This was the prince of an empire after all. If he wanted to go to the northern side, there was a need for him to support Aeon. It was not like Yan Xincheng was the only beauty in the South Desolate region. The few high-class ladies in this hall all had powerful backers. These gentlemen and ladies all revealed different expressions momentarily. Yan Xincheng thought that Aeon had learned about the events on the Dragon Island, about the matter that she had once been captured by Xiao Chen. Every time she thought of this, she would feel very angry and humiliated. And now, being asked in front of so many people, her cheeks became a little flushed. Indeed, there were 2 or 3 people at present who knew about some events that occurred on the Dragon Island. They were the core members of some major powers after all. They could get their hands on many classified information. But not everyone knew about this. When they saw her expression, they felt very astonished and thought that there must be some story between them. This guy is pretty powerful, he is not someone who willingly puts himself at a disadvantageous situation. Yan Xincheng said as such. These young elites were unable to figure out why she would say something like this. There are indeed a lot of talented individuals hiding in the South Desolate region. Today, this Xiao Chen actually oppressed our personal guards. Although Aeon's words were calm, the people at present could feel his anger. Maybe it was because of Yan Xincheng's expression in the beginning that caused this young prince to be even more resentful. Our mansion also has a few outstanding talents. They are very dedicated to the path of Taoism and have followed us to the South Desolate region. We want to experience the mystic arts of a very able person in the South Desolate region. Let's have them compete with this Xiao Chen. What of everyone's opinion? Aeon was the prince of Terra Empire. He had great responsibilities at such tender age, he was not an ordinary person. These words had displayed his authority as he conveyed some information to the south. At the same time, his last words to seek for others' opinion was to inquire if these people had any connection with Xiao Chen, so as to avoid any internal conflicts. Of course it's good. I can't wait for this battle to take place. Catalina was smiling innocently. Everyone felt a bit speechless. How could the Mander family send someone like her? She was obviously not fit to be the representative of the family. Perhaps, she was the only one at present who would make such irresponsible remarks. Zhuge Ming revealed a faint smile and said, "This might be a good idea." The other few also nodded their heads. Although they didn't say anything, they had given their consent. They all had different purposes, so what if Xiao Chen was to provoke this prince? Xiao Chen definitely had the support of a major power. They were more than happy to see this happening. Fairs now looked at this event with a smile, she didn't say anything. Yan Xincheng knitted her brows. She wanted to say something, but after seeing everyone's attitude, she pondered over it for a while and didn't declare her position. Aeon was carefully observing everyone's attitude. After he understood everyone's position, he smiled calmly and said, "If that's the case, then I will send someone to invite that Xiao Chen." He had a lot to think about. No matter if this Xiao Chen guy was ordered by the city lord Lu Daoming or not, he had to pinch back once or twice. After all, his personal guards being trampled on was an undeniable fact. After staying low-key at home and training for a few days, Xiao Chen was met by an unreasonable event. He was very furious today. Unconsciously, he arrived at the War Beast Street. The three skeletons, Kiki, and 10X didn't follow him and stayed at home. In regards to those war beasts that were unheard of, it always gave people a sense of novelty. Xiao Chen was constantly evaluating those extremely powerful cubs, imagining what kind of realm they could reach after growing up. But just at this time, someone broke his mood again. It was actually the people of Princely. As a result of knowing the former was not a person to be trifled with, the personal guard that came this time didn't dare to be arrogant or bossy. However, that kind of superiority was undisguised. This made Xiao Chen feel very disgusted and directly refused to comply. What's so amazing about a prince? This is the Celestial City, not the Terra Empire. What can you do to me? Not going, no time. These personal guards were immediately dumbstruck. Wasn't this guy a little too arrogant? Was this the guy who claimed to be Loki? He actually didn't give the prince any face. He was way too arrogant and egotistical. This brother, please make the trip with us. Our lord really wants to meet you. Is this how you invite people? The first time you come and make trouble for me, the second time you came to seize me. Even a clay figure can lose its temper. Wasn't it all a misunderstanding before? Please take no offense of it. To be able to make these personal guards say these, it could already be considered an exception. These people were already used to being arrogant in the Terra Empire, they had never lowered their voice to speak with others before. I really don't have time. Xiao Chen really didn't want to go. If he went to other people's territory, once they fought, he would most likely get the worst of it. After saying these, Xiao Chen turned around and left. What's so amazing about him? Isn't he just a hoodlum that can fight a little? If the commanders were to be dispatched, let's see if he could keep acting so arrogant. Someone whispered at the side. Xiao Chen got furious immediately. These guys needed a serious spanking. You guys better stay away from me. Don't even let me catch sight of your irksome figures again. The small-time captain among these personal guards was embarrassed and furious, but he still maintained a smile as much as possible. However, those proud soldiers behind him couldn't stand it anymore, they were mumbling resentfully in succession. I have never seen such a lunatic before. That style is truly befitting of the barbarians. The prince is only giving us more work than it is necessary. Why did he insist on inviting him over? He could just directly dispatch a few commanders to put him out of commission and drag him back. Looks like the commanders really need to be dispatched. Damn your maternal grandfather. Xiao Chen immediately got furious. He already understood everything. The reason that Princely sent people to call for him was actually because he wanted Xiao Chen to have a showdown with the others. Calling him to the mansion and having their underlings fight with him, while Princely and the noble guests would drink wine at the side as they watched the battle. They were making fun of him. Just who were they taking Xiao Chen for? Ping. Pang. Clink. Clang. Dot. They were beaten to a pulp. More than 10 soldiers of Princely were lying flat on the ground after they got beaten by Xiao Chen. After that, Xiao Chen ruthlessly stamped on them again and again. Broken arms and legs were unavoidable. The busy street burst into a clamor. A lot of people surrounded them and watched. Isn't this the guy who won over the Mander family's baby girl as an attendant? This guy is truly appalling, he actually beat up Prince Li's personal guards to a pulp. Just where did this guy come from? His conduct is so high profile. Feels so great. Just looking at it is enough to vent my anger. After the dozen or more personal guards returned in defeat, Aeon almost flipped the table at once. Xiao Chen was seriously not giving him any face by sending his personal guards packing. Just who was this guy? That mother F. He was practically a lunatic. Enough was enough. Your Highness, I will go fetch him for you. The youth behind Aeon, whose age was about 27 or 28 years old, stepped forward. His appearance was so, but he had a hint of sharpness. Very well, Nishikawa. You go and bring him to me. Speaking until here, Aeon knitted his brows again. It seemed like he recalled something. Then he said, Lu Haiba, you go with him. Today, he had embarrassed himself over and over again in the presence of a few guests. He already lost his temper a long time ago, but since he already knew this hoodlum was not to be trifled with, he dispatched 2 newly recruited young experts. Right now, Xiao Chen was already walking side by side with Fersky. It must be mentioned that the Antarctic Warbeast Castle was very powerful. Fersky had already received some news and understood what was going on after finding Xiao Chen. He knitted his brows and said, "This guy is very fearsome. I don't have any favorable impression of him. He actually wanted to woo my sister. I really want to teach him a lesson." After finding out everything about the prince from Fersky, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "If they come to invite me again, I will go with them. Let's see what he can do to me. I will get in touch with some hedonistic sons in the city lord's manor. Let's see if I can request one of them to come with me and let them have a talk with that fearsome prince." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen immediately smiled. The chance of success is slim. Those hedonistic sons are not idiots. They are not easy to deal with. They will most likely take advantage of a crisis for some personal gain. Fersky pondered for a while, then he bid farewell to Xiao Chen and departed. Nishikawa led a group of people and found Xiao Chen immediately after they stepped out. He was actually walking towards them along the main street. This was really so irritating. Could this guy be deliberately hanging around nearby, waiting for his chance to beat up some people? Thinking thus far, Nishikawa and Lu Haiba quickly went to welcome him. "Are you Xiao Chen?" "That's me. I heard your highness wants to meet me no matter what, so I will go and see him." "Humph. Your highness is not someone any average person can meet just like that." Nishikawa clearly showed his intention to make a move at the main street. "Just who do you think you are? Speaking to me with such an attitude? If not because your highness dispatched people to disturb me, to invite me, do you really think I would come here on my own accord?" Xiao Chen directly ignored him and walked forward. "Did you not hear what I said?" Nishikawa shouted from behind. "Who do you think you are? Your words are nothing more than dung." Because of the events that happened today, Xiao Chen was already very furious. As a result, his words were very vulgar. He didn't even turn his head back as he continued to advance. Nishikawa almost couldn't hold back anymore. He was extremely furious. This hoodlum was really too savage. He actually dared to talk to him, Prince Li's deputy commander, in such a disrespectful way. He was indeed a barbarian of this land. But he was stopped by Lu Haiba beside him. He said, "Since this guy wants to enter the prince's mansion, there's no need for us to make our move now. Afterwards, we can make him suffer a crushing defeat in front of numerous guests. Wouldn't that disgrace him even more?" "That's right." Nishikawa was gnashing his teeth. The group of people walked towards the prince's mansion with extreme anger. The so-called prince's mansion was the real estate purchased by Aeon in Celestial City. Because Celestial City was too famous, the super aristocrats from the north and west had established their estates at this place. The prince's mansion occupied a wide space. The layout was very exquisite. There were Western-style buildings that looked like castles and also Eastern-style buildings like pavilions. The halls were all interconnected. Chinese-Western fusion, gardens of totally different styles, it gave people the feeling of novelty. The fountain sprinkled jets of water into the air. Below the stone bridge, the stream was flowing and golden carps were swimming to and fro. The marbles were piled up and the fine woods were flourishing. Rare flowers could be seen everywhere. Nishikawa and Xiao Chen entered the prince's mansion side by side. Both of them were extremely furious and didn't say a single word along the way. Without anyone reporting Xiao Chen's arrival, he directly crashed his way through and entered Aeon's entertainment hall. Within the hall, a really thick gold carpet was spread on the ground. The esteemed guests each had their own table and sat cross-legged. As the host, Aeon was sitting at the center and a total of 10 esteemed guests were sitting on each side of the hall. After he saw the elegant fares now, Xiao Chen obviously blanked out for a moment. He knew that this beautiful girl with lily-white skin was certainly Fersky's older sister. Soon after, he saw the beautiful Yin Xingcheng. After sweeping his eyes over the hall once, he sat beside the blue-haired Catalina without any qualms. "Little attendant, you haven't been discharged of your duties yet, why haven't you reported to my residence during the past few days?" Seeing that Xiao Chen sat beside her, Catalina frowned immediately. And now, hearing such words coming from him, her beautiful cheeks immediately became as red as apple. She panted with rage and said, "You! This bastard, I will settle this with you later." Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. This guy actually crashed in like this and boldly sat down, ignoring Prince Li that was in the center of the hall. Zhuge Ming, Fairs Now, Yan Xingcheng, and the others all had different expressions. Everyone knew there was going to be a good show to watch. 1. Silva, oh he likes Xingcheng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Who's the Opponent? Such an action from Xiao Chen was out of Aeon's expectation. He practically didn't put this princely in his eyes at all and acted as though there was nobody else present. Even Zhuge Ming, Fairs Now, Yan Xingcheng, and the others at present were endlessly shocked. Why must this guy sit beside me? The blue-haired Catalina mumbled to herself. Her cheeks were flushed. She knew that the news that she had lost to Xiao Chen and became his attendant had already been spread to the circle. And now, when this guy mentioned it again, it was truly a little vexing. Good, very courageous. Aeon was the prince of an empire, he calmed down rather quickly. It's just SOSO, the number 3 of Celestial City. Personal guards killing people in the middle of the street regardless of the law and of natural morality. If he is rank 2, who would dare to compete to be first? The Prince of Terra, possessor of a huge power. With a wave of his hand, the nobodies in Celestial City all become restless, even the third ranked has to pull over. Xiao Chen couldn't give a damn about it and sat beside Catalina. He lifted the wine cup without a trace of politeness. Hey, that's my wine cup. The blue-haired young lady was humiliated and angry, but she didn't dare to make any move. She knew Xiao Chen was difficult to deal with and that she would be embarrassed again. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. This guy really had the nerve to do as he pleased. He actually dared to mock Prince Li without any qualms. Prince Li's deputy commander, Nishikawa, really wanted to rush over there, but Aeon stopped him with an eye signal. He could only let his rage accumulate. This brother is seriously doing as he pleases, said Zhuge Ming while focused on drinking a cup of wine. Xiao Chen heard this and turned his attention to him. He only saw a guy with pale face and really dark circles under his eyes. He obviously looked like he had drank too much. How should I address this brother? Xiao Chen felt that this guy was an eyesore. This seemed like a guy who didn't like a frontal confrontation. The words just now were obviously an underhanded tactic. Zhuge Ming of Amber Warbeast Castle. Zhuge Ming announced his name and affiliation. Oh, you resemble Zhuge Liang. Xiao Chen said arbitrarily. Suddenly, the expression of a few people in the hall shifted. Catalina even laughed secretly. This guy really didn't know how to show mercy when he opened his mouth. Just who was Zhuge Liang? He was a very well-known bastard fatty in Celestial City. With a face that looked like a steamed bun, a big nose, small eyes, and thick lips. Although he appeared very merry, he was several hundred miles away from the word handsome. Wasn't this tantamount to scold Zhuge Ming as an ugly fatty? In fact, Zhuge Ming was not really that fat. His appearance was also not bad. Being evaluated like this, he was clearly cursing him on purpose. Xiao Chen heard Zhuge Liang mention it before, that Zhuge Ming from the main family seemed to be at odds with him. The reason he said this was most likely related to that time. So you are Xiao Chen? A purple-clothed youth revealed a faint sneer and said, last time you went to North Style Academy, right? It's a pity I didn't get to meet you. Oh? How should I address this friend? Xiao Chen paid him no mind. He was more than happy to see this kind of circumstances. It was far better if those with enmity showed themselves. A disciple from the inner institution of the North Style Academy, Lancelot. Oh, it really is a pity. However, I will go to the North Style Academy frequently. Catalina had to hand it to this guy. Aiming for the person but not the face, this guy would actually go this far. He defeated the 4 grand experts of the North Style Academy in a consecutive battle, and the meaning of his words now were easy to see. The other people all had different expressions. Today was more exciting than they had expected. Aeon watched all of these calmly. He profoundly understood, how could this be a simple hoodlum? And just at this time, he also received the secret report. He found out everything Xiao Chen had done recently. However, it was impossible for him to not issue a valid response. He didn't flare up immediately, on the contrary, he clapped his hands and said, please enter, Lady Carmina, Lady Lyria. The good show had yet to come, but some people at present were already dissatisfied. Everyone present watched all of these unfolding with a calm demeanor. This young prince did not launch an attack towards Xiao Chen immediately. It seemed like he wanted everyone to enjoy the singing and dancing first. It was hard to guess what he had planned. The jingling of girdle ornaments resounded. An intoxicating fragrance transmitted over. One of the girls had a fiery figure while the other one was lucid and elegant. Zhuge Ming and the other guys at present knew these two girls. The girl with the slender and curvy figure was Carmina. Her crimson long hair was red-hot and fluttered like the flame. Her beautiful mien was incomparably flirtatious. Her pair of watery big eyes seemed as if they could speak. The other girl wore a white dress more beautiful than the snow, very fashionable. Her black hair was like the waterfall and her pupils were like limpid autumn waters. She was brimming with a hint of wisdom. That was Lyria of the Intoxicating House. These two were the queens of the Intoxicating House. It was usually very hard to meet them even if people were to go to the Moonflower Castle. But now, they had actually left the Moonflower Castle and arrived at the prince's mansion. It was easy to tell how much power Aeon possessed from this. These two girls could even be said to be rather famous. But due to the existence of a few beauties in the hall, they didn't stand out as much. Despite that, the ice and fire pair was still exceptionally stimulating. Along with the music played by Lyria, Carmina started to dance. The sleeves of her dress were fluttering in the breeze, she danced as lightly as the butterfly. Her watery big eyes were passionate as she swept it past everyone in the hall, extremely charming. Her snow-white neck, her swaying breasts, her thin waist, her perfectly round buttocks, and her slender legs enhanced her charm. Not long later, Lyria also came down from the stage after someone stood in for her. She danced her way to the middle of the hall. Her postures were wondrous. Along with her snowy white dress, it made her seem like a fairy dancing high in the clouds. Soon after, two stimulating singing voices resounded. Carmina and Lyria's voices were incomparably sweet. National beauty of heavenly fragrance, old dreams encompassed. A chilling rainfall, a fallen parasol tree. Gone is a beauty's youth to old age. The playing of a lute breaks one's heart. As the courage of a warrior and the soul of a musician remains but a dream. At the same time, 8 youthful and pretty girls walked into the hall in a straight line. After that, they began to dance gracefully. Although those 8 girls' purpose was to enhance Carmina and Lyria's brilliance, they were still good-looking in their own way. Each of them was of different races. That tall and busty girl was a blondie. Her skin was lily-white and gave people unlimited temptation. That Eastern girl with slender figure had black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her delicate neck and graceful features were indescribable. It was hard to describe her classical charm with words. There was also a beastkin with a cat tail and a pair of cute hairy ears. It could even be said that she brought a sense of freshness among the cuties. She had an irregular charm that couldn't be described with words. There was also a girl from the jungle tribe. Her green hair was bright and beautiful, her tender skin was like the water, and her bright eyes were like the stars. Her beauty was truly enchanting. Xiao Chen noticed that Carmina and Lyria were glancing at him from time to time with a smile. He was very much relaxed as he sat beside Catalina. He softly said to the baby girl of the Mander family, "So, when will you settle the bill?" You? What you? I am serious. Someone came to cause trouble for me today, was it incited by someone in your family? Nonsense. If our family wanted to take care of you, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. We could eliminate you by directly sending a peerless expert. An expert on the level of Lambda? Don't be so complacent. We have as many experts as the clouds in our Mander family. Don't think you are so special. Forget about it, brat. I will not make you feel embarrassed today. Just introduce these people to me in a low voice. The more detailed, the better. Looking at Xiao Chen and Catalina quietly chatting, the others were very astonished. They felt that this beautiful lady from the Mander family was a little different than usual. Not long later, Xiao Chen was shocked to find out these people's identities. Zhuge Ming represented the Amber Warbeast Castle, Fairs now represented the Antarctic Warbeast Castle, Catalina represented the Beast King Castle, Lancelot represented the Northstyle Academy. All of these 10 young men and young ladies represented 10 major powers. The beautiful singing voice was pleasant to listen to. The dancers' movements were elegant. Xiao Chen did not feel a sense of crisis. He drank and ate as though there was nobody else present. Reporting in, the city lord has arrived. Oh? Lu Daoming finally knows about my arrival at Celestial City? Aeon coldly snorted and said, "Let him in." Ha! With a loud laughter, a young man with a purple qipao gown entered the hall with large strides. He smiled and said, "Lu Yu pays his respect to Prince Li." Though he said pays respect, he merely cupped his hands. He didn't salute at all. Although Celestial City was already half independent, it was still a part of Terra Empire. Such an attitude from the purple gown young man was very disrespectful. He didn't give Aeon any face at all, such arrogance. You are the third child of the Celestial City's lord? It is I, Lu Yu. After saying these, Lu Yu didn't wait for Aeon to say anything else. He only minded his own business and walked towards Xiao Chen. After that, he chuckled and sat beside him. Catalina felt a little depressed. Why did this guy also sat at her table? Why did these two big men insisted on cramming in? It made her feel awkward. These two were definitely here to cause trouble, who knew if they would take it too far. The others only looked on with calm demeanor. Without a doubt, with Lu Yu's appearance, it would become more lively. So this is Brother Xiao, I came specifically to meet you. Lu Yu was practically the same as Xiao Chen, acting as though nobody else was around. Xiao Chen replied warmly. The purple-gowned youth before his eyes was very interesting, this would definitely be a very good ally. Lu Yu was handsome and had a stalwart build. His most outstanding characteristic was that he had a rebellious look. Otherwise, how might it be possible for him to sweep the floor with Aeon's face? Prince Li's face was ashen. This Lu Yu was merely the third son of the city lord Lu Daoming. And he actually dared to treat him with such disrespect. It was easy to imagine what Lu Daoming was thinking. He was positive that Lu Daoming wanted to become completely independent from Terra Empire. How audacious! You have the impertinence to act so rudely. Deputy Commander Nishikawa shouted loudly. At the same time, he drew his shiny longsword and walked over with large strides. Seeing that Aeon did not stop him, the other deputy commander, Lu Haiba, also followed closely. The singing and dancing already stopped. Carmina and Lyria fell back with the 8 girls. They didn't want to be involved in this dispute. Move aside. Xiao Chen was still sitting upright, but his right hand already pulled out the black broken sword and slashed diagonally. A jet-black swordchi ripped the air apart like the black lightning. It clashed against the shiny longsword in a split second. A brittle noise resounded almost at the same time, as if they were synchronized. The longsword in Nishikawa's hand shattered inch by inch. In the end, only the sword shaft was left. Nice sword! Lu Yu praised. Xiao Chen did not so much as glanced at Nishikawa, who was holding the sword shaft. He directly faced Aeon and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? Don't disturb me when I'm chatting with a friend." After he stopped talking, Lu Yuan himself laughed out loud. These two were really wild. Just where did they think they were? This was not the city lord's manor, it was the prince's mansion. You were only relying on the sharpness of the divine weapon, let's go out and settle this. Nishikawa discarded the sword shaft in his hand. Didn't you invite me to the prince's mansion for this very purpose and to restore your honor? You only have to make a move, there is no need to put up a pretense. But I think finishing you off here is more than enough. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen stood up and sent a punch towards Nishikawa. The strong wind was just like a tsunami, it actually produced a thunderous roar. Some interesting and appealing furnitures in the hall immediately swirled in the air. Fairs now and the other guests were incomparably shocked. This Xiao Chen really didn't know how to hold back. He clearly showed that he wanted to cause havoc. He actually made his move at this place. Without a doubt, he wanted to tear this building down. Bang! Nishikawa's right palm and Xiao Chen's fist collided. A loud bang resounded. Following closely, Nishikawa was pushed back 4 or 5 steps. His expression changed again and again. Xiao Chen followed up with lightning speed. The moment he swept his right foot, another gale surged up violently. The doors and windows were broken into pieces. Everyone at present had already changed countenance. Xiao Chen was powerful. Such a power was too extreme and very rare among the youth generation. The rumor was true. This guy had reached the Exuvia 8th celestial layer. Everyone at present thought that it was dubious when they heard that Lambda was defeated. They thought that maybe he was not in his best condition at the time, but they were finally convinced at this very moment. Xiao Chen was a genuine 8th celestial layer expert. Even if one surveyed the entire South Desolate region, a person who had reached this stage at such a young age, there were definitely not more than 5. Bang! Nishikawa was forced back twice as much distance by Xiao Chen's second strike. The ground under his foot already cracked, one after another huge cracks extended for a few meters. Moreover, his face was incomparably flushed and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This is how it is. Didn't you keep saying you wanted to fight with me? You have the nerve to be so arrogant with only this much power. Xiao Chen sneered at him. His disdain was undisguised. Nishikawa was extremely furious. He opened his mouth to spit out the blood. The ominous glint in his eyes was burning like the flame. He threw himself over again as nimble as a cheetah. This time, Xiao Chen did not make any complicated maneuver. he just sent a straight punch. Bang! Bang! With every punch, a part of the hall would be destroyed and Nishikawa would be pushed back unceasingly. When the seventh punch landed, he was unable to move all of a sudden. Both of his arms ruptured, and as if there was no bones in his body, he immediately slumped on the ground. Everyone present was a practitioner. They immediately realized that all the bones in Nishikawa's body were no more. He was completely destroyed, he definitely wouldn't be able to live much longer. This was too terrifying. Nishikawa was the deputy commander of the prince. How could he be weak? He was an Exuvia's 7th celestial layer expert, but he was actually broken into pieces by Xiao Chen with merely 7 punches. Such a power really made these VIPs of the same age feel a bit terrified. Xiao Chen was definitely one of the most terrifying youths in the south. Among his peers, other than the solitary sword demon and a few others, who else could stand up to him? He would definitely become an influential figure in the South Desolate region 20 years from now. Deputy Commander Lu Haiba mustered his courage and stepped up, he had no choice but to go. This time Xiao Chen immediately drew the broken sword. The jet-black knife blade was incomparably cold. He drew a beautiful trajectory and one bewitching radiance after another was emitted. A thunderous roar resounded in the entire hall, it was quite deafening. Lu Haiba seemed to know that it would be difficult to deal with the attack. He didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly dodged to the side as he hacked with his sword. However, Xiao Chen's speed was really too fast. The broken sword was raised diagonally and destroyed the long sword in a flash. His body even left an afterimage behind as he appeared at Lu Haiba's right side. All the while sending a vertical slash. Blood splashed everywhere. Lu Haiba's right arm was severed from the body. Arg! The miserable shriek was exceptionally ear-piercing, but his body did not stop moving. He wanted to move back immediately. However, Xiao Chen didn't want to give him any chance. With the speed of lightning, the thunderous noise resounded in the hall again. Following closely, blood splattered all over the place. Lu Haiba's other arm was chopped off. Lu Haiba fell back with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. When the jet-black sword sheath flashed again, the head flew up and the body fell among the pool of blood. The steaming blood was gushing out like a waterfall. All of this happened too quickly. A deputy commander was beheaded in merely 4 slashes. This made the peers especially frightened. This kind of power was too scary. Catalina even started to have doubts, would her big brother really be able to beat this madman before her eyes easily? The broken sword swept across. The dazzling sword chi destroyed the entire hall. After everything had calmed down, Xiao Chen grabbed the broken sword with his long hand and quietly stood on top of the ruins. His long hair fluttered along with the breeze as he coldly swept his eyes across Aeon and the rest. Too arrogant. He directly tore down a hall in the prince's mansion. All of the young men and young ladies at present were the elites from some major powers. They watched all of these unfolding in silence. Nobody declared where they stood. Whooshing foam, kill him. Aeon's face was extremely ugly. His voice was incomparably cold. He was already beyond angry. A black-haired man came out from behind Aeon with large strides. His expression was sharp, his long eyebrows touched the temples, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. This was a young expert with similar characteristics to Xiao Chen. Whooshing foam, it's actually him. Whooshing foam has actually come to the south. The outstanding talent of the north. He is reputed as the undefeatable youth warrior. The sound of deep breathing could be heard. These young elites of the south revealed a shocked expression and cried out in surprise one after another. Fairs now, Yin Xincheng, Catalina, and the others revealed a peculiar expression as they observed this rumored outstanding figure. There were even rumors regarding him in the south, he was the household name of almost every youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Unparalleled Strength. Although there were great talents that matured slowly in this world, that was only the minority after all. Talent, it was usually manifested in juvenile stage and made them stand out from the masses. That was all the more so in the path of Taoism. As long as one had a divine ability, they would surpass the majority of their peers. Therefore, people paid particular attention to the youths that were in the forefront positions. That was because in the 20 or 30 years to come, they might become an all-powerful figure. Especially the 20-odd years practitioners. These distinguished figures were subjected to constant observation. Such as Windfeathers, Zhao Chongyang, and the solitary sword demon of the south. Their strength was indisputable. There was hardly anyone who could stand up to them among their peers. Although Lambda in the 8th celestial layer could also be considered a powerful youth, his age was still a little too old. What people cared about was potential. If a 20-odd years person was put up against a 30-odd years warrior and still came out on top, that was what people paid the most particular attention to. Wu Xingfeng, his reputation was really too great. He was the legend of the North. It was true that none among his peers could stand up to him. Of course, the so-called North did not mean the northern part of the Immortals' mainland. Rather, it was to the north of the Celestial City, the Terra Empire that was only thousands of miles away. Although the territory in the north was not much bigger than the South Desolate region, it was not densely covered by primitive forest like the south. The north was a rich and powerful country, with high population and concentrated towns. In this kind of genuine nation, the warriors had to trample on the glory of countless people to make themselves stand out. After all, the population was really too high. Wu Xingfeng, nobody from the youth generation knew of his true strength. He had never been defeated among his peers. When confronting his enemies, he always finished the battle within a second. All he needed was a few strikes. This kind of figure was nothing in the eyes of the older generation, but he was practically a god in the eyes of the youth generation. In the north, there were only 1 or 2 young warriors capable of standing up against him. Nobody expected that Aeon would bring someone like this to the south. Wu Xingfeng won, with a tall and straight stature, long eyelashes, and star-like pupils. Although he was very calm, the moment he showed himself, everyone could feel a huge pressure weighing down on them. He did not do it deliberately. This was naturally developed. Looking at his attitude, it seemed like he was not submissive towards Princely and was completely treated as an equal. The elites at present seemed to have realized something. Wu Xingfeng came from an ancient clan and possessed extremely huge power. An outstanding talent of his age wouldn't choose to become the prince's commander. When he made an appearance, everyone could link it to many things. Maybe Princely did not come to the south merely for the War Beast tournament. It was very possible that he was given some kind of royal mission. As for Wu Xingfeng, seemed like his job was to deal with the young warriors of the south. Maybe the Terra Empire wanted to suppress the youth with the youth, thereby displaying the absolute strength of the empire. This might be a sign that they wanted to regain the South Desolate region. The older generation must not get involved in the battles of the youth. This was the unwritten rule of the Immortals' mainland. Otherwise many young warriors might have already been strangled to death in the cradle. This unwritten rule was indispensable. Xiao Chen, I've heard of you. With a dull expression and bright gaze, Wu Xingfeng already walked in front of Xiao Chen and stood there quietly. I haven't heard of you. Xiao Chen said casually. The two of them really had a striking resemblance. Their body stature, black hair, long eyelashes, and sharp gaze were similar. Everyone at present was shocked that Wu Xingfeng had actually heard of Xiao Chen already, and yet Aeon didn't know about him. It was made clear that he had nothing to do with Aeon. He was really not a very good fit as a commander. As such, they could also tell that the people of the south had underestimated Xiao Chen. That was because he had actually caught the attention of Wu Xingfeng. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Xiao Chen's words. This Xiao Chen was really too arrogant. He actually spoke to Wu Xingfeng with such an attitude and said that he had never heard of him. Wasn't this a little too much? Wu Xingfeng smiled. His snow-white teeth and handsome face seemed to be glittering. The pressure engulfed all directions like a storm. Everyone couldn't help but retreat backwards. The ruins on the ground were rumbling. The debris and broken beams under Wu Xingfeng's feet floated up unceasingly before they broke into tiny pieces. Only Xiao Chen and himself were left in the field. Alright, now that you know me, you will never forget about me in the future. Hearing his words, everyone at present knew what it meant. According to the rumors, he wouldn't kill an opponent which he regarded as important. He wanted to spare their lives and challenge them again in the future. That's right, that was the point of view of the victor. As for losing, he had never considered it. Looking at this powerful, calm, and handsome man, a few beauties outside of the field felt that their heartstrings had been struck. Their beautiful eyes possessed a strange glint. It is impossible not to get acquainted with you anymore. Come. This battle cannot be avoided. Xiao Chen wasn't really an egomaniac. He could feel an unprecedented pressure. This powerful opponent was really very formidable. He might be in for a trouble today. A simple punch. Wu Xingfeng's movement was very slow, his punch was slowly pushing on, but that powerful pressure was as sharp as a knife blade. It made the spectators far away feel extreme pain on their cheeks. Before the right fist, the strong wind and golden rays of light were smacking Xiao Chen like a fierce ocean wave. The forceful aura couldn't be stopped. This was a true expert. Or at the very least, there was really no one among the peers who could stand up against him. It made Xiao Chen feel an unprecedented pressure. Although the opponent's golden fist was pushing on very slowly, it sealed off all of his ways out. If he dared to dodge out of the way, then that fist, which had accumulated an unimaginable amount of power, would definitely increase its speed to an unfathomable level and deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Chen. There was no opening for him to break out, a punch with boundless pressure, a punch that couldn't be avoided. God Slayer. Xiao Chen used this technique without the slightest hesitation. He felt a huge pressure and had no choice but to spare no effort to shake it off. Wu Xingfeng was forcing him to go all out. From this, they could tell that Wu Xingfeng was a powerful figure. Even in a battle, he wanted to direct everything and force his opponent to stake it all. Countless golden radiance flickered, the 3-inch swords and blades made out of concentrated golden rays of light were filled with an ancient vibe, as if they were ancient divine weapons that just got unearthed a moment ago. Untold numbers of swords gathered together and formed a golden sea of swords. They surged forward with great momentum. Everyone was shocked. The elites had already heard of this. Xiao Chen used a never-seen-before technique to break the legendary mystic art of the South, the Yin-Yang Annihilation. It was precisely this technique right before their eyes. Hundreds and thousands of swords, it was truly terrifying. Crack! Crack! The debris of the ruins floated up. After that, they unceasingly exploded into tiny pieces. The hundreds and thousands of swords sliced everything in their path. A resplendent divine ray emitted from Wu Xingfeng's eyes. He suddenly launched his slowly approaching right fist with sudden force. It was as quick as lightning. The golden ocean wave became fiercer than ever. Its presence was really omnipresent as the golden ocean wave materialized and sealed off the entire space in the front. It was clashing with those untold numbers of swords unceasingly. A big collision. Golden sword versus golden ocean wave. The earth trembled violently. Every spectator was forced to fall back quickly. One after another, huge cracks appeared on the ground and kept extending towards a distant place. Moreover, a golden storm already broke out in the sky. It was as if a golden sun had just exploded. The Fist of Iron, it is the real deal. Outside of the field, everyone had an uncommon bloodline. However, all of them were unable to remain calm. Many people practiced the Quinctus techniques too, but only one ancient clan had mastered the most profound of them all. That was precisely Wu Xingfeng's clan. The Quinctus techniques. They were claimed to be capable of turning the sky and earth upside down, but as if a huge earthquake was taking place, the violent golden billows wreaked havoc all over the place and crushed every tangible thing. After Xiao Chen and Wu Xingfeng exchanged a single blow, they moved as fast as lightning and had a fierce confrontation under the glaring gold radiance. They left behind one afterimage after another. In the end, only the light remained, not even their shadows could be seen. The two of them were like the lights of destruction. Everywhere they passed by, everything was destroyed and crushed. Nothing could bar their way. The hall turned into dust, the running water evaporated, and the greenery disappeared without a trace. When the golden storm faded away, the two of them were standing in the center of the field. They looked into each other's eyes without blinking. Wu Xingfeng's expression did not change, it was still the same as before. Xiao Chen's battle intent was high. Just now he had ran into a great danger. This guy before his eyes was really too powerful. He almost couldn't stop that fierce and violent attack. If not because the God Slayer was extremely mighty, and sealed those golden billows, the outcome might be unthinkable. He was not scared of this kind of opponent. On the contrary, his blood was boiling. This opponent had aroused his battle intent. He was getting fired up. Wu Xingfeng wore the same expression as ever. He slowly launched another punch. An earth-shattering dusky chi wave tried to swallow up Xiao Chen. Fist of Earth. It is the genuine Earth-style ability. One of the spectators cried out in surprise. Parry! Xiao Chen used the demonic seal, using as little power as possible to guide the power of the earth to resist the all-powerful Fist of Earth. However, the Fist of Earth was really too powerful. The dust seemed to have enveloped the entire world and was going to swallow up Xiao Chen. No matter how much he resisted, he was unable to neutralize it. Boom! 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 The big collision had begun. The dust filled the entire sky, but that was not real sand. They were materialized from the Fist of Earth's radiance. Xiao Chen fell back, and Wu Xingfeng followed up in a split second. When he brandished his fist again, green radiance glinted. That was the Fist of Wood. He made a mysterious maneuver. The Fist of Wood seemed to glow with the vitality of Mother Earth, it seemed to contain the power of life. All of it was directed towards Xiao Chen, the boundless energy couldn't be stopped. The green splendor was dazzling. And whooshing foam seemed to have become incomparably lofty in contrast. Xiao Chen fell back again, seemed like it was not easy to ward off the attack. Every spectator could feel how powerful whooshing foam was. The eyes of a few beauties were flickering repeatedly. Aeon even revealed a smile. 3. 1. Silva, oh god. Fu Chendong, enough with the gibberish. 2. Silva, the Chinese characters of Quinctus Fist is Whooshing Quan, which literally translates to 5-style fist. Whooshing Foam, S name is 5-style wind. Talk about unproductive naming sense XD. 3. Silva, that cliff, __. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Breakthrough to 9th Celestial Layer. The world was filled with vitality, the green divine light was bright and dazzling, as if a green sea of trees was floating in midair. However, that kind of exuberant sight was only in regards to the spectators. To Xiao Chen, who was the target of that light, it was the ray of death. The inexhaustible life energy gathered towards Xiao Chen and gave him a huge pressure. There was nowhere to run, and nothing to use as a shield. That ray of light wanted to swallow him up. Chaotic pattern. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The second move of the 4 major techniques had finally been used in battle for the first time. The imprint of Tao, it was just like a divine light from beyond the heavens that cleaved the empty air and the inexhaustible green light. It was as if it was being manipulated by an invisible giant hand. The energy of life became chaotic in that very instant. In the end, it actually tore a huge hole in the inexhaustible green light. Xiao Chen broke through from the green sea. The chaotic pattern's invisible giant hand also appeared at this time. It transformed into a grey plume of light and vibrated as it was launched towards the green ripple. It was finally over. The imprint of Tao chaotic pattern had stopped the fist of wood. Xiao Chen was incomparably shocked. This whooshing foam was really too powerful. This was his most powerful opponent to date. He actually couldn't gain any advantage in this fight. The Quinctus techniques were really worthy of its reputation as the oldest mystic art. The Quinctus Fist in the mortal world was merely a superficial skill. It was far too inferior compared to the one in the world of Immortals. In this world, the mystic arts really emerged endlessly. Moreover, they were all first-rate martial arts. The techniques handed down in the mortal world were nothing compared to this world's. If he had not grasped the 4 major techniques, it seemed like it would be hard to establish himself in this world. Whooshing Foam was also incomparably shocked. In his imagination, not many people could resist his Quinctus Fist. This person before his eyes gave him too many surprises. The demonic seal, God Slayer technique, and chaotic patterns technique were incomparably profound. They were definitely not inferior to the Quinctus techniques. If the opponent's ability was as profound as his, he should be able to exhibit even more power. He sent out another punch with his right fist. It wasn't too slow nor too fast. Endless amount of water enveloped the world. It seemed like whooshing foam had blended into the blue rays of light. Fist of water. It was as if the water ripple was omnipresent. The materialization of the Quinctus Fist was like the torrential wave, it spread far and wide over the prince's mansion as it enveloped Xiao Chen from all directions. This was the bizarre power of the Quinctus techniques. This was not a magic spell nor a spiritual spell. Rather than a skill, this was a path. A path completely cultivated from the martial arts. Specifically, it was a martial way tempered from a right-handed martial skill. It was the embodiment of the invisible truth. The legendary Quinctus techniques were capable of turning the sky and earth upside down. When these techniques were exhibited before everyone's eyes, it had validated that this legend might not be empty words. If whooshing foam could manifest this technique to the pinnacle in the future, its power would be unimaginable. A rumbling sound transmitted from the sky as if there were thousands of men and horses. That was the sound of the raging sea. Endless amounts of blue light waves rolled over and over. It fell diagonally from the sky like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, "Demon suppression!" He ran into his greatest opponent today. It forced him to reveal almost all of his trump cards. The third move of the 4 major techniques, demon suppression, was used in front of his enemy for the first time. Black rays of light seemed to have rushed out from a hazy chaotic space. It was very quiet, but the pressure directly assailed the soul. It was rolling over and over in the endless blue ocean like a black dragon. Like dragons returning to the sea, the demon suppression burst through the fist of water. A single word suppression had threw the essence of water into disorder. But even in disorder, the power of the Quinctus was still rushing forth from all sides, about to gobble up Xiao Chen any moment now. The Black Demon suppression technique created a dusky space. It was like a land of death. White bones could be seen everywhere and the vibe of death lingered on. The power of water was completely absorbed by this illusion. Whether it was real or an illusion, nobody could make a clear distinction. The power was raging violently as it destroyed everything in the surroundings. Xiao Chen felt a sharp pain all over his body. His chest felt stuffy as he was unceasingly pushed back. This time, he was forced into a disadvantageous position once again. When all the illusions faded away, as if Xiao Chen had been struck by a thunderbolt, his body was pushed back for more than 10 meters. A dozen or more footprints were left on the ground. There were huge cracks around each footprint. His body was swaying slightly, and it seemed like he could bite the dust at any moment. Whooshing foam stood in his original position. His expression remained unchanged. It was easy to judge who had the upper hand. All the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The outstanding talent from the north was really too strong. He actually steadily suppressed Xiao Chen, who was an 8th celestial layer expert. Just how much more powerful could he be? Everyone's heart was palpitating. Just like the wind and lightning, the fabled young warrior Whooshing Foam left behind an afterimage and appeared in front of Xiao Chen. He directly sent a powerful punch. This time, he did not use the Quinctus fist, because he could already tell that Xiao Chen was at his limit. There was no need to reveal his last move, the Fist of Fire. You are already very powerful. Among my peers, those who can make me use 4 out of 5 of the Quinctus fist are only a handful. With pressure as heavy as a mountain, Whooshing Foam was like a sacred mountain that was too high to reach. The fabled outstanding talent of the north was not an ordinary man. Bang! 1. Xiao Chen was sent flying away. He bumped into a rock at a distant place. There were bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He felt a little dejected and sour. He was actually unable to contend against Whooshing Foam with the peak power of 8th celestial layer. It seemed like the opponent's power was really higher than his. This was the test of absolute strength. He lost fair and square. Whooshing Foam was absolutely not an arrogant guy. Although he steadily suppressed his opponent, he did not hold back or loosen up at all. Each of his punch contained his full strength. He didn't give his opponent any chance to retaliate. Bang! Xiao Chen raised his arm to defend, but was sent flying away again. His arm bone seemed to have suffered a fracture. A hole collapsed as his body crashed into it. The elites who were watching at the sidelines felt secretly apprehensive. None of them had ever thought that Whooshing Foam was this powerful. Xiao Chen was retreating in defeat all the way. He was already detained by an invisible power and was forced to be on the defensive side. Each attack was like a huge hammer smashing on his chest. Who knew how much blood had already spilled from the corner of his mouth? Although Whooshing Foam had a calm expression and possessed a bright smile, he was still very cruel when he made his move. He didn't give his opponent any chance at all. I said I won't kill you. But since you are still alive after so many punches, then I might as well finish up with the last punch. I will grant you the experience of surviving the entire series of the Quinctus Fist. That was not at all pretentious, nor was it a taunt. As far as Whooshing Foam was concerned, he definitely had the qualification to say this in the northern nation. It was not a disgrace for the peers to lose to an outstanding youth full of sagas. It was considered an honor if they could survive a few of his Quinctus Fist. Hearing this kind of confident words, the elites at present all had different thoughts. Zhuge Ming, Lancelot, and the others felt a little frustrated. As a man, standing on the summit and looking down at the whole world was an honor. As for Yen Qingcheng, Fairsnow, Catalina, and the other beauties, their eyes were flashing. Even if this guy possessed a threat to the south, the girls were still attracted to him. A man had to be this powerful and confident. The prerequisite was that they had to have enough strength to back it up. Xiao Chen's 2 legs felt as if they had stepped into the underworld. He was firmly confined by the divine power of the 5 phases. Even if he wanted to unfold the undying divine wings and fly, it was impossible. He was forced to meet Whooshing Fang's next attack head-on. The Fist of Fire. The conflagration heated the horizon until it turned red. The glaring red chi was flickering, as if it was set on burning everything in the world. It was omnipresent and trapped Xiao Chen within. Never give the opponent any chance. This was Whooshing Fang's doctrine when facing an opponent from start to finish. One must spare no effort in a confrontation. Xiao Chen was very angry. To others, it might be a test of strength and a glory to receive 5 attacks from the Quinctus Fist. But to him, it was a humiliation. He didn't want to lose, he must not lose. The peak power of the 8th celestial layer, how could it lose? Death blow. He utilized the last of the 4 major techniques. The imprint of Zhao seemed to flow into his mind. A resplendent ethereal light burst forth along with his anger. A powerful energy burst forth. Death blow, it destroyed every visible thing. The omnipresent flame was broken down into one stream of light after another. They glinted in the sky like shooting stars. The sky was incomparably gorgeous. The blaze covered the entire sky and spread everywhere like fireworks. The unparalleled energy surged forth and fluctuated. A great pressure engulfed the entire mansion. He actually blocked the fist of fire. This made everyone very surprised. Xiao Chen already sustained serious injuries. He already lost a lot of blood in his fight with Wuxing Feng. How could he possibly stop the Quinctus fist? After the rays of light faded away, Wuxing Feng was standing in the field unmovingly. Xiao Chen already fell onto the ground with his back. Both of his arms were fractured, but at the same time, a resplendent divine radiance erupted from his body like a raging flame. As if representing his anger and humiliation, a raging flame ignited on the surface of his body. At the same time, an extremely rich and powerful energy forcefully rushed out to the surface of his body. It made his entire body shrouded by brilliant rays. His body trembled violently, as if he had broken some kind of shackles. Xiao Chen could hear a brittle noise within his body. The peak power of the 8th celestial layer had broken through the shackles. It allowed him to make a breakthrough in the middle of this life and death battle. He had been racking his brain to break through the shackles, but he still failed to rise to 9th celestial layer. However, he actually succeeded at this very moment. Wuxing Feng's last attack sent him flying and broke his 2 arms, but it also seemed to have opened the door to a certain treasure in his body. It was already impossible to close it now. The era of the 9th celestial layer had arrived. The joints were making noises as the bones trembled. The broken arm bones actually reconnected. It was growing, restoring, and became as good as new under that glaring radiance. The skin was as clear as the precious jade, it was flickering with splendor. It was as if Xiao Chen had rose from the ashes. His seriously injured body recovered in an instant. In the middle of this life and death battle, he completed his transformation. An incomparably rich and powerful energy surged up within his body. It surged on like a large river and felt like it would erupt from his body. Every inch of his skin contained an extremely terrifying energy. His body was like divine steel that had been tempered for thousands of years. At the same time, it also felt like a vast ocean that contained an endless amount of worldly essence. His entire body flickered with brilliance. The instant Wuxing Feng sent Xiao Chen flying away, he felt that the circumstances had turned for the worst. He, who was standing calmly all along, rushed over there like the flickering light in passing shadows. Not giving his opponent any chance was his doctrine. However, all of these just now happened in a split second. It was impossible to stop it anymore, even if he had already brandished his fist and tore the space with the all-powerful fist of iron. However, Xiao Chen's transformation already completed at this time. He unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. Ha! The laughing sound was deafening. The surging sound wave pierced through the vast sky. The tremor caused the ruins on the ground to shake. Xiao Chen's messy hair was flying upward, the glints in his eyes were sharp, and his lofty figure was standing in the sky. Among the holiness, there was a huge pressure. Without any superfluous words, Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and dived down fast. His fist carried a mighty wind, as if it had attracted the heavenly thunder and hellfire. A large expanse of glaring purple chi poured down in torrents. It was a simple punch, but also a punch with nothing held back. It contained an extremely powerful force. 9th celestial layer. To many of the youth generation, it was a goal too high to reach. However, Xiao Chen had finally broken through to this realm. He was merciless and did not spare any effort when making his move. He did not get careless just because his strength had increased. 2 fists clashed. A thunderous roar exploded. Wuxing Feng's figure shook violently. The ground under his foot cracked as he was pushed back. Every time his foot dropped onto the ground, it felt as if a huge mountain was shaking. He was pushed back 5 steps before he stopped. Swish! With a flash of light, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. He stood at the opposite side of Wuxing Feng. There was no need for any delirious ravings, that was too childish. The powerful pressure and formless aura was enough to explain everything. After Xiao Chen had went through the 9th celestial layer's transformation, he had the upper hand in raw power. Tiny light streams were flickering unceasingly on the surface of his body. He was still slowly going through the last transformation. All the spectators were incomparably shocked. The situation reversed so quickly, it was totally out of their expectation. They had personally witnessed an 8th celestial layer expert breaking through to the 9th celestial layer. This was the realm everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Transforming in the middle of a life and death battle, this was something that only a warrior truly unafraid of death or a madman dared to do. Today, Xiao Chen had went through this kind of experience. 9th celestial layer expert, what did this mean? With the most conservative estimates, they could have easily ranked among the top 3 of the youth experts at the south. Swish! Leaving an afterimage in his original location, Xiao Chen appeared in front of whooshing foam. He brandished his right fist with all of his might and sent a straight punch. Whooshing foam did not panic in the slightest. On the contrary, his eyes had a divine glint and an astonishing battle intent burst out. He lifted his fist to fend off the attack. Looking at his temperament, all the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The outstanding talent of the North was really a 9th celestial layer expert. No wonder he could steadily suppress Xiao Chen, who was at the peak of the 8th celestial layer. 1. Silva, Xiao Chen actually lost? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, The Fall of a Hero. Xiao Chen broke through to the 9th celestial layer. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Transforming in desperate straits, advancing to a new domain in a life and death battle, this was a practitioner's most dangerous experience. Without huge courage or willpower, it was impossible to get through. After advancing to the same level, Xiao Chen was no longer fearful of whooshing foam. He was as quick as the thunder, his figure disappeared like the lightning and closed in with every step. He made his move brazenly, no longer shrinking back. Swish! Like a meteor catching up to the moon, Xiao Chen quickly appeared in front of whooshing foam and sent a fist covered with gold radiance towards his chest. The space appeared to be distorted. The surroundings seemed to turn somewhat fuzzy. The oppressive gale directly caused the debris and broken beams on the ground to break into pieces and let out creaking noises. Whooshing foam lifted his fist to meet the attack. 2 fists intersected and produced a sonorous metal noise. The glorious brilliance radiated. The two seemed to be draped in a layer of gold radiance. They looked like 2 war gods in a fierce battle. They separated quickly. Whooshing foam felt a numbness in his arm. He was secretly shocked at Xiao Chen's great power. The Quinctus footwork was incomparably exquisite. As if he was capable of teleporting, he disappeared into empty air with each step he took. He broke away from the mighty Xiao Chen in 2 or 3 steps. The skills were almost like the profound truth, his motions were mysterious and unpredictable. Whooshing foam adjusted his posture a little and his legs were executing the Quinctus steps. His body was just like a stream of clouds as he attacked Xiao Chen again. He didn't want to remain passive. He had been unparalleled since birth and always took the initiative to attack. He didn't want to take it lying down. With an extremely powerful Quinctus fist, he leapt forward and firmly locked onto Xiao Chen's chest. The dusky chi of earth spread out, the power of the fist of earth wanted to run through Xiao Chen's chest. At the same time, he lifted up the right knee with all of his might. The knee was aiming for Xiao Chen's lower abdomen. The dusky sand was omnipresent, but this was not a genuine sandstorm. This was a terrifying earth energy made from dreadful rays of light. The attack was as quick as the thunder. The simultaneous attack with the fist and the leg had sealed off Xiao Chen's every move. Xiao Chen moved a little sideways, facing Whooshing Feng's fist with both hands. At the same time, he shook his hips to abruptly release the power he had accumulated. As if he had released a bowstring, his body was suddenly filled with power. At the same time he sandwiched the fist of earth with both arms, his right leg struck at the opposite direction. Clang! As if 2 divine metals had been struck together, Xiao Chen's right knee clashed with Whooshing Feng's left knee. The dusky chi of earth and gold radiance dissipated at the same time. It was spilling like a wide expanse of aurora. The two's movements were as fast as lightning. At the same time he fell back a little, Xiao Chen jumped 2 meters high. Just when he was about to descend, he twisted his waist with all his might and swept his leg across. A horizontal kick. His left foot was like a mace as it swept towards the right side of Whooshing Feng's head. It was an extremely brutal attack that caused fear and trepidation. If it was a direct hit, not to mention human flesh, even adamantium would break apart. Whooshing Feng slightly lowered his head. After he dodged this attack, he suddenly made a somersault and sent an overhead kick towards Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen's figure was still in the sky and there was not enough time to move. Such a brutal attack really caused people to be tongue-tied. Xiao Chen was not afraid at all. If he unfolded the undying divine wings, he could easily soar into the sky. However, dodging was not his style. While in the sky, he shifted his body half a meter to the side. He was not willing to move back any more than this. After that, both of his legs joined together like an unbreakable awl as he directly stabbed towards the chest of Wuxing Feng, who was still upside down. Wuxing Feng was forced to fly backwards in that position. All of these happened too quickly. From the beginning to the end, it all happened in a split second. They left behind a wide expanse of afterimages in the sky. After that, Xiao Chen stomped on the empty air. He actually took more than 10 consecutive steps in the air and chased after Wuxing Feng. His body was slanted as he swept across Wuxing Feng's upper body. He wanted to cut his body off. Anger bubbled up within Wuxing Feng. It was always him who forced his opponents into the corner, but today, it had turned around. This opponent was more vicious than him. He was incomparably sharp. Wuxing Feng abruptly turned his body around, then he jumped high into the sky. He didn't want to fall back. He sent a somersault kick and slashed towards Xiao Chen's attack. Bang, dot. The sky exploded with dazzling radiance. The two were separated. God Slayer. Xiao Chen was really too fast. The instant he landed, he attacked again. He directly executed God Slayer, one of the 4 major techniques. After advancing to the 9th celestial layer today, his attack power was no longer weaker than the opponent's and he made his move brazenly. He wanted to overwhelm his opponent with absolute strength and give him a taste of his own medicine. Fist of Iron. Wuxing Feng shouted loudly, his black hair was like a waterfall that was flowing backwards one. The sharp glints in his eyes were like swords. The right fist with glorious gold radiance was launched. The violent clash was like an earthquake. It made the Mother Earth burst open. Wuxing Feng was forced to fall back 5 steps. Xiao Chen did not fall back, on the contrary, he continued moving forward. Chaotic patterns. He shouted loudly. Xiao Chen once more clashed with Wuxing Feng. Fist of Wood. Wuxing Feng's eyes sparked with electricity too. His fist erupted with resplendent green radiance. 2 fists clashed. In that instance he felt his arms getting numb. His body trembled slightly as the surge of energy seemed like it wanted to intrude his body. Wuxing Feng was shocked as he fell back one more time. Xiao Chen had become dominant and didn't want to spare him. He shouted his next move, Demon Suppression. The gale carried by the fist was incomparably wild. It ferociously smashed towards Wuxing Feng's face. Wuxing Feng had no choice but to block it with the fist of water. It was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky when the two clashed head-on. The dazzling energy storm swept towards all directions. Wuxing Feng fell back, Xiao Chen followed up again. A continuous attack with the 4 major techniques and the demonic seal. It was obvious that Xiao Chen wanted to get revenge for the clash before. The so-called using an opponent's own methods to obtain retribution. One ferocious punch was followed up by another. The energy burst out unceasingly. Dazzling multicolored radiances shrouded their surroundings. It was rolling over and over like the stormy sea. Every spectator was incomparably shocked. The 2 powerful warriors gave them too many surprises. Especially Xiao Chen, who actually turned a losing battle around and steadily suppressed the outstanding Wuxing Feng. It was too unexpected. Loud roars burst out unceasingly. Xiao Chen was as quick as lightning. His fist became heavier with each consecutive blow. Wuxing Feng was finally unable to bear it anymore after the 18th fist. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ah! How is this possible? The elites of the South and Aeon's people cried out in surprise. The fabled outstanding talent of the North was actually no match for Xiao Chen. His attacks were sharp and closed in with every step. Xiao Chen's messy hair flew upward as he brazenly made his move. He didn't give Wuxing Feng any chance to dodge. All of the sharp attacks were connected beautifully. It gave Wuxing Feng no other choice but to receive the attack. He was unable to dodge, unless he was willing to put his life on the line and receive one terrifying punch head-on. After the 36th punch, Wuxing Feng let out a bellow of rage. He was finally unable to stand it anymore. His body was sent flying away. A big mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Hey! Xiao Chen followed closely. His movement was extremely sharp. He launched an attack just as fierce as before, without any flashy move. An invisible power enveloped Wuxing Feng. He wanted to force the opponent to receive it head-on, giving him no chance to dodge, unable to dodge. Another 9 consecutive punches. Wuxing Feng was continuously coughing up blood. Xiao Chen felt extremely content. He had already avenged his previous defeat by beating him into the sorry state. Just at this moment, everyone already had different expressions. Their gaze hinted their different thoughts. They had deeply engraved Xiao Chen's power into their brain. Bang! With one last punch, he sent Wuxing Feng flying away. A bunch of blood sprinkled in the air. Wuxing Feng had already crashed into a few big halls. Xiao Chen jumped into the sky and swooped down. With a powerful punch, he buried Wuxing Feng into the ground. Only half of his body remained to be seen on the surface of the ground. After that, another 7 consecutive strikes. The Mother Earth burst open. Wuxing Feng was forced into the underground 3. A river of blood was spilling out from the hole. Everyone was flabbergasted. Did the outstanding talent of the North get defeated just like this? A fabled figure, a young warrior full of exciting sage, finished just like this. Without a doubt, Wuxing Feng's reputation was really great. Everyone at present didn't dare to believe it. The undefeatable genius of the North was actually blown into the ground and beaten until he coughed up big mouthfuls of blood. You forced my hand. An ice-cold voice transmitted from within the cracks. Wuxing Feng was like a wounded beast as he let out a bellow of rage. The Mother Earth burst open. With bloodstains from head to foot, he rushed to the surface floor. Fusing the 5 phases is still impossible for him, but I can barely fuse 2 phases. You will pay for this. 5 Wuxing Feng had already lost his calm demeanor. He spread out both of his arms. The left hand with the fist of water, the right hand with the fist of fire. The water and fire fused, a powerful attack was put forth. Rumbling sounds filled the heavens and earth, there were 1,000 layers of stormy waves. The blue radiance and raging flames enveloped the sky. All of them were thrown at Xiao Chen. Swish! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. The corners of his mouth curved into a sneer as he said, "Don't even mention 2 phases, so what even if you confuse 5 phases?" Unfolding the undying divine wings, Xiao Chen flew against the stream and headed towards the eye of the storm. He executed the demon suppression and the chaotic patterns towards Wuxing Feng, the source of the fire and water. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This Xiao Chen was really too intensive, he was actually facing the legendary Quinctus fusion head-on. Although there were only 2 phases, the power was still incomparably astonishing. 2 phases fusion, Wuxing Feng was not very accustomed with it, but he was still capable of bringing out its potential. According to rumors, they said he defeated a formidable opponent with this move. Since then, no one had seen him using this move again. Aqua Ignis. Wuxing Feng's shout was transmitted from the eye of the storm. The fist of water and the fist of fire combined. Xiao Chen and Wuxing Feng shook violently. Their bodies continued to tremble. This is it. Just as Xiao Chen's voice resounded. His expression immediately changed, because he found that the power he neutralized was only the first wave. Right now, another power was violently surging up. At the same time, the chi of fire and water lingered under the eye of the storm, under Wuxing Feng's feet. They transformed into a blue and red light as they lifted his body up from the ground. The second energy wave surged up violently. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. He sent a ferocious punch and neutralized the second wave. However, Wuxing Feng was actually lifted off the ground with the power of fire and water. He was pushed into the sky by the 2 energies of the Quinctus Chi. At the same time, his crossed hands burst out with the third wave. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, God Slayer and Demon Suppression were executed at the same time. Both of his hands were shaking uncontrollably. 2 different powers spiraled up and clashed with the third wave. A brittle noise resounded. The energy wave shattered. However, the third wave was obviously not the end. It seemed like it was just the beginning. Multicolored radiance circulated all around Wuxing Feng's body, he was like the incarnation of a Quinctus war god. His battle intent was skyrocketing. He crossed both hands again and burst forth with the fourth wave. Very clearly, the next wave was stronger than the last. However, Wuxing Feng also paid a huge price. He was coughing out big mouthfuls of blood. This proved that he was in a terrible shape. This kind of water-fire fusion power was not something that he could completely control at his current state. If he was not forced into a corner, he definitely wouldn't use this rashly. It was a double-edged sword. Xiao Chen's expression also became heavy. He didn't know how many more incoming waves were there. He had no choice but to resist with everything he had. Everyone on the ground was incomparably shocked. Wuxing Feng could actually defy the gravity, they had never heard of it before. If not because a powerful variable like Xiao Chen had appeared in the south and forced Wuxing Feng to launch his most powerful technique, perhaps no one would ever know about this divine ability of his. The fourth wave finally burst forth. Xiao Chen was surrounded by the energy wave. Left hand with the chaotic patterns, right hand with the demon suppression. He executed his moves brazenly and neutralized the energy wave again. It was an intense confrontation. The ground battle changed into a sky battle. The two in the sky flew higher and higher. They exchanged one blow after another. 5 waves, 6 waves, 7 waves, 8 waves. Whooshing foam coughed a big mouthful of blood, and Xiao Chen was also coughing out blood unceasingly. This whooshing foam was really too crazy. He already executed 8 waves, and yet, he didn't have any indication to stop. After the 9th wave, Xiao Chen finally felt like he was about to collapse. If it was not because he had advanced to the 9th celestial layer, he might have been crushed a long time ago. This whooshing foam was really fanatically crazy. He was really too powerful among the peers, almost unparalleled. Too strong. Xiao Chen was stained by blood all over. The powerful pressure caused traces of blood to seep out from his skin. He had practically become a blood man. But was still able to fend off the 9th wave. 9 was equivalent to the highest number, but it did not stop right there. The 10th wave was coming. Xiao Chen almost went crazy. He couldn't shrink back, he mustn't shrink back. He burst out after unfolding his full power. In the end, he was able to stop the 10th wave. He coughed out a big mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's injuries were not light. Of course, whooshing foam paid a bigger price. He was coughing out blood from start to finish. By forcefully using this water-fire fusion forbidden move, his body suffered a grave injury. The 11th wave was incoming. 6. Xiao Chen was incomparably exhausted. After detecting the approaching danger, it really made him want to collapse on the spot. This whooshing foam was consuming his own life to fight him. This was a move that would end up with both sides suffering. However, he still couldn't help but admire him. Such a powerful and bizarre attack, one wave after another, stronger than the former. And he actually executed 11 waves. The invisible truth, the imprint of Zhao was flowing sluggishly in Xiao Chen's mind. His frantic movements gradually became more stable, both of his hands drew a beautiful maneuver. At this most dangerous time, Xiao Chen made his body and mind enter an ethereal state. He displayed a posture entirely different from before. No longer frantic, no longer violent, his body was like the formless cloud in the blowing wind, completely out of this world. However, at the moment when he was about to attack, the energy that burst out from both his hands was as frenzy as before. Crumble. The 11th wave finally fell apart. Meanwhile, whooshing foam was also at his limit. One after another, terrifying wounds appeared on his body. He couldn't control his own power and suffered the side effects as a result. It was finally over. He stood high in the sky and faced Xiao Chen. After a light sigh, he said, "They say that there are a lot of extraordinary talents in the south. Although it is an uncivilized territory, the practitioners here are not weaker than the North's." Everyone on the ground looked up at the sky. Since the two young warriors were high in the sky and were very far from the ground, they couldn't hear the conversation between the two. However, they could vaguely tell that this battle was coming to a close. On the way to the South Desolate region, a young warrior from the south blocked our way and challenged me. The battle ended in a tie, with both of us seriously hurt. Xiao Chen was incomparably shocked. He asked, "Who is that person?" There was actually a 9th celestial layer young warrior who intercepted Prince Li's party and confronted whooshing foam. Such a madman. I don't know. Whooshing foam shook his head and said, "Since I made my public appearance until now, I have never lost once. However, it is beyond my imagination to get one draw and one loss after entering the south for 10 short days, it's so frustrating." He fixed his eyes on Xiao Chen and said, "If I did not possess a serious injury and held back at the beginning, I wouldn't have lost today. I will not lose." Xiao Chen finally understood why he could barely fend off his attacks with the power of the 8th celestial layer. The other party was seriously hurt. If it was not because whooshing foam was holding back, he might not have been able to advance to the 9th celestial layer. "If I am in my peak condition, I will not lose even if you advance to the 9th celestial layer. You won't be able to stand up to me." Whooshing foam was very unwilling. Xiao Chen faced whooshing foam and shook his head, "I will not lose." At this very moment, whooshing foam finally hit his limit. He fell head first from high altitude after the last words were said. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to move, a green radiance rose from the ground. An old man grabbed whooshing foam and retreated. The spectators knew this battle was over. Xiao Chen had won. Everyone was very astonished. The fabled undefeatable whooshing foam was actually defeated by Xiao Chen. Zhuge Ming, Lancelot, Yan Xingcheng, Fairsnow, Catalina, and the others had incomparably complicated expressions. They had witnessed everything and felt very perplexed. Especially the beauties of the South. Each young lady had a hero in their heart. Wu Xingfeng had made his name known in the North and the South since he was a juvenile. He was a peerless young expert with the most epic saga and had unavoidably left a deep impression in their heart. But today, this hero had collapsed right in front of them. 1. Silva, Super Saiyan Mode. 2. Silva, like. In the zone? XD. 3. Literally blasted into the ground like this? XD. 4. Silva, looks like it ain't over yet. 5. Hey Silva, Hoheya, that sounds so OP, this move can be fused. 6. Silva, goodness. When will it end? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Body Refinement. The outstanding Wu Xingfeng of the North was defeated. A young expert with epic sagas was actually defeated by an unknown youngster in the South. This outcome was really too unexpected. Perhaps a lot of people would find it hard to accept if this was to spread out. Xiao Chen calmly stood in the sky. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he wiped the blood that was at the corner of his mouth. Then he unfolded the undying divine wings and left at high speed. Including that old man who could fly, nobody chased after him. This implied that the unwritten rule of the Immortals mainland had great influence. The average older generation experts didn't dare to randomly make their move against the youth generation. However, if he dared to attack Princely in the future, then those older generation experts would certainly kill him without batting an eye. Only, he didn't know if that older generation expert was a psychic or a spellmaster. If he was a martial artist, then it was really too terrifying. After all, he had previously displayed the ability to defy gravity. Xiao Chen had left. Aeon had a really ugly expression. This was really way out of his expectation. How could Wu Xingfeng lose? Why did he lose? It was unimaginable. Wu Xingfeng was almost unparalleled among his peers in the North. Except for 1 or 2 persons, he was practically invincible. A youth with long black hair and ice-cold expression silently walked out from an attic. He arrived beside Aeon and said, 10 days later, I will challenge Xiao Chen. When Aeon turned his head and noticed that it was him, he shook his head and said, no. Wu Xingfeng already lost, you cannot make your move as you wish anymore. After all, Wingfeathers, Zhao Chongyang, and the solitary sword demon of the South haven't made their move yet. On the other side, the elites had complicated feelings. This battle had too great an impact on them. The fall of Wu Xingfeng brought about Xiao Chen's glory. A South Desolate region expert would suddenly emerge from this. There was no hero that could remain undefeated, the undefeatable saga of the North was smashed at this point. Xiao Chen's name would thereby spread all over the world. Perhaps there was a need to re-rank the top 3 of the South. Fairsnow, Catalina, and the other beauties were slightly disappointed. The former genius of the North fell right before their eyes. Like a cloud dispersed by the wind, their dreams had been shattered. That's how it should be, there was no such thing as an undefeatable hero. Yan Xingcheng was feeling the most complicated. She really hoped that Xiao Chen would lose, but she didn't want him to sustain a serious injury. She hoped that she could borrow Wu Xingfeng's strength to vent her resentment. However, she found that during the course of the fierce battle, her mood was fluctuating violently. It was very hard to understand it clearly. After unfolding the undying divine wings, he covered several dozen meters in a flash. Xiao Chen returned to his room in the shortest time possible. He grabbed Kiki, who was snoring like a pig, then he called 10X and the 3 skeletons over, requesting them to stand guard outside the door. After that, he began to execute the secret art to heal himself. Although he defeated the opponent, he was still injured by that crazy Wu Xingfeng. Moreover, the condition of the injuries was very grave. The 11 energy waves formed from the fusion of the Fist of Water and the Fist of Fire were extremely powerful. Even if Xiao Chen had advanced to the 9th celestial layer, it was not easy to fend it off. In the course of the battle, he had continuously spat out 7 to 8 mouthfuls of blood. His body burst with a splendid radiance. His skin was flickering with a brilliant luster. The flow of energy looked as if it had materialized and wrapped his body within. The worldly essence came together from all directions and rushed towards Xiao Chen's body. He was restoring his body with the essence of the sun, the moon, and the plants. It was possible to see it with naked eyes, specks of green light were drifting around the flowers and plants in the garden, even the trees on both sides of the nearby street were affected. This was a crazy plundering. Xiao Chen's body was like a magnet depriving everything in the surroundings of their life essence. It lasted until 2 hours later, his body was pulsing with searing divine flames. The raging inferno ignited with a glorious radiance. Only now did the condition of his injuries stabilize. The injuries he received this time were very grave. If not because he had once absorbed the essence of a few dragon eggs, which made his vitality far more vigorous compared to ordinary people, he might have been in big trouble this time around. Even his power might be affected and would require a long time to recuperate. The divinized acupoint seemed to possess infinite vitality and stabilized his wounds in a short time. Xiao Chen let out a long breath as he pushed the door open. He must recover as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knew what would happen in this celestial city? Xiao Chen grabbed Kiki and soared into the sky. He unfolded the undying divine wings and flew outside of the celestial city. The boundless south desolate region, no signs of human habitation could be seen for thousands of miles away. The entire region was covered by barren hills. The celestial city was like a resplendent pearl located in the middle of nowhere. It was surrounded by an endless sea of trees. Outside of the city was an unending mountain wood. Xiao Chen found a mountain with a flat top and landed there. A waterfall let out a deafening sound from the imposing mountain top ahead, plunging 3,000 feet down from the precipice to the foot of the mountain. On the other 3 directions, the green mountain-like valley was exuberant, the roar of the wild beasts lingered on, and the figure of the monsters could be seen from time to time. Xiao Chen had a really serious expression as he told Kiki, "I want to train here. Don't let any beasts approach me. You must secure my safety." The snow-white little critter blinked its eyes without a care in the world. After that, it nodded its head in affirmation. Its snow-white body left a few afterimages on the flat mountain top as it was sizing up the surroundings. Xiao Chen relaxed his body. His mind submerged into an ethereal state and he became illusory very quickly. It was as if he had blended into the nature and became a part of this mountain. The snow-white little Kiki curiously blinked its glittering big eyes as it looked at the flowers, grasses, and trees unceasingly trembling all around it. Large quantities of plant essence emerged in one green radiance after another lingered on the mountain top. The exuberant forest was filled with plants everywhere. It was brimming with boundless plant essence. One after another, tiny green specks were drawn into Xiao Chen's body. The vigorous life force circulated in his body, delivering endless amounts of life energy to his flesh, inner organs, and bones. With the elapse of time, the green life energy from all directions could be seen clearly with naked eyes. A dense green mist lingered on Xiao Chen's surroundings. 2 days had passed. Xiao Chen's injuries were fully recovered and his body was surging with energy, but he still continued to train. Nighttime, the moonlight was hazy. The bright moonlight spilled down. Although the roar of the beasts kept resounding from a distant place, Xiao Chen was still as motionless as the boulder. At this moment, his mind was in peace. The 4 major techniques, God Slayer, Chaotic Patterns, Demon Suppression, and Death Blow left a mark in his sea of consciousness. It made his comprehension of the 4 major techniques even more profound than ever. The imprint of Tao, hard to carve and polish, impossible to grasp, but one could slowly approach it with an ethereal frame of mind. This was one kind of comprehension, one kind of experience. Xiao Chen felt that his mental state was rising to a higher level. His body was not moving, yet his mind was moving. It seemed as if the entire world had become brighter. Every kind of feeling came thick and fast. Among the bright stars in the sky, a meteor streaked past. It was only for a moment, but it was gorgeous. Xiao Chen's mind was stirred up accordingly. Life was like a dream, just like the shooting star. The ordinary lifespan was only of 100 years, it came and went so fast. Compared to the universe, it was really too short. The transformations of the world passed by quickly throughout the time. Who would still remember that short duration of life? Compared to the everlasting world, that period of life experiences was really too insignificant. However, it was short yet beautiful. Life was just like a shooting star, it was also possible to shine brightly and advance towards a single direction for all eternity. Life could also be everlasting. One must go down the correct path and rouse up to the light of immortality. Xiao Chen had grasped an imprint of Tao, he had found the path that he should take and cut open the layers upon layers of dense fog. His mental state had rose yet another flight of steps. Time passed by quickly. 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The moonlight was like the water. Under the same starry sky, Xiao Chen's mental state was not at all the same. These past 7 days, he couldn't feel the elapse of time. He seemed to have blended into the nature. His body and mind had become one with this flat mountain top. He was connected to this primitive mountain range and became a part of the world. It seemed as if he could hear the sound of the trees and flowers, as if he could understand the inner voice of the birds and beasts, as if he could feel the pulse of the Mother Earth. It was as if he had really become one with this thriving world. As if he had already become a leaf, a flower, a tree, or a mountain. It seemed as if he had been sitting there since the ancient times. The breeze brushed past lightly, every kind of flower fragrance slowly spread out in the forest. Xiao Chen was having the dreams of a butterfly one. He didn't know if he had become a part the mountain range, or if the mountain range had become a part of him. The gentle moonlight was like the water ripple, it made this forest seem as if it had been covered by a layer of indistinct silk. Xiao Chen stood on the summit and looked up at the unlimited starry sky. He seemed to have passed through the bounds of space and had entered that unlimited starry sky. The radiance of the morning sun broke the darkness. Rays of golden light spilled on the primitive mountain woods. The unlimited vitality spread out like a ripple. The cries of the apes and the roars of the tigers, the chirps of the birds and the screeches of the insects, the lively world revealed itself before Xiao Chen's eyes. He had already awakened. He faced upwards and let out a long howl. Xiao Chen's body was like a vast body of water, the vital energy gathered from all directions like rivers running into the sea. The essence of the sun, the moon, and the plants all gathered together. One after another faintly discernible sacred radiances were circulating within Xiao Chen's body. They were replenishing his physical body like a sweet dew, making his inner organs, bones, and flesh to overflow with a layer of splendor. Since his mental state had already been upgraded, he was tempering his corporeal body. Endless amounts of worldly essence flowed into his flesh over and over again like a river. In the end, as more worldly essence gathered, the river gradually solidified and became sharp blades as they streaked across his flesh. 2. Sharp pain. Endure. It was as if there were countless swords passing through Xiao Chen's flesh and bones unceasingly. His body was tempered over and over, as if his human flesh was being forged into an everlasting body. Another 7 days had passed. The spiritual energy dispersed to all directions. Like the cloud dispersed by the wind, it was as if nothing had happened at all. Let's go, it's about time we return to the celestial city. You gluttonous little thing, you didn't protect me and actually went to search for spiritual items. Xiao Chen carried Kiki in his arms, and Kiki was carrying a pile of reishi mushrooms and old mountain ginsengs in its arms. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter protested. After the battle, I have been missing for more than 10 days. I'm sure something interesting should have happened in the celestial city. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and flew towards the celestial city. 1. Silva, some kind of idiom, not sure what it means, but this is what Baidu says. The people of the warring states would dream about themselves turning into a butterfly. I think it's a figure of speech to say that they felt more happy in their dreams compared to reality. Shanae, someone turned into a butterfly in his dream, or a butterfly turns into him in its dream. It means people can't distinguish the real and the virtual. 2. Silva, OUCH. Sounds so painful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Rainbow-Colored Dragon Cocoon. Celestial City was very old, no one knew in which era it was established. So much so that they didn't even know how it had emerged in the South Desolate region. There were a lot of unimaginable epic sagas regarding this place. And due to its grand scale, the sagas spread far and wide, turning it into the most famous city in the Immortals mainland. When he flew close to the Celestial City, Xiao Chen could keenly feel the breath of vicissitudes. Although he also felt it the first time he arrived at Celestial City, it was far from comparable to now. In front, it felt like there was an indomitable giant fast asleep over there. Yet, at the same time, it felt like an ancient space had formed into another world. As if the oceans were surging with dreadful foaming billows, as if the boundless continent was in turmoil, the fluctuations which caused people's heart to beat wildly penetrated the ancient space and rushed towards the present, towards the future. It was hard to describe this feeling with words. Only by feeling it carefully would one be able to understand this inconceivable pulsation. The Celestial City was like a huge and ancient living body. After 10 odd days of training, Xiao Chen's mental state had climbed a new flight of steps. His spiritual sense became much more condensed and more powerful than before. This was the main reason why he could feel the Celestial City's aura much clearer than before. Although he was not able to break through the 9th celestial layer, his power still increased by a lot. Especially in regards to his spiritual power. It made him come to a realization substantially different from before. Of course, in regards to the 7 days he sacrificed to temper his body, it also improved to a level wherein the ordinary people couldn't begin to fathom. To have knife blades made out of spiritual energy to keep battering the flesh and the bones. Destruction, restoration, destruction. So on and so forth. As if his body was a block of divine iron going through numerous revisions to eliminate the useless parts and leave behind the best features. It made his body even more tempered, as if his blood and flesh had really went through a rebirth. Xiao Chen's corporeal body was turning into a treasure. That's right, that was not an exaggeration. This was the fact of reality. If he kept training like this, then his body would change into a treasure, becoming a human weapon not only in name but also in reality. If he could train till the pinnacle, let's not even talk about divine weapons, even going head-on against the legendary divine artifacts wouldn't pose any danger to his life. Xiao Chen firmly believed if he ran into a 9th celestial layer expert again, his odds of victory were very high. These days, since his spirit and body had been promoted to a higher level, an ordinary expert on the same level would most likely not be his opponent. Of course, this world was not lacking of genius. Someone like Wishing Foam couldn't be judged by common sense. Quintus techniques seemed to be able to contend against the 4 major techniques. If the other person recovered to the peak state and went through another transformation, he would still be an exceptionally frightening opponent. Xiao Chen still had a long path ahead of him. He just entered the 9th celestial layer recently. There was still the 4 major realms, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, and Immortalis. If he wanted to break through the boundary of life and death, he still needed to crash his way through several bottlenecks. The flourishing celestial city was bustling with noise and excitement. Looking at it from a bird's eye view, the stream of people was bustling with activities. Every street was a boiling cauldron of voices. The merchants from the north, the pharmacists and hunters from the south, the hermits from the west, all people with many different types of objectives were moving about in this famous city of the mainland. The War Beast tournament would begin in another 2 months. The practitioners from all over were gathering at this place. At the entrance of the grandiose North-style academy, beautiful girls were entering or exiting non-stop. There was no lack of people like Zhuge Liang and Fersky pacing back and forth in the vicinity, peeping at the beautiful ladies. Xiao Chen landed on the courtyard. The 3 courtyards were extremely quiet. Sweeping the courtyards with his powerful spiritual sense, he quickly found the 3 skeletons and 10x. With a flap of his undying divine wings, he arrived at the 2nd courtyard. The 3 skeletons felt his aura and pushed the door open. They seemed to be in a very sorry state. The skins they wore as disguise and clothes were utterly squashed, as if they had been through a fierce battle. The spiritual light in their 2 eyes were also a little dim. 10x didn't come out. Hinted by the 3 skeletons, Xiao Chen crossed a bridge and saw the tough little dragon lying on the ground in a pavilion. It was lying there by itself and licking its wound. Its injuries were very grave. There was one terrifying wound after another all over its body, as if it was cut by sword chi. Despite knowing that 10x wouldn't be endangered with a serious injury, that 10x could arouse its hidden potential by going through a tribulation, and that it was beneficial for the tough little dragon, Xiao Chen was still a little angry. Who did this? They actually dared to come to his residence and ruthlessly make their move. It was easy to tell, the rock garden and pavilions at this place had once been destroyed. A new rock garden and pavilions were replaced in the shortest possible time. Even those flowers and plants were replanted. The fresh blood flowed all over the place. It dyed the marble floor of the pavilion dark red. He could still smell the stench of blood. Xiao Chen walked around the pavilion and discovered the seriousness of this matter. 10x's pair of big eyes were a little dim. It was helplessly using its tongue to lick its forelimb that was nearly cut off. The terrifying wound on its chest was still dripping blood even now. It was easy to imagine how grave was the injury at that time. If it was any other intellectual beast, they might have died a long time ago. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki shouted angrily. It jumped in front of 10x and widened its pair of glittering big eyes, as if it was asking something. Xiao Chen crushed the reishi mushrooms and old mountain ginsengs in Kiki's arms and smeared 10x's wounds with them. He was patiently treating its wounds. Creak, dot. A noise resounded from the entrance of the front yard. Fersky poked his head from behind the door and walked in sneakily. His action was incompatible with his beautiful appearance. He walked over to the central courtyard carefully. I need an explanation, what is going on here? The sudden sound caused Fersky to stiffen due to fear. Soon after, his beautiful face turned into a smile and said, Brother Xiao, you are really still alive? This guy made people a little speechless. To say such ominous words the moment they met. Seriously, is that how you speak to people? Hey, you can't blame me for that. After you beat Wuxing Feng, the genius of the north, you had been missing for more than 10 days. The grapevine said that even if you won, you ended up paying a disastrous price and might have perished already. After missing for more than 10 days, this kind of rumors actually started to spread. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. Who charged into my place and wounded 10x? Was it the people of the Mander family or people sent by Aeon? After coming to the Celestial City, Xiao Chen had a conflict with the baby girl of the Mander family. Moreover, he ended up hurting her cousin, Lambda. However, according to the brat's naughty personality, she definitely wouldn't be this cruel. He felt the most likely one to make a move was Aeon. Fersky was mumbling as if trying to hide something. Who was it? Xiao Chen could tell he was hesitating. It was a brat from the Zhuge family who doesn't knows anything and is scum from the Reagan family. 1. Zhuge family? Xiao Chen's face became heavy. He only knew that bastard fatty Zhuge Liang and that drunkard Zhuge Ming from this family. This has nothing to do with the fatty. Although due to his discerning eyes and the ability to dig out war beasts, he has a given position in the Zhuge family. But according to his bloodline, he cannot be counted as a direct descendant. There was no way for his conduct to be this aggressive. What's more, he is acquainted with you. That is even more reason why he wouldn't do something like this. Fersky was slowly explaining. The matter was very simple. The matter regarding how the fatty had an eye on 10x was leaked out by his subordinates. Since his insight was always accurate, no matter if it was the people in the Zhuge family or outsiders, they wouldn't doubt him. As a result, when this rumor was heard by the direct descendant, Zhuge Kuan, he wanted to snatch 10x before him. But Zhuge Kuan had also heard this. This was the war beast of a man known as human-shaped tyrannical dragon. Those few days the news of Xiao Chen defeating Wuxing Feng was spread to a limited extent, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive towards this kind of young warrior. However, a few days later when he heard on the grapevine that although Xiao Chen had won, he ended up dead ultimately due to the seriousness of his injuries. This made Zhuge Kuan unable to sit down anymore, because he had once made an old war beast master from their family with a good eyesight to secretly observe 10x. And his conclusion was very astonishing. 10x had an unlimited hidden potential. It might be a young sacred beast not inferior to the Dragon Kings. This news was really too enticing. What did it mean? It went without saying. Zhuge Kuan was very apprehensive of the ninth celestial layer Xiao Chen. He didn't dare to make his move rashly. After waiting for more than 10 days and since Xiao Chen still didn't make an appearance, he conspired to take 10x away secretly. Hoffman of the Reagan family had the same goal in mind. On the same night, the two of them met up in this courtyard and began fighting over the little sacred beast. As a result, 2 more people arrived. Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman of the Reagan family teamed up to fend off the two on the main street. In the end, large quantities of very able persons from the Undying sect hurried over. Soon after, even the governor of the city lord got involved. Only then did this disturbance came to an end quickly. All of these happened last night. They came quickly and left just as quick. Reagan family, Xiao Chen felt that it sounded familiar. He suddenly thought of those few people he met on the ancient road 800 miles away from Celestial City. Wasn't that guy who called himself Kadiva from the Reagan family? At that time, he wanted to take 10x away by force. As a result, all of them were killed by Xiao Chen. Which troops did the other 2 plunderers come from? There's no wind about them. They're most likely not from Celestial City. They should be experts from the north who came to participate in the War Beast tournament. Otherwise the Undying sect and the city lord's governor should have recognized them. Speaking until here, Fersky laughed and said, "Now that you are back, I bet some people are in for it, heh." Since the older generation experts couldn't make their move randomly, if Xiao Chen was to make his move while disregarding the consequences, it would definitely cause some people to be scared. To be honest, this little sacred beast is really too extraordinary. On that night, a lot of experts wanted to get it. Afterwards, because they couldn't get it, they changed their goal and wanted to kill this little guy. As a result, it was seriously injured and on the verge of dying. No people thought that it would survive with that kind of wound in the chest. However, it created a miracle. Speaking until here, Fersky shook his head and said, "This tough little dragon is really too proud. It didn't allow anyone to treat its wounds." Xiao Chen had returned safe and sound, so rumors would start spreading like wildfire. Fersky had already sent the experts guarding in the vicinity away. "Where is that bastard fatty? The fatty feel embarrassed to see you. After all, Zhuge Kuan is from his family. Tell me the whereabouts of Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman." The injuries 10x received this time were really too grave. After a careful inspection, Xiao Chen found that 5 of its viscera and 6 bowels were completely destroyed. According to common sense, that was definitely certain death. However, it was still clinging onto life. Its current state looked so miserable, so very pitiful. After Xiao Chen's mental state had been raised by a level, it wouldn't be very easy to irritate him. However, he still felt very angry at the moment. Those people were really too cruel. He welled up with an intense killing intent. Fairski had already left. Xiao Chen was very carefully tending to 10x. He hoped that it could get over this crisis quickly. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed. 10x's vision was lifeless all along. It lowered its head to lick at the wounds. It made people anxious just looking at it. Xiao Chen thought of a way to save 10x. Maybe only the dragon's sacred tree could save its life. Xiao Chen fixed the 7-colored sacred tree at 10x's chest. After 1 day and 1 night of attempts, he finally achieved that synchronous pulse with the sacred tree, just like that time on the Dragon Island. However, his goal this time was not to bring the little sacred tree into his body, but to implant it in 10x's inner organs. The glorious radiance glinted, dense mist circulated. Under the flickering of the rainbow-colored radiance, the little sacred tree slowly flowed into 10x's body from the wounds as if it had melted. With his third eye, Xiao Chen could clearly see the little sacred tree merging with 10x's inner organs. On the palm-sized tree trunk, there was a black leaf, a white leaf, a jasper leaf, and a golden leaf. They were flickering with a gentle divine radiance and illuminating those destroyed organs brightly. Keek's big eyes were perfectly round. It was very shocked as it looked on. It didn't understand how the sacred tree could grow in the flesh and blood. The hazy radiance slowly pushed Xiao Chen's palm away. The rainbow-colored sacred tree completely cut its ties with him. Then it formed an inseparably close connection within 10x's body. The pavilion was filled with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. The dazzling radiance was lingering on 10x's body. One after another ripple-like fluctuations were slowly discharged. 10x's entire body was covered with terrifying wounds. Crystal-clear liquids actually flowed out at this time. Those were not blood. After a careful observation, those were actually rainbow-colored sticky liquids. Not long later, the crystal-clear liquids covered the surface of 10x's body. Soon after, something shocking happened. The overflowing liquids actually wrapped 10x within and formed a rainbow-colored sphere. No matter how they looked at it or thought about it, it looked like a huge cocoon. A rainbow-colored dragon cocoon. 1. Silva, Reagan? Isn't that Kadivas? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, 10x's Astonishing Transformation. The rainbow-colored sacred tree and 10x's pulsation were synchronized as they fused together. Words failed to describe how miraculous it was. One after another rainbow-colored sticky liquids actually flowed out from those terrifying wounds. A faint fragrance pervaded the air. Just getting a whiff of this fragrance made one's mind clear. Just like when 1,000-year ginseng ripened, this was a smell that would intoxicate people. When the rainbow-colored dragon cocoon was taking shape, it seemed like it was accompanied by a slight vibration. The base of the pavilion seemed to be shaking lightly. After everything finally calmed down, the rainbow-colored dragon cocoon emitted brilliant lights and vibrant colors. The strong fragrance made the entire courtyard incomparably fragrant. The gluttonous Kiki really wanted to take a bite. After the snow-white little critter revolved around the rainbow-colored dragon cocoon, its glittering big eyes were filled with amazement. Its long eyelashes flickered unceasingly. In the end, the refreshing fragrance made it unable to restrain itself anymore. After stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, Kiki quickly grabbed a portion of the dragon cocoon. The black liquid, white liquid, green liquid, and gold liquid had blended together. The liquid was as sticky as honey and made Kiki's little paw shine with a glistening radiance. The splendor dazzled the eyes. Kiki closed its eyes and sniffed that intoxicating fragrance. As if it was drunk, Kiki moved its little paw that was smeared with the rainbow-colored liquid towards its mouth. Something astonishing happened. Under the flickering stream of light, the glorious rainbow-colored liquid vaporized. It actually evaporated from Kiki's little paw, turning into a stream of light mist as it hung in the air. In the end, it blended into that dragon cocoon. Kiki was very unwilling. It still wanted to grab a portion of the crystal-clear and sticky liquid, but it was stopped by Xiao Chen. The snow-white little critter seemed to know it mustn't act recklessly, so it didn't make any trouble this time and began to watch quietly at the side. The rainbow-colored dragon cocoon was completely made out of the colorful liquid. Although it was pressed down on the marble ground of the pavilion, it didn't deform. It was a perfect circular shape. Moreover, it was not contaminated by any dust. The faint radiance had repelled any impurity. Roughly 2 hours later, the rainbow-colored liquid began to solidify and changed into a solid rainbow shell. Kiki's expression was very rich. Its little mouth immediately turned into an O shape. Although this was not the rainbow-colored egg, it looked extremely similar to the rainbow-colored egg. One must know that Kiki was born from a genuine rainbow-colored egg. Even Xiao Chen was rather shocked. It was very obvious that 10x was undergoing an evolution, but this kind of outcome was really too unexpected. Crack! A brittle sound transmitted outwards. Below the rainbow-colored egg look-alike dragon cocoon, the solid marble ground cracked. Even the base of the pavilion started to shake again. After everything had calmed down, one multicolored radiance after another rushed forth from the cracks and gathered at the rainbow-colored dragon cocoon. Dragon veins! Xiao Chen was very shocked. Looking at this materialized spiritual energy, he recalled some kind of legend. Below the Mother Earth, there was the dragon's vein. Within the veins, there's a dragon. Of course, that was not a real dragon. This dragon was completely made out of spiritual energy. No matter how much magical power one possessed, it was still very difficult to find the dragon's vein. It was the treasure of the Mother Earth. It was hard to find one even within millions of square kilometers. Moreover, it was flowing unceasingly. For it to stop at one place for several hundred years was a very rare occurrence. If the geomancy master one could grasp the movements of the dragon's vein and bury the dead at the place where it stopped. Legend said that the later generation of the dead would be blessed with good luck. The legendary Imperial vein was related to this legend. Of course, even if they could predict the dragon's vein movements, it was practically impossible to grasp it. With a little change in topography, it would be rerouted millions of miles away. Xiao Chen couldn't help but lament. The rainbow-colored treasured tree truly deserved to be called the dragon's treasure. It was actually able to attract the spiritual energy within the dragon's vein. If the dragons could fuse with the materialized dragon chi, the benefits were gargantuan. The rainbow-colored sacred tree finally revealed a secret that couldn't be leaked to outsiders. Without a doubt, there was currently a dragon's vein under the celestial city. Otherwise, even if the little sacred tree could attract the dragon chi, it was impossible for it to gather them from thin air without the presence of the dragon's vein. Although the dragon chi was very weak, it was just enough for 10x's evolution. Like a firework that was hanging in the air, the dragon chi flowed steadily into the rainbow-colored dragon cocoon. Xiao Chen didn't dare to leave this place. He was afraid that something unexpected would occur. Kiki was shocked at first, but soon after, it was brimming with curiosity. It also quietly stood guard at this place. Time passed like this for one day and one night. The rainbow-colored dragon cocoon produced cracking sounds and slowly began to crack. The evolution this time was far quicker than imagined. It was actually over in just 12 hours. Xiao Chen was very expectant. Who knew how much stronger would 10x become after this evolution? Without a doubt, its life was no longer in danger. Just at that very instant, the rainbow-colored radiance burst forth. The brilliance caused one to be unable to open their eyes. The rainbow-colored dragon cocoon was shattered. Moreover, the radiance on the dragon cocoon faded away in a split second and the light quickly pulled back. The originally brilliant jade shell was now looking very dull. In the end, it actually disintegrated and turned into ashes. The rays of light glinted. A white dragon that looked like it was carved out of milky white jade struggled free from the dragon cocoon. 10x had a huge transformation, it appeared completely different from before. It changed from black into milky white. It looked as if there were water ripples flowing on its scales. It was glorious and dazzling. 2. Its head looked much more similar to the ancestral dragon. That single horn on its head disappeared. It actually grew a pair of milky jade dragon horns that couldn't be differentiated from the genuine ancestral dragon's horns. It still possessed a panther-like body, but the glorious splendor flowing on its body made it known that its body was brimming with formidable power. That terrifying power overflowed just from the slightest movement it made. The most astonishing thing was that, the tail that was covered by milky white scales was no longer crocodile-shaped. It actually changed into the ancestral dragon's tail. This was too astonishing. One must know that the 11 dragon kings on the Dragon Island still had crocodile-shaped tails. For 10x to have this kind of transformation, it really made one flabbergasted. Xiao Chen came to a conclusion in that very instant. 10x had evolved into a dragon king. The 12th dragon king was born on this very day. That's right, it was no longer an ordinary dragon. If those 11 dragon kings had not undergo any changes after they left the Dragon Island, then 10x might be more powerful than them now. Because, it had undergone one evolution ahead of the 11 dragon kings, that was, the ancestral dragon's tail. Ancestral dragon head, leopard-like body, ancestral dragon tail. It was covered with milky white scales from head to toe, as if it was made out of the most delicate white jade. To describe it with one word, perfection. Keek's tiny mouth was wide open. After rubbing its big eyes in doubt, it ran over there and pinched 10x's tail. It looked at this 1-meter-long resplendent jade dragon with its eyes suspiciously. No need to doubt, 10x had become more beautiful than before. It was no longer unsightly and unremarkable. It could even be said that it was just like the ugly duckling transforming into the white swan. The only thing that remained the same was its attitude. It became prouder than ever. Its eyes were incomparably sharp. It seemed to be very satisfied with the evolution this time. With a light step, it transformed into a white light and leapt more than 10 meters away. Its speed was extremely fast. Xiao Chen walked over there and placed his hand on 10x's panther-like body. He carefully inspected the pulse within its body. The terrifying energy pulse was more forceful than he had imagined. It was like a raging ocean wave which made the radiance circulate on the surface of its body like water ripples. 9th Celestial Layer. 3. 10x's power was actually comparable to a 9th Celestial Layer expert. When they were on the Dragon Island, those little Dragon Kings were only around 6th or 7th Celestial Layer. After 1 year, if they hadn't undergo any changes, then 10x should have surpassed them already. But that possibility was very low. Those 11 little dragons should have progressed considerably. After all, their bloodline was extraordinary. It was impossible for them not to improve. Xiao Chen had a feeling, although 10x's evolution this time was very shocking, it was impossible to throw off the 11 Dragon Kings too far behind. It was very possible that the 11 Dragon Kings had already reached the 9th Celestial Layer. It was hard to say if 10x would be much stronger than them. Xiao Chen couldn't help but lament. The dragons were indeed a terrifying race. Their innate ability was not something that any other race could compare to. One must know that 10x and the 11 Dragon Kings were only born a little more than a year ago. It was very obvious that 10x had become very powerful. If paired with the dragon martial skill it had grasped, it might not fall far behind the genius of the north, Wuxing Feng. Just at this time, the gentle rainbow-colored light flashed. The rainbow-colored sacred tree emerged from 10x's body. Kiki was very happy. Lightly waving its little paw, the treasured tree flew over there. It turned the sacred tree up and down, trying to take a good look at it. You must work hard, don't sleep all day long. Otherwise the sacred tree will lose its value in your hand. Squeak! Kiki protested resentfully. Actually, Xiao Chen already knew that the snow-white little critter had a special training method. Sleeping was equivalent to training. It was also improving all this time, but it just didn't have the opportunity to show off. Just like usual, Kiki placed the treasure tree on the cracks in hope of drawing in the dragon chi. At this moment, the spiritual energy still hadn't completely dispersed. However, just at that very instant, the little critter cried out in fear and quickly used the confinement technique to seal the little sacred tree. They only saw a dragon-shaped light winding around the treasured tree, trying to pull it underground. Xiao Chen hastily rushed over there and used his palm to slam at the cracks, dispersing the dragon chi. From this, it could be seen that there was a certain risk to draw the dragon chi. If they were careless for a moment, they might lose the treasured tree. What made Xiao Chen most regretful was that, due to the commotion that night, the white-shelled tortoise that was locked up in the house had escaped. He was unable to find any traces of it. 4. After resting and reorganizing for a day, Xiao Chen prepared to take Kiki and 10x to go out the next day. But just at this time, Xiao Chen felt that it was a bit troublesome. No matter how they looked at it, 10x looked like a genuine Dragon King. If they just went out like this, it would inevitably attract too much unwanted attention. One must know that this was not just any ordinary intellectual beast. It was a Dragon King. If this news were to spread out, it would have too great of an impact. In the end, something surprising happened. 10x's body actually let out snapping sounds and the joints all over its body moved. It actually transformed into a 1-meter-long milky white Imperial horse. It took the shape of a fine horse. Except that it was covered by milky white scales from head to toe, as well as that pair of ancestral dragon horns, it looked like a very fine divine steed. 10x actually had this kind of ability, it was out of Xiao Chen's expectation. However, despite this, the milky white Imperial steed still attracted a lot of attention on the main street. In the bustling educational street, a lot of students were among the stream of people. Xiao Chen wandered on the main street leisurely. This time, 10x had profited from a disaster and undergone a major evolution. Because of this, Xiao Chen's anger and killing intent already waned. He had already calmed down, but he wouldn't let Zhuge Kuan and that scum from the Reagan family off that easily. Let's go find that son of a b from the Reagan family first. He already heard from Fersky that the scum from the Reagan family was a student from the White Elk Academy. Pushing his way through the stream of people on the educational street, he quickly arrived at the renowned White Elk Academy of the Celestial City. The ancient perimeter wall was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. The lofty gate of the White Elk Academy was 20 meters tall. These ancient buildings had 800 years of history. They already existed since the academy was founded. Even though many students in the North-Style Academy knew about Xiao Chen because of the battle with Lambda last time, it didn't mean that the students of the White Elk Academy knew about him. After all, only a minority of the students from the White Elk Academy went to watch the battle last time. Seeing Xiao Chen standing in front of the gate with an Imperial horse, a lot of students stopped to watch. What is this dude trying to do? No matter how you look, it seems like he wants to pick a fight. It really looks like he wants to intercept a student in our academy here. Who knows how much gold coins he received to come and give vent to other people's anger? Hearing the students' discussion, Xiao Chen was a little speechless. Could it be that people frequently invited experts to come and deal with the students of the White Elk Academy? What made Xiao Chen most surprised had yet to come. A rather handsome guy walked over and talked intimately. "Brother, I can tell you are a super expert from a single glance. You must be at least a 5th celestial layer. Who are you planning to beat today? How about I introduce a business to you? A lot of people here really want to take care of that guy called Fersky. This guy frequently comes and harasses the beautiful girls. If you can take care of the pretty boy, earning 100 gold coins would not be a big problem. Oh, that's right, if you can take care of the Zhuge pig head while you're at it, you might be able to earn a lot more." Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Could it be that becoming a hired gun was already one kind of professions? Interesting, those two guys' reputation was really that bad. Do you know Hoffman of the Reagan family? Ah, you mean that scum of the Reagan family? Go ahead. Beat him until he's half alive. That guy is the dreg of society. He raped quite a number of beautiful female students before. He even has a few lives in his grasp. Then, can you tell me where he is? He hasn't shown his face for the past few days, but I know he frequently goes to a certain place. There's a place called the Paradise Spa in the city walls. He goes there frequently to pass time. Xiao Chen left this place quickly. That student behind him palmed his fist 5 excitedly and muttered to himself, "There's actually someone who dares to touch that scum Hoffman. If only he could beat him half to death. Oh, this person must definitely be influential." The Paradise Spa was very well known in the Celestial City. This place was filled with fine woods, and the pavilions were neatly decorated. With a faintly discernible mist, the entire place looked fantasy-like. The scenery was picturesque. The 3 hills in Celestial City were located at this place, although all of them were only 1 to 2 meters tall. The surroundings were enclosed by a wooden fence. The Paradise Spa occupied a wide space. It was without a doubt the property of the city lord. Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the Paradise Spa. The ones who came to this place were wealthy and respectable people. They didn't allow anyone with house pets to enter. Xiao Chen ran into an acquaintance at the mountain entrance. It was Lu Yu, the 3rd son of City Lord Lu Daoming. They once stood on the same ground to defy Aeon. So it was Brother Xiao. It felt so great when Wuxing Feng was defeated. I watched that battle from beginning to end. If it was anyone else, I definitely wouldn't let them bring along a war beast, but for you, I will make an exception. Oh? Is this a legendary Imperial steed? Could it be a sacred beast? Lu Yu looked at 10x doubtfully. How can it be a sacred beast? It is only an intellectual beast that's a little stronger. Just at this time, within the Paradise Spa, a few old men just came out from the piping hot spa. After Lu Yu saw them, he faced Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, there's a few guests I must personally entertain today. I will drink with you some other day." "Alright, you go do your thing. You all remember this, if Lord Xiao comes here in the future, everything will be free of charge. Moreover, you must take him to the VIP area." After he gave the instruction to the people at the entrance, Lu Yu wore a respectful expression and went to greet the few elders that were taking a walk. The steam was plentiful at the Paradise Spa. The fragrant flowers and plants were exuberant. Each hot spring was separated by trees and vines. Many halls could be seen everywhere. Xiao Chen entered with 10x and Kiki. Turning left and right, he entered the so-called VIP area. Just at this time, he suddenly found a few acquaintances. It was actually Yin Qingcheng and Fairs now. They were currently soaking in the hot spring among the florists in the front. The refreshing fragrance of flowers directly assailed his sense of smell. At the same time, he could hear the whispered conversation of the girls. Did I take the wrong turn? Xiao Chen felt that this situation was far from good. How did he end up walking into the female spa? 1. Silva, or the so-called feng shui master. 2. Silva, from dark brown to black, from black to white. Care to take a guess what other colors will it change to? XD. 3. Silva, like. What? It became as powerful as Xiao Chen? 4. Silva, aughts, such a shame. Xiao Chen should have taken his time to bond with it. 5. Silva, palmed his fist? Doesn't sound right. http://image.shutterstock.com/z/stock-photo-hand-with-open-pom-stopping-angry-clench-fist-123383995.jpg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Paradise Spa. The faintly discernible mist, the fragrance of flowers. The Paradise Spa was filled with rarely seen flowers. Lots of vines intertwined together to form a natural screen which separated each VIP area. Xiao Chen had indeed crossed the boundary. When he saw Yen Qingcheng and Fairs now, who were covered with towels, he knew that the situation was far from good. Fortunately, his ability was profound. With a flap of his undying divine wings, he quickly flew more than 10 meters away. Kiki and 10X looked at each other in dismay. They lowered their heads and turned back. Fortunately, nobody took notice as this occurred. Otherwise a huge disturbance would arise. After Xiao Chen took off the clothes and soaked in the hot spring, a beautiful maid came and delivered a good wine. This was a beastkin. Her fair skin was as tender as the water, and her pair of cute ears were hairy. Behind her was a fox tail. After the beautiful beastkin maid lightly put the wooden tray with the good wine on the hot spring, she asked with a gentle voice, "Do you need any other service?" Xiao Chen was shocked, but when he looked at the maid's watery big eyes, he immediately had a flash and said, "No need." "Oh, very well, if you need anything, just pull this bell rope. We will rush over and satisfy any request." The maid twisted her waist and left. The mist was hazy. Xiao Chen was soaking in a warm hot spring, leaning against the wall while looking upward, taking a whiff of the refreshing flowery fragrance, and taking a sip of the wine on the wooden tray. He felt very much relaxed. This was indeed one kind of pleasure. Let's relax the body first. After that, we'll go find the scum to settle the score. It must be mentioned that the arrangements of the Paradise Spa were very pleasing to the eyes. With the hills, the gardens, and the flowery fragrance, it was just like a pure land in the bustling celestial city. One must know that with the mist lingering on like this, it was very hard for those delicate flowers to survive. But this place was filled with all kinds of flowers, the fine woods were lush and verdant, and the vines folded over in layers. The excellent wine was fresh and tasty. Xiao Chen seldom had this kind of opportunity to relax. The pores all over his body had opened up, his entire body felt incomparably relaxed. For a long time now, his body was always in an extremely stiff state. When he was drinking by himself at this moment, he actually felt a little drunk in the hot spring. Right at this moment, he thought about many things. He arrived at the world of Immortals very unexpectedly. What path should he take from hereafter? He really wanted to return to the mortal world. He longed for his parents, his friends, and the people he was familiar with. Even when he thought about a few of his enemies in the olden days, he no longer thought that they were that hateful anymore. Just, how to return to the mortal world. The information he got after arriving at this world made him feel powerless. Even after breaking through the bounds of life and death, after reaching the realm of Immortalis, it was still impossible to open a spatial rift to the mortal world. With the power to open a spatial rift, going from the mortal world to the world of Immortals was like going along with the flow. But going from the world of Immortals to the mortal world was like going against a torrential current. The difficulty of the two was not on the same level. Even if it is impossible, I still want to go back and take a look. When Xiao Chen entered the world of Immortals, he was always advancing towards this direction. That was what had been driving him to train so hard. He hoped that one day he could make it to the Immortalis realm. Like Lan Nua, who had stopped aging and achieved immortality at the age of 30, not even one had appeared in a millennium. She was truly an extremely gifted fairy. Especially in the mortal world where the spiritual energy was lacking, to be able to reach this realm under that kind of circumstances, it made Lan Nua even more otherworldly. She was a peerless genius not only in name but also in reality. Xiao Chen did not have extravagant hope that he could break through to the Immortalis realm at the age of 30. The time limit he set upon himself was before reaching 45 years old. This was already a goal too high to reach for any ordinary people. Xiao Chen had no choice but to be strict with himself. He was already 21 years old, and his parents were already nearly 50 years old. Who knew if his parents would still be in this world 24 years later? He was not allowed to waste too much time. The next 24 years were a human's most important years. It was the time when they entered the middle age. Who knew if that girl in the mortal world would already become other people's wife during this time? Just like flowers were perishable, young beauties would also grow old. The romance they once shared, it would be mercilessly shattered with the passage of time. Xiao Chen didn't have any extravagant hope. If she still remembered a guy called Xiao Chen after 24 years later, he would be contented. 24 years. I sacrificed my youth to train, but I still can't see the ending. Xiao Chen had a forlorn feeling. He helplessly heaved a sigh. Those clear eyes, those long eyelashes, that sincere smile, that delicate rear view, they were slowly getting further apart, slowly fading away. Xiao Chen exerted his strength to pull the long hair, then he suddenly lifted his head. I'm just bringing trouble to myself. I just need to know that I liked her once, that's more than enough. It must be mentioned that Xiao Chen was strong-willed. He quickly casted his downcast mood away. I hope you can find a man who you can truly trust. Xiao Chen's eyes seemed to cut across space-time. As if he could see that girl again. After that, he pushed the wooden tray away and began to train in the hot spring. If people saw him like this, they would definitely say he was a battle maniac. Kiki was also soaking in the hot spring comfortably. And 10X also seemed to feel relaxed. They exposed a satisfied expression and swam in the hot spring. In the end, Kiki swam over to the wooden tray. It grabbed the wine cup and gulped down the wine. As a result, the snow-white little critter choked until its big eyes gleamed with tears. It threw the wine cup on the spot and ran away from the hot spring like a wisp of smoke. Xiao Chen did not fully indulge himself in training. He quickly detected someone was getting near. It was that beastkin girl with hairy ears. My lord, I'm here to deliver the wine. Just put it over there. When the maid put the tray on the water, Xiao Chen asked, is that scum from the Reagan family here? This. Are you talking about Master Hoffman? Yes, I'm talking about that scum. This, the maid was hesitating, it seemed like she was having a hard time deciding whether to answer or not. Don't worry, I will not cause havoc here. From your expression, I can already tell that the scum is here. Xiao Chen's words were very calm, but it still gave people an extremely forceful feeling as he said, go tell him that I will not look for him, instead he should to bring his ass here. You sure? The maid felt her heart thumping like crazy. Just who was this guy? He was actually so arrogant. That was the scion of the Reagan family, just how many people would dare to provoke him? That's right, just say it like this. What if he asks for your name? He knows who I am. If he don't know, then he's screwed, . Oh, alright. I will go immediately. The maid lost her head out of fear and ran away. She felt that this guy must definitely be a madman. When the maid arrived at the VIP Area 7, a few hedonistic sons were currently teasing a few beautiful women in the hot spring. Is Master Hoffman still around? The beastkin maid was fully aware of these hedonistic sons' bad habits. She was apprehensive of these scions who made such brazen moves in full daylight. Haha, so it is a beastkin chick. Come and accompany this young master. A little fatty, who harbored malicious intentions towards the beastkin maid, smiled and said, this young master is fond of a woman from a different tribe. The beastkind maid quickly lowered her voice and said, Master Zhuge, someone is looking for Master Hoffman, do you know if he's still around? Haha, a few hedonistic sons laughed at the same time. A few flirtatious girls also giggled. One of the girls pouted and said, he's in the room, . Not far from the hot spring, there was a small wooden house. The house was covered by vines and looked to be in harmony with nature. A moaning sound was transmitted from the small wooden house. Just listening to it made one flush with excitement. Hoffman, someone is looking for you. The little fatty harbored malicious intents and shouted loudly. Don't disturb me. An impatient voice transmitted from the small wooden house. You are really not coming out? It's a beastkin chick. If you don't come out, I will take her. Bang! The door of the small wooden house was pushed open abruptly. A blondie with a wrapped bath towel around himself hastily walked out with large strides. He had a lot of body hair. The ones in his thigh and chest were nearly 1 inch long. They were thick and rather scary. With his lofty build, he looked like a gorilla. TSK. It really is a beastkin chick. Hoffman laughed out loud. He quickly walked over. Behind him was a black-haired girl with messy clothes. A single glance was enough to tell that she was a charming lady. When she twisted her waist, it was moving about like a water snake. Her entire face was filled with lust. Master Hoffman, yes, someone wanted you to go over there. Huh? What's going on? Hoffman immediately stopped smiling. His eyes became vigilant and asked, what is it? This? I do not know. He asked you to go over there. At VIP Area 2. Listening until here, Hoffman thought about it carefully and asked in a deep voice, what did he tell you? Recite everything he said word by word. After he heard the beastkin maid recite the words, Hoffman became furious and shouted, Mother F. Just who is that arrogant bastard? He actually dared to call me a scum and make me go over there? Is he tired of living? He actually dared to speak conceited nonsense. That Mother F has gall. From the hot spring came the laughter of the little fatty. Your moral standing is really the worst. You have offended so many people that you actually don't know who it is. Hoffman glared at him and said, Juga-kun, stop making sarcastic remarks. You did just as much bad deeds. Not only 2 or 3 times, instead people are coming to get back at you almost every day. Can you still even remember clearly how much trouble you've caused? From the hot spring, a young man holding a pretty girl in his arms said, this guy is indeed very arrogant. If he dared to speak like this, he probably has the backing of some major power. I think it might be someone you guys had provoked recently. I have provoked too many people, how am I supposed to know who this is? Hoffman cursed fiercely and put on a bathrobe. Then he said to the brothers in the hot spring, come, let's go and take a look together. We will teach this bastard a lesson. After pushing away those hot girls, the few of them walked away from the hot spring and headed towards Xiao Chen's VIP Area 2 in a group. Isn't this bastard too arrogant? He actually dared to ask me, Hoffman, to drop in and apologize. Is he tired of living? He hadn't arrived, but his voice already transmitted over. With the thick hair exposed in his chest, it made the lofty Hoffman look like a gorilla. Xiao Chen took a glance at him. Then he found an acquaintance. Among the 4 of them, there was a man with a barely passable appearance. That was the Mander family's baby girl Catalina's so-called 7th brother. This guy had once invited Xiao Chen to the Mander family as a guest at the War Beast Street with a rather haughty attitude. As a result, Xiao Chen didn't go and it led to a series of events. Xiao Chen did not respond to Hoffman. He looked at Catalina's 7th brother and asked, we have met before, how shall I address you? Austrian. For some reason, Austrian did not reveal Xiao Chen's identity. Announce your name one by one. Xiao Chen's words were very indifferent. He carried a commanding tone, just like a general rebuking the new recruits. Who the F do you think you are? Don't you dare talk so big, you want to die? Among the 4, a black-haired man with many freckles revealed a sinister expression and said, remember my name, it's Li Dongbo. I am not someone you can provoke. If you don't have anything important, you better stop acting like our boss. Speaking until here, he took a step forward. It seemed like he wanted to slap Xiao Chen, who was still in the hot spring. Slap. The slap resounded clearly. It was a big slap in the face, but it was not Li Dongbo who did it. Instead, Xiao Chen ruthlessly slapped Li Dongbo on the face, causing him to splash across and drop into the hot spring with a plop. How dare you? After Li Dongbo fell into the water, he quickly jumped up and shouted with rage, you bastard, you are dead for sure this time. Xiao Chen did not respond to him. He faced Hoffman and company, then he said, announce your names by yourselves. Just who do you think you are? The great me is called Hoffman. The tall Hoffman repressed his anger and stepped into the hot spring. He sat opposite of Xiao Chen. He had incurred the hatred of many people. He wanted to see what this know-it-all could do. I am called Juga-kun. The little fatty was very easygoing as he slowly stepped into the hot spring. Xiao Chen found it quite amusing. How did the Zhuge family produce this many fatties? This one had outdone both Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Ming combined, his waist measurement, that is. The excess fats on his cheeks trembled with every slight movement. Xiao Chen originally wanted to go find this guy, but he never thought that he would be together with Hoffman. This could save a lot of trouble. Lastly, Austrian also entered the hot spring. Among the 4 of them, Li Dongbo and Hoffman were the most enraged. That guy directly in front of them was too arrogant. They really wanted to beat him up immediately. Boy, if you want to court death, this is not how you do it. Hoffman stared at Xiao Chen coldly. He was carrying a hint of contempt. As long as he gave the order, more than 10 of his bodyguards would rush in immediately and turn Xiao Chen into mincemeat. This was the reason of his confidence. I really don't understand. This gold-haired gorilla is so arrogant, how did he live until now? Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. It almost caused Hoffman to die from an excess of anger, he almost caused him to choke to death. Hoffman really wanted to jump over there immediately, but he endured and smiled brutishly. Very well, I will play with you for now. Kiki, go and catch the guys outside. Xiao Chen stared blankly for a moment. He found that the snow-white little critter had disappeared from who knows when. He felt that something bad was about to happen. This little thing was the best at causing trouble. Just where did it go in the blink of an eye? The next door seemed to be where the beauties were soaking. Could it be that it had ran over there to stir up trouble? At the hot spring next door. A few beauties were in a fluster as they surrounded the snow-white little critter floating on the water. 1. Catch it, quick. Just a little bit more. Over there, don't let it go. Ah, I almost caught it. The snow-white little critter was having a lot of fun in the water. It caused the few girls to run and jump all over the place. They disregarded their dignity and surrounded it. Those snow-white slender thighs, those smooth delicate arms, those thin and curvy waists, the towels dancing in the air, and those soft boobies swaying left and right, it was a sexually arousing scene. If a man was standing at this place, he would definitely not be able to bear it. If he did not die from blood loss, he would faint from overexcitement. Pitiful Kiki, it had gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of wine due to curiosity. As a result, its throat was burning. It escaped from the VIP area too and wanted to find some gourmet food to press down that spicy hot taste of the wine. It unexpectedly came to the few beautiful ladies' hot spring and immediately cleaned up their desserts. But as a result, it caused the group of girls to surround it. All of them had stars in their eyes. They looked like they would embrace the little critter with all their might as soon as it was caught. The snow-white little critter could differentiate between good and bad, it knew that they didn't have any evil intention. On the contrary, they seemed to be very fond of it. But precisely because of this, it made the little critter more afraid of them. It didn't want to use its divine ability to deal with them, so it was running all over the hot spring. Only Yan Xingqing did not participate in this, because she recognized Kiki and knew who it belonged to. She rolled her beautiful eyes a few times, then the corner of her mouth gradually curved up. Plop! Kia! How did I suddenly fly up and fall into the water? Kiki still made its move in the end. After using the confinement technique to seal the movements of 2 girls, it ran back to VIP area 2 like a wisp of smoke. 1. Silva, lucky him. Oh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Hoodlum meets Madman. It should be mentioned that Hoffman really did a lot of bad things. Murder and arson, occupying people's properties by force, just a little bit more and he would also have done away with human life. He had done all kind of misdeeds. It seemed like people dropped in to seek revenge almost every day. The event from a few days ago, regarding how he received the news at the last minute and went to fight over 10x, he didn't take it to heart. Since he didn't succeed, and he wasn't the only one who did it, he didn't take this action seriously. If only he knew who this stubble in front of him really was. Who the F are you? Hoffman had a ferocious expression. He was used to oppressing others and was unable to tolerate other people speaking normally in front of him. Only by making people nodding their heads and bowing before him could it be considered normal. Your mouth is awfully repulsive. With a flash of light, a sharp and clear noise resounded. A clear slap mark appeared on Hoffman's face. He almost fell into the hot spring. That was a strong slap on the face. F. You dare to hit me? This mother F is courting death. Hoffman could also be considered an expert. Exuvia 4th celestial layer was enough to let him sweep the floor with ordinary practitioners. Getting a big slap on the face like this by others, it was simply a humiliation. His face completely distorted as he pounced towards Xiao Chen very fiercely. Just what was Xiao Chen's power level? Exuvia 9th celestial layer. When compared to Hoffman, the difference was just like night and day. Xiao Chen's impression of this guy was an all-time low. He just leaned his back on the wall of the reservoir and raised his leg to send out a kick. Layer upon layer of the leg's afterimages flashed before Hoffman's eyes. It made him startled and fearful. He was actually unable to dodge with the power of 4th celestial layer. Hoffman was kicked straight in the face. He got a nosebleed immediately as he was sent flying backwards. With a plop, he fell into the hot spring. Hoffman was tearing up due to the pain. It felt as if his nose had shattered into pieces. He almost couldn't open his eyes. Mother F. Someone come and chop that guy into pieces for me. Hoffman shouted loudly. When had he ever suffered this kind of loss, it was always the other way round. For this to happen today was something he could never imagine. Someone come and kill this scoundrel. Li Dongbo at the side also shouted loudly. If not because Hoffman asked him to restrain himself, he would have done that ages ago. Just previously he had also received a big slap in the face. When he was calling for help, he cursed inwardly, "This Hoffman, serves you right. Just now when the great me got thrashed, you made me restrain myself. Trying to pretend to be a big shot, now that you've shamed yourself, serves you right." In that instant, more than 10 human figures rushed in. At the same time, Kiki sneakily returned. Looking at how lively this place was, it thought those few witches had sent people over to catch it. Just when it wanted to run away, Xiao Chen called out to it. Xiao Chen originally wanted to ask Tenex to take care of those people, but once he noticed that Kiki had returned, he shouted, "Come back. Seal these people's movement for me and let them soak in the hot spring." He momentarily forgot to ask where did it go and if it caused any trouble. Rainbow-colored light flickered. More than 10 human figures were fixed in place, then they were thrown into the hot spring. Soon after, an invisible power pushed their bodies under the water. The bubbles rose to the surface unceasingly. Soaking in the hot spring had somehow turned into drinking the hot spring. Xiao Chen leisurely leaned against the wall of the reservoir. He poured the good wine and drank it by himself. "Just who are you?" Hoffman's face had changed. This Avenger was clearly different from the others. His power was deep and unmeasurable. In addition, he had this kind of bizarre little critter. He looked like someone important. "You still don't know who am I?" Xiao Chen sneered and said, "Didn't you try to steal my sacred beast a few days ago? You are Xiao Chen?" Hoffman's expression changed yet again. He looked at the milky white divine steed at the side. Then he looked at Xiao Chen doubtfully. This divine steed might be a very fine horse, but it was definitely not that tough little dragon. And precisely because of this, he had never linked this person's identity to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen seemed to have noticed his doubt. He said in a deep voice, "You guys killed my sacred beast, one with unlimited potential. Say, how will you guys compensate for this?" "You talk nonsense. How could that be a sacred beast? It was only an ugly lesser dragon." Hoffman's tone was no longer as unyielding as before. He didn't dare to throw up any more vulgar words from his mouth. He had heard of this person before his eyes. A lot of people had been discussing about him these days. He was a madman who had even made whooshing foam crawl on the floor. He was definitely a super dangerous person. Xiao Chen's face twitched due to anger. He shouted coldly, "An ugly lesser dragon? Then why did you guys try to take it away forcibly?" Speaking until here, his palm immediately moved. The lofty Hoffman was slapped in the face and was sent flying away. He fell into the water with a plop. At the side, Li Dongbo's face was deathly pale. He really didn't expect that they would have provoked the legendary human-shaped tyrannical dragon. That was a ninth celestial layer freak. Besides, just by looking at his family background, he couldn't even be compared with Hoffman and didn't have anything to rely on. "You mother F." After Hoffman fell, he got so angry that his face turned completely ashen. After he got up, he pointed at Xiao Chen with his index finger and said, "Mother F, I will admit defeat today. But I will not let it end like this, just you wait." After he finished talking, he turned around and wanted to leave. Xiao Chen sent another slap to his face. The rays of light flashed through and Hoffman was hit again. His cheeks were swelling profusely as his sorry figure fell into the hot spring. "You dare to act like a hoodlum? You dare to play harsh and unreasonable? You don't have enough qualifications." Xiao Chen said coldly, "Who said you can leave? Without my permission, don't you dare take another step." Hoffman had completely lost his face in front of his bad friend. He was practically going to be driven mad. He cursed again after he stood up, "This mother F is courting death. I am from the Rega Dash." Xiao Chen did not hold back this time. He violently waved his hand and a stream of light flashed through. Hoffman was pulled in front of Xiao Chen by an invisible power. Xiao Chen grabbed him and slapped him 10 times in succession. Hoffman's face was swelling profusely. It became purplish and congested. "You dare to use vulgar words to talk to me? Are you tired of living?" At the side, Li Dongbo, Zhuge Kuan, and Austrian broke out in cold sweat. This person was really too aggressive. He actually grabbed the scion of the Reagan family like a little chick and beat him. His savagery was higher than the sky. They did this kind of things quite frequently. Mostly to humiliate the weak or the victims. These people couldn't do anything to them because their status and power were far below them. This was the first time they saw someone as wild as Xiao Chen. When all was said and done, the Dragon family was still an ancient family that was ranked high in the Celestial City. They had great influence in the south. And he was actually beating up their scion just like this. Seriously too savage. At #%Yuan, Hoffman was extremely furious, but once he saw Xiao Chen's ice-cold gaze, he abruptly repressed his anger. He could feel the breath of death enveloping him. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. That kind of ice-cold gaze penetrated into his very bones. Without a doubt, the guy before him was a madman. He didn't care the least about the family behind his back. If he dared to utter a hoot one more time, he might be killed ruthlessly. Why did you stop cursing? Go on, I dare you. Hoffman became completely listless. His heart was deeply penetrated by fear. This Xiao Chen was absolutely not a Buddhist. One wrong word and he would be killed. How would he dare to continue speaking conceited nonsense? You asked what's to be done, right? I want to settle the misunderstanding from a few days ago with you privately. Misunderstanding? Humph. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and pushed him away. Hoffman fell into the water in a short while, but this time, he did not dare to act rashly after getting up. You, come over here. Xiao Chen receded and drank a cup of good wine. Then he beckoned Li Dongbo to come over with his finger. This behavior made Hoffman and Li Dongbo want to curse him. Such arrogance, did you think you were a big shot in Celestial City? Li Dongbo was scared witless as he walked over there. He was not as arrogant as he was before. The person before his eyes must be the fiercest among the fiercest. If he had known earlier, he absolutely wouldn't be the first to stir up trouble. Xiao Chen lightly patted his face and said, "Weren't you trying to slap my face earlier? Didn't you say I was courting death? How come you are so scared now?" Bang! Xiao Chen sent Li Dongbo flying with a kick, causing a big splash. Come over here. Li Dongbo's face was both pale and green as he walked over again. Slap! Xiao Chen sent him flying again with another slap. Only after a long time later did Li Dongbo get up again. Xiao Chen was not trying to bully the weak, nor was he being ruthless. The main reason was that none of these people had good personalities. Hoffman usually spent his days raping female students, murdering for money and setting fire on people's properties. He had done all kinds of bad deeds. There was no way his gang of scoundrels could be any better than him. If not because he felt apprehensive, Xiao Chen would have already hanged these dregs of society at the street for all to see. He felt that he was already being lenient by doing only this much. There was no reason to show mercy to such utterly heartless people. No longer paying any attention to Li Dongbo, Xiao Chen raised his head and drank a cup of good wine. Then he beckoned Zhuge Kuan and said, "It's your turn, fatty." His figure was not tall. This Zhuge Kuan was like a landmine. Every time he walked, his fatty meat would tremble. He wore a smile across his entire face and said, "Brother Xiao, last time was really a misunderstanding. But don't worry, I will definitely satisfy your request. Stop talking nonsense. My war beast is dead. What can you use to repay me? How can you make me satisfied?" Xiao Chen's goal was to teach these hedonistic sons a lesson. Even if he had to make up a lie, he wanted to beat them up. At the side, 10X was looking at everything coldly. If not because Xiao Chen was currently putting them in order, it would have already rushed over there itself. Brother Xiao, listen to me. Zhuge Kuan was from the direct line of the Zhuge family. His status was very extraordinary. When had he ever spoken such a servile manner? But since he was trapped at this place today, he had no choice but to act like this. He must immediately think of a way to get out of this damnable place. Slap! It was as if Xiao Chen was enchanted by the slap. A big slap mark appeared on Zhuge Kuan's face. As they said, when beating people don't hit the face, but Xiao Chen just had to slap them on the face. Zhuge Kuan got a nosebleed immediately, but he was still wearing a smile as he stood up. He said, "Brother Xiao, show some mercy. I am Zhuge Liang's cousin. Last time was really a misunderstanding. Please listen to me patiently. I believe we can become good friends." Becoming friends with you people? I'd rather kill myself. Don't you guys have any moral standing? Xiao Chen had a heroic figure as he sat in the hot spring. His durable body flickered with a bronze-like splendor. It seemed as if young dragons were winding around his well-built body. It made him seem energetic and powerful. His long black hair was naturally draped over his shoulders. The long eyebrows touched his temples. His clear eyes were as sharp as the sword. Right now, in Zhuge Kuan and company's eyes, they felt that he was a demon. It made them feel as if they were being watched attentively by a wolf. Hoodlum meets madman was the best way to describe this. That's right, if they were hoodlums, then Xiao Chen was an exceptional madman. It made them feel powerless. In the VIP area 2, the madman was taking care of the hoodlums, while the beauties at VIP area 1 were having a hushed discussion. Where do you think that little critter came from? It was so cute. I know, right? That snow-white appearance looked as if it was carved out of white jade. And that hairball flickered with a bright and beautiful luster. It made me want to hug it tightly. That's right, I really want to keep it as a pet. That snow-white little critter looked really intelligent. The pretty girls were already infatuated. It seemed as if they had already embraced Kiki in their arms. They did not hide their inner desires. Without any outsiders present, they did not care about being seen. Their lily-white arms and legs, shapely breasts and buttocks, were completely revealed. It was a sore sight for the eyes. The baby girl of the Mander family, Catalina, was rolling her big eyes non-stop. She had a bright expression as she said, "Why don't we go out to take a stroll? Who knows, we might be able to find it. Even if it has an owner, we can still buy it off. With a group of beautiful girls like us, who would say no?" She had already recognized it as Xiao Chen's pampered little critter. The reason she suggested this was to seize an opportunity to give Xiao Chen some trouble. As she spoke, she used her lily-white arms to shake the calm Thayers now, who had exposed most of her snow-white skin. Then she said, "Don't act so calm, there's no outsider here. What do you think of my idea? You going or not?" "Go, of course we will go. We must find that snow-white little critter." Two girls at the side supported this idea. On the other side, Yan Xincheng was looking at all of these with a smile. She just joined their little group recently, and didn't declare where she stood. However, she was of the same opinion as the blue-haired Catalina. Her beautiful face revealed a peculiar expression. She could already imagine Xiao Chen's sorry figure as he was troubled by the girls. She thought it was about time to teach this hateful scoundrel a lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Touch upon the bottom line. When the sixth slap was coming, Zhuge Kuan shut his mouth. He knew he was just wasting his breath. He cursed inwardly, "Mother F. Who do you think you are? You even dare to anger the scion of Zhuge family and won't let me go. Once I get out of here, I will find someone to pinch you to death." As if he could read his mind, Xiao Chen slapped him another 20 times before coming to a stop. "I only hit the face." Looking at the pig head in front of him, Xiao Chen said uncaringly, "You, come over here." Xiao Chen pointed at Hoffman. Hoffman was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching, but he had no choice other than yielding to him. Xiao Chen told Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman, "The both of you slap each other 20 times. If I am satisfied, we'll call it a day with this." Their face immediately twitched. With their status, they actually got humiliated like this again and again. Their eyes burned with rage. "What, still haven't had enough? You want me to do it myself? We will do it ourselves." Zhuge Kuan immediately cut in and with a slap, he slapped Hoffman in the face. "Did you skip your meal? Hit harder. Slap. Ouch. UF, Zhuge pig head. You really dared to hit me harder?" Hoffman turned his hand over and slapped his face in return. Slap. Slap. The noise rang out constantly. The two of them seemed to have forgotten each other's status and thrashed each other to give vent. The slapping sound never stopped. Only after they slapped each other more than 30 times did they stop. Right now, their eyes were already sealed. The flesh around the eyes swelled profusely. They were only able to form tiny slits with their eyes. Their eyes looked like two bloody gourd. "Alright, that's enough. I didn't expect you guys hate each other this much." First, Xiao Chen ridiculed them, then he said, "Now, let us talk. Let's see how we can settle the problem from last time." Austrian let out a breath of relief. It seemed like Xiao Chen didn't have the intention to hit him. But Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan almost jumped up. What did he mean talk about the problem from last time? Then what was that earlier? Could it be that they had been hit for nothing? Could it be that it had only just begun? The two of them almost burst out. 10x is a sacred beast, but you guys killed it. The both of you prepare 1 million gold coins each. Add hashtag %yuan. Hoffman was so startled that he blurted a foul word right away. 1 million? Zhuge Kuan was so shocked that he nearly fainted in the hot spring. Just how much was 1 million gold coins? Even if they were beaten to death, they still couldn't come up with such a sum. Their family had great influence in the south. Although they were not the first successor of the family, they were still the direct line of descendant. Despite that, their own assets only added up to approximately 90,000 gold coins respectively. 1 million gold coins was really too far from them, unless they were in control of the family. 2 gold coins were enough to have the highest quality feasts. One could very well imagine what a ridiculous sum was 1 million gold coins. What, you guys have objection? Xiao Chen sneered and said, sacred beast is priceless. Even if you have money, you won't necessarily be able to buy it. In such a big wasteland and mountain range, no more than 2 or 3 can be caught in 10 years' time. Let's not even mention the rarest young sacred beast. If they are bred properly, in a few dozen of years or up to a century, they will definitely turn into the most loyal and most powerful partner. What you guys killed was a sacred beast, do you understand? Xiao Chen extended his tone on purpose and roared at the 2 in front of him. Zhuge Kuan cursed inwardly, Mother F. This guy is like a lion when he opened his mouth. Only a ghost would believe that is a sacred beast. Even if that is true, it is definitely still alive. Otherwise, how could you sit here so calmly and hit us like bamboo sticks? He's obviously blackmailing us. Hoffman was feeling just as sullen. He was always the one blackmailing others. Murder, firebombing, rape, he had done all kind of bad deeds. Why did he get such a bad luck today to run into this freak? He vowed to himself, don't let me get out of here alive, otherwise I will not stop until you are dead, My entire assets only add up to 80,000 gold coins. Zhuge Kuan bit his lips and said, I don't have that much even if you kill me. I also only have 80,000 plus gold coins. Hoffman was so sullen that he wanted to cough out blood. His words sounded so very familiar. Wasn't this the tone people usually used to talk to him? Just what's going on today? How did he become the target of extortion? Oh, how times had changed. Well then, each of you pay 80,000 gold coins up front. Ask your men to go get it. I will wait here. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen fished up 2 guys with swelling tummy from the water. The 2 of them were 6th celestial layer practitioners and usually abused their power. They were the personal bodyguards of these scions. However, they were really too miserable today. They were made to drink a bellyful of hot spring water. Xiao Chen repeated what he said earlier to these 30-years-old men. The 2 of them looked at him resentfully. Then they looked at their respective masters. Now get out of my sight. Xiao Chen shouted coldly. Only until the 2 of them left did Zhuge Kuan, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Austrian regain themselves. This guy was actually playing for real. He actually dared to send them to collect money from 2 big families. He was actually serious. Was this guy nuts? So be it if he beat up the scions of 2 big families, the older generation could only turn a blind eye to it. That was, after all, the problem between youth generation. However, this guy actually dared to drop in and ask for a large sum of gold coins. They had seen someone crazy before, but not this crazy. The older generation experts could not easily get involved with the problem of the youth generation, but that also had a limit. Only a foreign guest like Xiao Chen, who didn't fully understand the rules of the Immortals mainland, would dare to do things at his own pace. The older generation experts couldn't interfere as they wished, that was only because of some unwritten rules. However, if it affected the family's reputation, they would have an excuse to make their move. Zhuge family and Mandur family were one of the first-rate distinguished families in the south. They cared about their face very much. If Xiao Chen snatched away a few thousand gold coins from Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman in private, then so it be. That was still the problem between the youth generation. However, to send someone to 2 big families to ask for a large sum of gold coins in bright daylight, that was touching upon the bottom line. After a middle-aged man in the Reagan family received this news, he frowned in the study room and asked, where did this Xiao Chen come from? He's actually so arrogant, At the side, a black-clothed man who seemed to have blended with the shadow reported, according to the investigation, he came from the mortal world and displayed extraordinary power on the Dragon Island. That came out from his own mouth. I am not too convinced that he really came from the mortal world. With such a tyrannical behavior, it gives me a really bad feeling. Maybe he came from the deepest part of the south. The middle-aged man revealed a worried expression. According to our investigation, when they departed from that ancient town at the South Sea, they mysteriously disappeared for about a month. They arrived at Celestial City in exactly 30+ days. We couldn't find out where did they go during this period of time. The person in the shadow answered. the anxiety on the middle-aged man's face became heavier. He muttered to himself, "They mysteriously disappeared for 1 month, they must have returned to the deepest part of the south. My speculation might be true. 30 years ago, that person came from the deepest part of the south and made the younger generation of an influential family in Celestial City suffer. Because of this, a huge disaster almost broke out." 1. My lord, you were saying, the ancient legend passed down in the south is real? The legend regarding how few of the strongest hid in the deepest part of the south? But didn't they say those group of people had been sealed? All of them, completely, sealed on that island since ancient times? The person in the shadow felt a little tongue-tied. He stumbled over his words. There's a lot more ancient secrets regarding the depths of the south than you can imagine. At the same time, in the Zhuge family, Zhuge Kuan's father also frowned. 1 month of blank space. Don't tell me that boy really came from the depths of the south? His action is practically the same as that guy from 30 years ago. 2. The person beside him asked respectfully, "My lord, is it true that there's a few ancient mythological figures in the south? They really didn't die? They were the few sovereigns at that time. Getting out alive was extremely possible. Even if they no longer exist in the world, leaving a 1 or 2 descendants behind is not a big problem. No wonder no one can ever come back from the depths of the south alive." The person beside him felt a little apprehensive. Zhuge Kuan's father heaved a sigh and said, "There's still a lot of secrets in the depths of the south that we do not know of. That clan is not the only one there." Speaking until here, he turned his head and shouted angrily, "This bastard has done so many bad deeds, it is time to teach him a lesson. Tell him to wipe his own ass by himself, I will not meddle in this issue." In VIP Area 2 of the Paradise Spa, Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman exposed a triumphant smile. This Xiao Chen was really a madman. He actually dared to send people to the 2 big families to ask for a large sum of gold coins. Maybe 1 or 2 old farts in the families would come out personally. Let's see if he could still keep up with this act at that time. Li Dongbo and Austrian also looked like they were getting ready to watch a good show. "Madman, we don't dare to provoke you now, but let's see if you can get the last laugh. If you provoked an old fart from the family, you are going to be screwed." However, after the 6th Celestial Layer experts returned with the news, Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman immediately became flabbergasted. The words from their families were almost identical: "Wipe your own ass by yourself, don't rely on the family to wipe your ass for you." They were completely dumbstruck. Until the 6th Celestial Layer experts repeated these words in their ears quietly did they regain themselves. Just where did this Xiao Chen come from? He actually made their father a little apprehensive. Could it be that he has a really deep background? Seeing their expression, Li Dongbo and Austrian's mood to watch a show was destroyed. They could roughly guess the result. They found it a little inconceivable. "You guys actually didn't bring me the gold coins. The 2 of you can continue drinking." Xiao Chen directly forced the 2 6th Celestial Layer bodyguards into the hot spring. And on the other side, more than 10 guards with round belly were gagging and spitting out water. "Looks like the 2 of you cannot accept this. Then I will continue to soften your muscles and bones." Xiao Chen smiled as he walked towards Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman. "St. Stop. This time for sure, I will send someone to get the gold coins." Zhuge Kuan clenched his teeth and ran over to one of the guards that were right in the middle of coughing out water. He told him, "Go find my housekeeper and ask him to deliver the gold coins." Since it was already like this, Hoffman also instructed his underlings to do the same without delay. He was so sullen that he wanted to cough out blood. He made an oath silently, "As long as I can get out from this damnable place smoothly, I will definitely find someone to kill this savage scoundrel and get back all the gold coins, not leaving a single piece behind." At the same time Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman's hearts were bleeding, they were also feeling puzzled. Why did their family ignore their pleas? This didn't make any sense. But how could they know that Xiao Chen's action was exactly the same as a certain someone 30 years ago? He was suspected to have come from the same place and made their father endlessly apprehensive. Not more than half an hour later, 2 groups of people walked towards VIP Area 2 of the Paradise Spa, each of them was carrying a sack of gold coins. It caused a lot of people who entered the Paradise Spa to feel flabbergasted. Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. With this much gold coins, he wouldn't be able to carry all of them by himself. "Are you guys crazy? Are you guys trying to make fun of me deliberately? Go convert them into banknotes." Huff. Huff. After catching their breath, the 2 groups of people retreated quickly. However, the news hereby spread out. Those who could afford to come to this place were those who had a certain status. Many of them were in Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman's circle. There's no lack of young masters or scions. There were also plenty of upper-class ladies and celebrities. So much so that there were also a lot of powerful figures who came from other regions for the War Beast tournament in Celestial City. Hey, did you know? 2 dregs of society ended up disastrously today. They were forced to pay several tens of thousands of gold coins to redeem themselves, but... Have you heard? The 2 scums from Zhuge family and Reagan family were beaten up today. Big news. Big news. Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman got beaten up until their mother couldn't recognize them anymore. Right now, they have no choice but to obediently exchange their life with gold coins. Those 2 are usually so savage, I knew it would cost them dearly one of these days. However, that Xiao Chen is indeed a madman among the madmen. Those 2 guys lose their face completely. However, that Xiao Chen is really so brave. He actually dared to do this. In a short amount of time, almost everyone in Paradise Spa had heard of this. It was impossible for Xiao Chen not to be well known anymore. In addition to how he defeated the genius Wuxing Feng before, his reputation rose sharply. 1. Silva, wow, south, deep, dangerous. 2. Silva, Xiao Chen, saved, by an unknown figure from 30 years, and that 1 month of blank space. Hoo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, The Persistent Beauties. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already received the golden banknote with 79,000 gold coins from Zhuge Kuan, as well as the golden banknote with 83,000 gold coins from Hoffman. He made Kiki put them into his cloth not far away. Such a big harvest. Xiao Chen felt accomplished and had an especially bright smile. However, Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman felt that their hearts were bleeding. You guys can pay the rest slowly. I believe with your personalities, the both of you won't leave a written contract. Xiao Chen originally didn't plan to cause too big of a disturbance. After all, this was the problem between the youth generation. To receive this much money was already out of his expectation. He didn't count on receiving the remaining amount. If by any chance he provoked the figures of the older generation, that would be bad. What he didn't know was that he had already broken the rules. It was just that, due to a freak combination of factors, the fathers of the scums became very apprehensive of him. When Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman heard this, they had the urge to cough out blood. Still wanted more gold coins? In your dreams. They vowed to immediately find someone to kill this insufferably arrogant bastard once they got out. I have almost settled everything with these 2. It's about time I set things straight with both of you. Xiao Chen turned his head to stare at Li Dongbo and Austrian. Li Dongbo felt his scalp going numb. The scions of 2 big families were already beaten to such a submissive state, and his family fell short of their families by a lot. He didn't have that much gold coins. I don't have that much gold coins. Li Dongbo felt that today he was very unlucky. Just why did he take the lead? I know you don't have much. Come and sign this contract. You are owing me 20,000 gold coins. Seeing that Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened, he immediately lowered his head and said, I will sign it immediately. I've already prepared the pen and ink. With a wave of his hand, the pen and ink flew over from not far away. He came totally prepared. It made the few of them completely dumbstruck. Austrian. You also come and sign. You owe me 20,000 gold coins. Why do I have to sign? I didn't provoke you. After looking at Xiao Chen's unyielding means, Austrian had a little of a guilty conscience. If it wasn't because you were sowing the seed, why would Catalina come to make trouble for me? How would I end up fighting with Lambda at the Northstyle Academy? Hurry up and sign, you owe me 30,000 gold coins. Didn't you say 20,000 gold coins just now? Time is money. If you still don't sign, then I will increase it to 40,000. I'm signing. While the 2 of them were signing, they hated Xiao Chen to the extreme. This was not a small amount. Their hearts ached so much. However, it was fortunate that they didn't have to pay it immediately. Maybe this arrogant guy would be killed once he left this place, then they would have nothing to be scared of. Just like before, Xiao Chen made Kiki put the contracts into his clothes. All of a sudden, lovely voices transmitted into the VIP area too. After that, a beautiful blue-haired girl actually charged in valiantly. Xiao Chen and the rest were stupefied as they fixed their eyes on her while in the hot spring. Catalina! Austrian cried out, why did you come in? It was precisely the baby girl of the Mander family. She very valiantly burst into the VIP area too. I heard you were being beaten along with those 2 scums, Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman. I came here to save you. That lively little brat was really too valiant. In front of a few grown-up men in the hot spring, she had a content expression on her face. So much so that she was even comparing who had the most sturdy chest muscles. Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman tried to woo Catalina once, it could even be said that they were drooling over this youthful young lady. However, they still didn't manage to woo her after suffering losses several times. They had the urge to cry right now. Why must they run into her in such an awkward situation? They had utterly lost their face. They were not as pretentious as they were before, how they wished they could just submerge their heads in the water. Sisters, come in quickly. They have already put on their clothes. The cute snow-white critter is here. Catalina revealed a sharp expression. The sound of footsteps could be heard as four beauties walked over. Catalina, what are you planning to do? Austrian knew this cousin of his was usually eccentric, but how could this be considered helping him? She was clearly trying to embarrass the guys at this place. However, this brat was seriously getting more and more daring. This was the men's spa, for God's sake. Actually, the beauties had arrived at the VIP area too at an earlier time and had already heard about those news. Catalina, you want to die? You actually dared to deceive us. Those beautiful girls pouted playfully, but none of them moved back. All of them were looking at the guys in the water and giggling. Their bodies were covered up by bathrobes. The graceful curves, the delicate bodies, the faintly discernible arms and legs, it was full of allure. Zhuge Kuan, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Austrian wished they could find a hole in the ground and hide in there, their heads almost submerged into the water. This was too embarrassing. Why did they have to run into them at a time like this? How they wished they could swallow Xiao Chen alive. Xiao Chen looked at Catalina, Fairs Now, Yan Xingcheng and the other girls dumbfoundedly. These girls were really too bold. Oh please, this is the men's area, you girls came to the wrong place. Xiao Chen didn't mind about coming into contact with beautiful ladies, because that was one kind of pleasure. However, if they were being studied attentively by the girls, that was a different story. They felt uncomfortable all over. Hee hee, Catalina giggled as she walked over. Her long blue hair was still dripping wet and was naturally scattered on the shoulders. She just came out from the hot spring not long ago, she was still soaked from head to foot. The sweet scent of the girls pervaded the air. The guy surnamed Xiao didn't expect to meet you here. This is truly an inevitable clash between opposing factions. What, scared now? Catalina had a provoking expression. She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen with her big, beautiful eyes. This sight could really hook one's soul. As if. Xiao Chen smiled mischievously and said, Catalina, you owe me 20,000 gold coins. Now, sign the contract. Hearing these, Zhuge Kuan, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Austrian were dumbstruck. Was this guy crazy? How daring of him to extort money by taking advantage of everyone's weaknesses. Even a robber wouldn't do it to such an extent. Who owes you what? The blue-haired Catalina flared up immediately and pointed at Xiao Chen. Then she said, are you trying to take advantage of me? I didn't cause trouble for you, and yet, you want to extort me. Such abomination. You mysteriously came to cause trouble for me several times. Moreover, you lost to me and promised to become my attendant for a month, but you refused to acknowledge it and didn't keep the promise. Now, sign the contract. Bring me 20,000 gold coins and our business will be settled. Go to hell. When Catalina heard the word attendant, she wanted to bare her fangs and pounce on him like a cat that had its tail stepped. It is impossible to deny it anymore. As Xiao Chen was saying these, he calmly sat in the hot spring, but with a wave of his right hand, a glorious radiance enveloped Catalina. He wanted to pull her over. Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman at the rear were completely stunned. This guy was actually playing for real. He even dared to make a move against the baby girl of the Mander family. This was too crazy. Too unbelievable. Catalina screeched and tried to resist without delay. She didn't mind looking down at the guys in the hot spring like this, but if she was pulled into the hot spring by Xiao Chen, then that would be too shameful. Just thinking about it made her feel fearful. At the rear, Yan Xingcheng, Fairs Now, and the other girls hastily made their move to help Catalina. Red, green, purple, and yellow rays of light dazzled the eyes. They clashed with the clear radiance sent out by Xiao Chen at the same time. Resplendent rays of light exploded on the hot spring, a surge of energy fluctuation rushed forth. Fortunately, they made it in time. Catalina escaped successfully and didn't get caught by Xiao Chen. This gave her a lingering fear. She panted with rage and stared at Xiao Chen. This guy named Xiao actually has the cheek to do it for real. I'm not done with you today. I can see it. Xiao Chen replied without a care in the world. Catalina's pure white bathrobe rolled up and exposed her pair of lily-white legs. They were slender and exceptionally eye-catching. Even her yellow underwear was exposed. Catalina let out a screech and hastily straightened out her cloth. After that, she extended her slender finger and pointed at Xiao Chen. "Attaboy, you have the guts. You dare to take advantage of this young lady. I will not let you get away with this, that." "Oh please. Who is taking advantage of who? Would ordinary people come barging into the men's spa like this?" "You, I. You, what you, I would I, you owe me 20,000 gold coins. KHH. This is so infuriating. Sisters, let's take care of him together." Catalina's charming face was flushed. Although she had a furious expression, she was still very charming. Just at this time, Li Dongbo suddenly lifted up his head and yelled towards Fairsnow, "Cousin, save me." "Li Dongbo, you, how come you are here?" The graceful Fairsnow was very surprised. Just now she had never noticed this cousin of hers who was lowering his head like the ostrich. Enough, you don't need to say anything. I got it." Fairsnow had a tall figure, elegant and beautiful, like a delicate fairy maiden carved out of divine jade. She turned her head to face Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, is it possible for you to let Li Dongbo go?" "Sure, there's no problem. I have already settled everything with him, Sis, he made me sign a 20,000 gold coins contract." Brother Xiao, care to explain?" Although Fairsnow had already heard some news from the outside, she didn't expect that this dishonorable cousin of his was also involved. "Oh, nothing much, just paying back the debts." Xiao Chen replied casually, then he turned his body around to sneer at Li Dongbo. "Your future prospects look promising." A grown-up man hiding in the hot spring, pleading the cousin for help. "Ha!" Just at this time, Catalina's face suddenly brightened up. She whispered to two girls behind her, and then they turned towards the snow-white little critter together. They directly ignored the guys in the hot spring. Whoosh! Kiki ran beside Xiao Chen like a wisp of smoke. It was baring its fangs at the few girls. However, it didn't look scary at all. On the contrary, it looked especially naughty and adorable. "What do you girls want?" "Kiki is my partner." Xiao Chen looked at the girls vigilantly. Catalina rolled her big eyes, her long eyelashes flickered unceasingly. Then she shouted, "Catch it! That snow-white little critter doesn't have an owner. It escaped from the War Beast Street last time and was caught by this guy." Everyone knew this was a lie, but the beauties needed this as an excuse. Not only because they were very fond of the snow-white little critter, it was also because they thought that Xiao Chen was really too arrogant. The ones who got trampled at this place was not only Catalina's cousin, there was also Fairsnow's cousin and a beauty from the Zhuge family's cousin. In addition, Yin Xinchang was originally discontent with Xiao Chen to begin with. The girls made their move without restraint once they found an excuse. Their goal was to take away the snow-white little critter forcefully while taking care of Xiao Chen at the side. The girls could even be said to be very intelligent and crafty. After they attacked Xiao Chen at the same time, they quickly fell back and grabbed Xiao Chen's clothes. They wanted to throw it out of this hot spring area at once. They wanted to humiliate Xiao Chen. 1. Crap! Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a curse. There were golden banknotes in his cloth with several tens of thousands of gold coins. There were even a few contracts that were worth more than a few pennies. These absolutely must not be lost. "You girls want to play? Then I will play with you." Just at this time, Xiao Chen made a move that shocked the heaven and caused the devil to cry. The girls were stunned in an instant, and then their faces turned pale before they let out a shriek. 2. Xiao Chen boldly stood up from the hot spring, then he shouted, "Put the clothes down." Such boldness! It made Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan behind him feel as if they were struck by a thunderbolt. It made them turn as still as a clay figure. This guy was such a bastard. How could he do this? Just how? Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan admitted that they were not good people, they had done a lot of bad deeds, but even they had never been this ferocious. The few girls in front of them, they were the most beautiful girls in the south. Who would casually defile them? But this guy actually had no pang of conscience, he was too fearless. Xiao Chen stood up and quickly put on the bathrobe that was not far away. Then he rushed forward. Presently, all three sides were very anxious. Hoffman, Zhuge Kuan, and the others felt resentful because that arrogant guy actually dared to be so rude. Those were the girls that they were pursuing all along. Catalina, Fairsnow, and Yin Xincheng felt unpleasant because that Xiao Chen was too shameless. He actually dared to be so bold. Xiao Chen felt anxious because those girls were running away, but they never let go of his clothes. Those clothes possessed more than 10,000 of gold coins, he must not let them get away with it no matter what. 1. Silva, this guy is always so unlucky with the girls. 2. Silva, there it is. The stripping technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, The Depths of the South. The sound of shrieks, the sound of cursing. It was a piece of chaos. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and quickly chased after the girls. When he found that his clothes were with Catalina and Fairs now, he immediately made his move. 2 hazy radiances transformed into huge dragon claws that tried to grab their waists. Catalina was extremely angry. She waved her hand to produce a pink radiance. Fairs now also produced a green chi. The 2 girls only wanted to run away from that place. But they were totally oblivious to the fact that the clothes in their hands were the reason why Xiao Chen was chasing them. With a few brittle noises, 2 hazy radiances successfully engulfed the beautiful Fairs now and the youthful Catalina as he pulled them back. Let go. Don't come near me. Give me back my clothes. Xiao Chen caught the 2 girls, but their postures were a little indecent. The materialized dragon claws bound their little waists tightly. Although the claws hadn't really touched them, it was already more than enough to make the 2 girls flush with anger and fuming with rage. Xiao Chen, I'm going to kill you. Catalina kept struggling. Her snow-white bathrobe drooped down and exposed her supple chest. That beautiful arc was really enticing. It's completely exposed. Xiao Chen said casually and extended one of his hand to fix her bathrobe very seriously. Then he said, very satisfying. You, the blue-haired Catalina immediately fainted. Young lady, can you please return my clothes? Xiao Chen exposed his snow-white teeth to Fairs now and smiled brightly. The beauties of the south fighting over his clothes. It smelled fishy no matter which angle they looked at it. Fairs now had a slender body with graceful curves. She was busty and extremely beautiful. Her height was only a little shorter than Xiao Chen. Her graceful bearing was many times more elegant than other beauties. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful. She was a genuine beauty. Her dripping wet long hair emitted a sweet fragrance. Her snow-white skin was as smooth as the baby's skin. It felt as if there were fogs winding around in her misty eyes. Below her delicate nose, her bright red lips appeared incomparably sexy. She lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and spoke to Xiao Chen softly, quickly let go of me. She was trying to remain as calm as possible. She had already tossed Xiao Chen's clothes on the ground. She was really scared of this daring man in front of her, but even under this kind of circumstances, she was still calm and collected. She didn't cause too much of a disturbance. Before Xiao Chen could let go of her, Fairsky's excited voice resounded from the VIP area too. Xiao Chen, I came to watch how you collect the booty. His voice was awfully urgent. Fairsky seemed to be rushing over at astonishing speed. However, the sound came to an end spontaneously. After that, a flustered and exasperated yell was transmitted. Xiao Chen, I'm going to kill you. You actually dare to defile my sister. Fairsky already passed through the flowers and trees. He rushed over with lightning speed. If it was any other people, this misunderstanding definitely couldn't be cleared, but Xiao Chen was very calm. He removed the materialized dragon claw and took a step forward to support Fairs now. Then he said, careful, watch your steps. Fairsky was extremely angry and shouted loudly, Xiao Chen, what you? Don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think it is. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister. After Fairs now was freed, she immediately told Fairsky, there's nothing going on between us, I will take my leave first. Even if there was something, she wouldn't be able to say it out loud. Moreover, there was really nothing to begin with. Seeing that both of them were so calm, Fairsky looked at this and that doubtfully. Only until Fairsnow's figure was gone did he regain himself. He fiercely faced Xiao Chen and said, I definitely was not mistaken, you were trying to defile my sister. Xiao Chen, I warn you. We may be acquainted, but if you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you. That sounds like a challenge. If I have nothing better to do, I might as well go give it a try. You dare. Speaking until here, Fairsky looked at Xiao Chen with shock. Then he said, what are you doing? Right now, Xiao Chen was skillfully spreading a piece of paper and ink on the ground. Then he grabbed the fainted Catalina's little hand, smeared her thumb with ink, and left her thumbprint on a piece of white paper. It's nothing important. She owes me money. I just made her leave behind a contract. Fairsky was dumbstruck. Far behind, Zhuge Kuan and Hoffman were stupefied. This Xiao Chen was really too arrogant. He wouldn't even let a beautiful lady go. This was what they called to not discriminate between gender. 1. He actually dared to treat the Mander family's baby girl like this. And what made them the most speechless was that Xiao Chen grabbed Catalina's lily-white hand and did not smear just one piece of paper. He smeared one piece after another. There were at least 8 or 9 sheets of papers. Let's go, there's nothing left to do. Xiao Chen did not think that he was going over the top. After he completed all of these tasks skillfully, he put on his clothes and left together with Kiki and Tenex. Fersky followed after him closely. A lot of people in the Paradise Spa were rushing over to this place. Xiao Chen nimbly dodged everyone and left the building. On the way back, after Fersky had heard the series of events, he had the urge to cough out blood. Xiao Chen, aren't you a little too violent? You cannot play like this. Are you not scared that you might provoke the old farts in the Zhuge family or the Reagan family? When Fersky heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he had this unfathomable expression and said, Just who did you hear that from? The older generation figures will not make their move, but there's a limit. The prerequisite is that you must not be too excessive. I am really speechless. I advise you to hurry and pack up. Otherwise you are going to be screwed. Since we are friends, I will help you this once. I will find someone to negotiate for you. After he finished speaking, Fersky left. However, Fersky quickly returned to Xiao Chen's residence. He made a racket as soon as he arrived. Xiao Chen, you are too ungrateful. What's wrong? I didn't do anything to your sister. I didn't use that much power to grab her. When I supported her waist, I also did it lightly. Xiao Chen, I will kill you. Where did you grab my sister? Why did you hold her waist? The beautiful Fersky immediately became anxious. Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. It seemed like there was no need for an explanation. This guy didn't seem to come and condemn him of the matter regarding his sister. It seemed like a cover-up would only make matters worse. Only until a long time later did Fersky calm down. And only at this time did Xiao Chen find out from Fersky that he had been misunderstood by some people. They actually thought that he had an extraordinary status. You came from the depths of the south? Fersky said resentfully, you are too ungrateful. We have been friends for so long, and you actually did not tell me your real identity. Speaking until here, Fersky lowered his voice and spoke discreetly, since you are from that most terrifying place, then Tenex should be a dragon king, right? It must be their later generations. Xiao Chen quickly digested these informations. He more or less understood his identity by now. He muttered under his breath, that's right, I come from the depths of the south. This is my current position, and in the future too. During the time Xiao Chen was muttering to himself, it was as if a tsunami had taken place at the South Sea. A big and tall youth, with a sword in his hand, was beating himself against the raging waves with a slash of his sword. The rubble floated up, and the giant waves roared with the explosion of a terrifying energy. The ocean was split into half, the seawater poured down in torrents from both sides. A smooth avenue led directly to the depths of the green ocean. Duga Jianma too, can finally come out of the closed-door training. It was precisely that person who had returned from the Dragon Island 1 year ago, the solitary sword demon. Not far from him, there was a young dragon king with tiger-like body and ancestral dragon head. It faced upwards and let out a roar. It was precisely that red dragon king that followed Dugu Jianma. It was the most savage one among the 11 dragon kings. The crimson scales were glorious, steaming rays of crimson light pulsed up and down of its body, as if they were raging sacred flames. Its roar was as ear-splitting as the sudden clap of thunder. In fact, it was clearly much stronger compared to the time it was on the Dragon Island. At the same time, in the middle of the primitive forest, the wild beasts were snarling and monsters were running away. A black-haired youth with a steel-like body was charging at a group of monsters. His bare upper body was covered with blood. He was very wild. 7 to 8 meters wild beasts were nothing more than a scarecrow to him. They would be torn into half as soon as he reached out his hand to grab them. A few random strikes was enough to bring down a few huge monsters. He was very demonic. His wild nature made people afraid of him. His skin that flickered with a bronze-like splendor was completely encroached by thin blood. His eyes were even more savage than the beasts, they flickered with a sharp and ice-cold glint. As if he could use ground shrink, the bronze-like demonic body, that was encroached by blood, left one afterimage after another in the desolate forest. Blood was spilled everywhere he passed through. The group of wild beasts was running away unceasingly. Lots of huge corpses were left on the ground. The blood had already stained the forest with its color. He was practically a killing machine. Lastly, only after his terrifying demonic body directly bore through a 10 meters long primal beast did he stop the massacre. He arrived in front of a giant waterfall. He stood right under the 1,000-feet waterfall and let the torrential current pound against his bronze-colored demonic body. His ice-cold glance seemed to be capable of splitting the water screen. 2 terrifying glints were emitted from his eyes as he looked at the direction of the Celestial City. It is about time that I, Windfeathers, return to the Celestial City. With a punch, the thunderous waterfall seemed to be flowing backwards for a split second. North of Celestial City, 800 miles in the wasteland, a youth was sitting atop a rocky mountain quietly like an ancient sculpture. No life fluctuation could be felt from his body. His ash-colored long hair came off just like the withered flowers and plants. His body was full of dust, as if he had been there for endless years. It seemed he had already been petrified. It lasted until the black clouds were blown away by the wind, the light driven off the darkness. His body was illuminated by the light. The birdsong resounded in the mountain woods. He burst forth with vigorous vitality in that very instant. The dust on his body flew upward and filled the whole sky. Those dried-up grayish hairs all scattered along with the wind. An aqua-blue hair immediately trailed over his shoulders and flickered with a bright blue luster. They appeared incomparably healthy. 3. This was an exceptionally handsome young man. He stood up and looked towards the direction of the Celestial City. Then he muttered under his breath, I have already confronted Whooshing Foam, who's next? 4. 1. Silva, maybe that's why he's not too popular with the ladies. 2. Silva, yep, that was his name all along. I was stupid and named him Solitary Sword Demon, teehee. 3. Silva, did he literally grow new hair? 4. Silva, I bet I know who is this, and I bet I know who is his next target. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, I Am Dragon. The South Desolate region, God knew just how many secrets were hidden in the millions and millions of mountain range. Endless amounts of fairy tales spread out from here. It left behind many beautiful and terrifying tales for the later generations. At present, the top 3 youth experts of the South had ended their training as if agreed by chance. They made their way back by going towards 3 different directions respectively. Their target, the Celestial City. From the north came Whooshing Foam. There was even a grapevine saying that another 2 of the most powerful experts from the north had come to Celestial City in succession. Their goal was to fight with the strongest of the youth generation from the south. The reason they gathered in Celestial City was precisely because of Windfeathers, Dugu Jianma, as well as that handsome blue-haired man. The Warbeast tournament getting closer was also tantamount to the showdown between the strongest of the youth generation getting closer. Excluding the south and the north, there might be even more outstanding youths appearing from every corner of the vast mainland. Without a doubt, Celestial City would be enveloped by a hurricane. The Warbeast tournament might very well develop into a tournament between the practitioners. It was natural for humans to make war, and the Warbeast tournament was started by humans. The youth generation was the most energetic generation. Their confrontation would attract a lot of attention. Some young warrior's life would be as beautiful as the shooting star, but only for a brief moment. While other young warriors would inevitably be as long-lasting and as bright as the stars. None could stop their rise and fall. The victor now could end up being the strongest in this land a few dozen years later. They might be able to obtain some clues on who to watch out for. Fairski had already left, leaving Xiao Chen thinking by himself for a very long time. The news leaked out by Fairski were very unexpected to him. He already decided to use this as a cover-up and let them misunderstand as they wished. Maybe he should take more initiative to mislead them. It was very important to have this kind of identity. Although the layout of the residence was not big, the arrangement of the gardens was very delightful. Xiao Chen was taking a walk. He passed through a few pavilions in the central courtyard, passed through a wisteria tree tunnel one, and walked over a marble bridge. Clear water gushed out from the mouths of a few stone beast sculptures and flowed into the pond below the bridge. Suddenly, Xiao Chen widened his eyes. He was surprised to see that white-shelled tortoise who had run away. Under the arch of the marble bridge, the white-shelled tortoise was happily chasing after a shoal of goldfish. What made Xiao Chen most surprised was that the fist-sized little tortoise's movements were not like that of a tortoise at all. It was more like that of a spirit wearing a tortoise shell. Its movements were very agile and natural. What made Xiao Chen even more stupefied was that it was actually doing a backstroke on the pond. All 4 of its limbs were very agile. It did not appear the slightest bit clumsy at all. Is this really a tortoise? Xiao Chen couldn't seem to believe his own eyes. This sneaky little tortoise was really too strange. He unconsciously revealed a smile after staring fixedly at it for quite a few minutes. Xiao Chen was gobsmacked when he tried to fish it up. The white-shelled little tortoise disappeared like a flash of lightning. Just a slight movement and it scuttled across the field. Its speed was truly unimaginable. Kiki and 10x tried to catch it several times, but ended in failure. It could practically be described as coming and going without a trace. Moreover, what made Xiao Chen more shocked was that the black divine chains were no longer locking it up. It already came off from the tortoise shell and was left on a water lily on the pond. The white-shelled little tortoise was looking at Xiao Chen sneakily. It seemed to be smiling. That's right, it was smiling. It did not seem nervous nor scared at all. How did this happen? What is going on? Only after the three skeletons appeared and gesticulate unceasingly did Xiao Chen finally understood what was going on. When 10x was seriously hurt last time, the white-shelled tortoise drank a lot of 10x's blood. After that, it sneaked away and by the time it appeared again, those chains already came off. Xiao Chen was very shocked. After thinking for a little bit, he asked the easygoing white-shelled little tortoise, who was on the stone bridge, as if he was talking to someone, "Larcenist, you are already free. Why did you come back?" Although Xiao Chen looked calm on the surface, his heart was in a turmoil. After all, according to his speculation, this might be a sealed dragon. At present, it had already been liberated, but it didn't regain its original form. So he was not worried that it would possess any unreasonable destructive power. With a flash, it seemed as if the fist-sized little tortoise had cut through the empty space and appeared in front of him. After that, it sneakily carved 3 ancient characters on the slab. This made Keek's big eyes turn perfectly round. After that, it used its hairy little beast paws to rub its glittering big eyes. 10x also revealed the same shocked expression. They were flabbergasted. Looking at the strokes of the ancient characters, it had a striking resemblance to the sacred writings of the distant past. Xiao Chen only recognized the dragon character that had never changed since ancient times. After analyzing it for a really long time, Xiao Chen read it aloud with shock, "I am dragon. 2. You." When Xiao Chen doubtfully guessed the other 2 characters, he immediately revealed an unfathomable expression. Although his mental state was substantially different than the olden days and had been upgraded by a lot, he still couldn't help but be shocked. His original speculation had been confirmed. With a flash, the white-shelled tortoise left an afterimage on the little bridge 3 and disappeared. Early the next morning, someone came to pay a visit. It was a gray-haired old man with childish face. It was hard to speculate his age. He might only be 50 to 60 years old, but looking carefully, he looked like he was more than 100 years old. Although he was an old man, his deep blue pupils were like that of the ocean. This old man was very extraordinary. This was Xiao Chen's first impression. He guessed that he might be the clan leader or elder of some major power. And that he most likely came because of Xiao Chen's identity. After hearing the old man's purpose in coming, Xiao Chen found that he guessed wrongly. The old man did not come for him, but rather the 3 skeletons, Xinhuang Wang, Yan Luo Wang, and Luanhui Wang. "I am a psychic 3 proficient with the law of life. I want to communicate with the 3 skeletons frequently." This old man was very friendly and tactfully stated his intention. Although he said that he wanted to communicate with the 3 skeletons, Xiao Chen could feel that he wanted to accept them as apprentices. It seemed like he was in love with them. That's right, he was in love. That expression was undisguised. 4. Xiao Chen was very shocked. How did this old man fall for the 3 skeletons? The spiritual light flickered. The old man was actually able to communicate with the 3 skeletons via spiritual link. The result was as expected, the 3 skeletons wanted to go train with the old man. "You don't need to worry, if you want to see them, you can go to the North Style Academy just across the street at any time. I will be at the depths of the academy." The old man wore a smile and said, "Their souls are very powerful. When I was training by myself quietly in the late nights these days, I could always feel their energy fluctuations. I was only able to find them at this place due to curiosity." After listening to the old man's brief explanation, Xiao Chen could more or less understand what was going on. It was impossible for him to block his path. This was a good thing. According to the old man, the 3 skeletons might reborn one day in the future. This was an opportunity. When the old man left with the 3 skeletons, the bastard Zhuge Liang arrived with a smile across his entire face. He looked at the rear figure of the old man and muttered, "Brother Xiao, who is that old man? Why does he look like a portrait in my house?" Soon after, the handsome Fersky also arrived. After they heard Xiao Chen talk about that old man, the fatty almost fell head first. "That elder is still alive?" This is definitely him, the person in the portrait my family owns. The fatty had a very positive tone. Just who is that old man? Xiao Chen's interest was hooked by him. I only know he dwells in the Northstyle Academy. A psychic who studied the law of life intensively. He had once saved my great-great-great-great-grandfather's life. 5. Fersky's head was already spinning. His great-great-great-great-grandfather, just how old was that person? While Xiao Chen felt that this was very unexpected, he was glad that the 3 skeletons had followed the right person. Xiao Chen, you better be cautious. This was Fersky and Zhuge Liang's advice for Xiao Chen. Although Hoffman and Zhuge Koan were reprimanded by their fathers, that they were not allowed to stir up any more trouble before they could ascertain Xiao Chen's identity, but how could these 2 dregs of society listen and obey? They wanted to take care of Xiao Chen after secretly gathering the henchmen. After that, the 2 of them left. Soon after, Xiao Chen took Kiki and Tenex along as he flew towards a mountain range outside of the Celestial City. He wanted to continue training. He intended to take care of the scums after he got back. This decision almost made Hoffman and Zhuge Koan choke themselves to death. They set up everything with great difficulty, but couldn't find the person in question. It was just like when one had clenched their fist tightly, ready to launch at any time, but only to end up hitting the air. They had power but were unable to exert it. In the next few days, Hoffman and Zhuge Koan were so depressed that they almost coughed out blood. They felt too dejected. In the barren mountain woods, Xiao Chen left Kiki and Tenex alone as he charged into the primitive mountain range. He was sitting quietly under a huge waterfall. He bared his chest and let the torrential current that fell from the 3,000 feet precipice to pound against his body. The 3,000 feet tall waterfall, in front of the overhang, the white torrential current was surging forward like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was deafening. With such a height, the downward force was unimaginable, but Xiao Chen was sitting there like an immovable boulder. The huge waterfall was hammering his body like a huge hammer. His body was flickering with a crystal-clear brilliance. For 10 days straight, he remained motionless. Xiao Chen was not merely training his body, he was also training his mind. He remained at peace with himself under the deafening sound of the waterfall. His spiritual sense was condensing and rising to a higher level. On the 11th day, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword. His body flickered with a glorious radiance. With a clear whistle, his long black hair fluttered hysterically and the huge waterfall actually flowed backwards in that instant. 1. cdn.pcwlart.com/images/wisteria-flower-tunnel-wallpaper-2.jpg 2. Silva. When I read the title, I thought it was referring to Xiao Chen made me excited for nothing. 3. Silva. Little bridge made up by piling marble in an arch, like what the F. Chendong. Have someone ever told you that you are a bad author? This is like describing to someone apple is a red fruit, the inside is yellow flesh, apples grow on the tree. 4. Silva. I should have called them spiritual master to begin with. 5. Beliscu. Why not just put grandfather's grandfather's grandfather? Silva. Nice joke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, The Floating Isle. The waterfall around Xiao Chen flowed backwards momentarily. After that, as if it had become static, spiritual energy gathered from everywhere and concentrated in the waves. It blended together with the mist and formed a dense holy radiance. Breaking away from the wave, Xiao Chen leapt over to the mountain woods. These 11 days, he had much accomplishment. Not only his spiritual sense, even his body had become much stronger and was heading one step further towards the legendary treasure body. He felt that he was getting closer to the peak of Exuvia 9th celestial layer. That's right, despite how his body and spirit were even more powerful than before, he still didn't break through the 9th celestial layer. The rumored Great Plains of the realm was already blocking his path. It was very hard to make a breakthrough. The 5 major realms, Exuvia, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, and Immortalis had 9 celestial layers respectively. Advancing one celestial layer within a certain major realm was like climbing from a shorter mountain to a much taller one. Although it was very hard, it was not impossible to climb. Every time they make a breakthrough, they could feel their power increasing rapidly. However, rising from one major realm to another was very challenging. The difficulty of rising from an ordinary practitioner to Exuvia was unimaginable. Rising from Exuvia to Historia was just as such. Although Xiao Chen was already at the Exuvia 9th celestial layer, and seemed to be just one step away from Historia, it was not as simple as climbing over a tall mountain anymore. Right now he had to cross over a mountain that was as tall as all 9 celestial layers combined before he could genuinely break into the Historia realm. From climbing over a mountain to crossing over a big field just as high, it was easy to imagine how far was the road ahead. The big field could be understood as a huge mountain, or maybe it could be said to be a lot of mountains. The ninth celestial layer of every major realm was like this. It was a very challenging hurdle. If it were other people, they might not be able to break through this major realm even with a long time of training. They might end up dispirited and disappointed. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp. Although he was unable to break through to the Historia realm, he could clearly feel that his power was forging ahead vigorously. That was purely from the body and spirit. He was no longer placing particular emphasis on strength. Not only did he not become dispirited, it made him even more happy. What could be a more joyous occasion than the evolution of one's body and spirit? This was the road one must follow in the course of evolution. Only by accumulating enough capacity to arouse the body's hidden potential would one be able to really break through to the Historia realm. A ninth celestial layer expert that continuously rose to a higher level even after reaching the peak, this was enough to make him stand at the top among the young experts of the south. Moreover, he was one of the very few fine woods found at the summit. 1. After resting for a little in the desolate forest, Xiao Chen found Kiki, who was soundly asleep while holding a big stack of spiritual items in its arms several hours later. It must be mentioned that this snow-white little critter was really too intelligent. No treasures could ever escape from its discerning eyes. This entire South Desolate region was practically a gold mine as far as Kiki was concerned. This was a scene that would even make the gods jealous. The colorful light flickered unceasingly. Kiki was almost buried by those mouth-watering amethyst ginseng kings, rainbow zoysias, and gold orchid fruits. The fragrance was very refreshing. In the middle, Kiki was soundly asleep like a child. Soon after, Xiao Chen spent another few hours to find Tenex, who was riddled with scars. To make a ninth celestial layer dragon king sustain such injuries, it was easy to imagine how intense was the battle. However, Xiao Chen was still feeling at ease. He knew that there were no tyrannical monsters that could kill Tenex in this mountain range. Zhuge Liang had given him the map of the desolate region around Celestial City. A lot of forbidden areas were marked with a red cross. This was the training program drew up by the fatty Zhuge Liang for Tenex. It was all about desperate struggles in the wild, and was not only limited to the battles in the war beast castles. It must be mentioned that this fatty really had good taste for the war beasts, and was also very knowledgeable. He knew how to bring out their hidden potential with the most effective methods. Zhuge Fatty felt that Tenex was not the same as the common war beasts, and only this method could really help it evolve unceasingly. After resting for a day, Xiao Chen took Kiki and Tenex along as they flew back to Celestial City too. The house had been rummaged. It was obvious that people had paid a visit while he was gone. Xiao Chen felt that it was most likely Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan. That's right, it was exactly the doing of their henchmen. Those two scums of society almost choked to death these past 10 days. They had power but were unable to exert it. It was not easy to find a few senior cousins in the family to help them, and yet, they found that Xiao Chen had disappeared. Xiao Chen paid it no mind as he openly left home with Kiki and Tenex. However, he found that something seemed to have happened in the Celestial City. The number of practitioners decreased by a lot. Even if he wanted to put Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan in order, it was impossible. They had also disappeared without a trace. After asking around, he found that a shocking news had arrived from the depths of the south. Someone had discovered the traces of a divine temple. And there were actually 2 young sacred beasts roaming around at that place. In such a big South Desolate region, only 2 or 3 sacred beasts could be found in every 10 years. However, 2 of them suddenly appeared all at once this time. And they were the most precious young sacred beasts that could be raised with ease. This was definitely a shocking news. In addition to the traces of the divine temple, it was even more shocking. The young sacred beasts roaming around the vicinity of the divine temple, how could they even be compared with the common sacred beasts? Their ancestry might be related to the deities, or perhaps they might be the deities themselves. The so-called ancient deities were not necessarily referring to the human deities only. As long as one was powerful enough to make the immortals tremble in fear, not only the rare sacred beast with noble blood, even the plants could also be addressed as such. If that was the case, then the 2 young sacred beasts were definitely the strongest among the sacred beasts. According to legends, there were several types of sacred beasts capable to be claimed as the equal of the dragons. At that time, Buddhist Asian once thought that Kiki was the cub of one of those few races. If those 2 young sacred beasts were really from such a race. If they could subdue these young sacred beasts, then their future would be unimaginable. The strongest race. Just thinking about it made one's blood race. A great number of major powers in the south had made their move. Some older generation experts couldn't sit around any longer. Many of the younger generations accompanied the experts in their clan and forged ahead. A lot of experts that originally came from foreign lands for the War Beast tournament also made their way to the depths of the south in succession. Without a doubt, a lot of people would lose their life because of this. Maybe entire barren hills might be encroached by the thin blood. One must know that when the ancestral dragon ship returned at that time, a bloody battle that lasted for a few months broke out. The sandy shore was dyed red by the thin blood. When Xiao Chen returned a few months later, there were still people fighting fiercely at the coast. The Dragon Island had a god-sealing power, so the older generation experts didn't dare to go ashore personally. However, the Divine Temple in the south did not have such restrictions. It caused numerous experts to go and provide assistance in the first moments. Of course, it could even attract the attention of a few old farts. The remnants of the Divine Temple was the main reason. Perhaps they might find some shocking discoveries from the remnants. Let's go, we should also go join in on the fun. We will only follow at the rear to watch the show. We won't be participating. 3. Almost all the youth generation in Celestial City had rushed over there. How could Xiao Chen not go? He believed that a lot of interesting things would definitely happen. Target, the depths of the south. There was no need to ask for directions. Distinctive traces were left behind on the road towards that direction. The South Desolate region spanned over thousands of miles. Millions of mountains and thick jungles covered the entire region. The ancient trees covered the sky, the cries of the apes and the roars of the tigers rang out unceasingly. All kinds of monsters were roaming about. There were a lot of exotic primal beasts. Xiao Chen walked in the primitive mountain range with a leisure pace. He did not unfold the undying divine wings at first. Because, he didn't have the intention to fight over those two young sacred beasts that might very well be the later generations of the deities. Doing that was tantamount to throwing his life away. The Dragon King War, that was a bloody battle that lasted for a few months. Only until all parties had acknowledged who they ultimately belonged to did they settle the dispute. It was definitely not a simple matter to decide who these two young sacred beasts belonged to. At the very least, a few major powers in the south would send their people to fight over them. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he was practically unable to shake them up. The journey went very smoothly. He didn't run into any danger on the way. Xiao Chen was flying sometimes and walking in the mountain woods other times. He arrived at the depths of the South Desolate region a few days later. Of course, the so-called depths was only figurative. It was merely 2,000 miles away from the Celestial City. It was impossible to really enter that fabled forbidden area. Nobody dared to really enter the deepest part of the south. The ancient trees reached high into the sky. Each tree was about 300 meters tall. There were even vines as thick as a water jar. One vine was enough to wrap around half of a hill. It was a really primitive forest. It was usually impossible to find the traces of anyone at this place before. The remnants of the Divine Temple revealed themselves. A huge broken stone inscription was standing in the desolate forest. A few ancient characters were carved on the surface. Each stroke seemed to have crossed the space-time continuum and arrived at present. That was the breath settled after the vicissitudes of time. It was a shame that Xiao Chen couldn't recognize those few characters at all. But he could be sure that the characters on the black chains that locked up the white-shelled tortoise were from the same era. The calligraphic style was practically the same. It was the sacred writing of the distant past. After arriving at this region, he could clearly detect a few human figures swaying in the primitive forest from time to time. It indicated that he was getting close to the destination. After passing through a few more mountains, Xiao Chen arrived at the destination. The scene in front made him very shocked. There was an island floating in the air. Although it was only about 5 to 6 kilometers square, it was suspended on top of the primitive mountain range. It appeared very inconceivable. The ash-brown island was just like a piece of huge meteorite. There was no breath of life on the island at all. It was only a little more than 100 meters tall. It was far from being as tall as the mountain range in the vicinity. Xiao Chen soared into the sky and overlooked that floating isle not far away. Not a speck of greenery could be seen on the isle. There was only a solitary ruin. That should be an imposing palace a really long time ago. It should be the residence of the deities during that time, the so-called Divine Island. It was hard to imagine how it could still remain floating in the sky after endless years had passed. Below the Divine Island was also a ruin. It had clearly been rummaged by people before, but not a single shadow could be seen at this moment. Everyone had went after the two young sacred beasts. Xiao Chen descended from the sky. He brought Kiki and Tenex to the ruins on the ground. The broken debris, the pieces of monoliths, everything clearly indicated that magnificent buildings once stood at this place. Who knew if those people had any harvest, if they had found something from these ruins? Xiao Chen did not worry about personal gains and losses as he slowly walked around. Suddenly, he shuddered. He felt a bone-chilling fear. An exceptionally terrifying aura shrouded Xiao Chen in a flash. All of these was so sudden. It happened in the twinkling of an eye. A gale blew up all the debris on the ground. A terrifying black tornado appeared in the vicinity of the ruins and rushed over at astonishing speed. Xiao Chen was very shocked. That black gale was really too fast and rushed over all of a sudden. He immediately raised his power to the limit, but without waiting for him to make his move, he could already hear Keek's angry cry, as well as 10x's roar. The black gale that carried the debris and fragments of the forest trees actually blown Kiki and 10x away. It blew past Xiao Chen and didn't hit him. Its target was only the two little beasts. In that instant, Xiao Chen could only see a huge beastly figure in the black gale, as well as the black scales that glittered like frost and snow. He wasn't able to make out anything else. He was extremely shocked. That seemed to be a very terrifying beast. Xiao Chen immediately unfolded the undying divine wings and chased after it. Out of his expectation, the black gale was too frantic and quick. It destroyed everything in its path and actually broke away from the ground. After that, with a speed that couldn't be seen with naked eyes, it charged into a distant location, then it changed directions and completely disappeared. 4. It was too fast. Xiao Chen was unable to catch up even after unfolding the undying divine wings. Moreover, he had no idea where did that black gale disappear to. Damn it! Xiao Chen was extremely furious. They actually took Kiki and 10x away. Just who or what was that? After unfolding the undying divine wings, Xiao Chen raised his speed to the limit. He flew past one mountain range after another, wanting to search for traces of the black gale. However, he was disappointed. He couldn't find any traces at all. They actually snatched Kiki and 10x away. This made Xiao Chen extremely furious. When he recalled that vague glimpse, he slowly calmed down. That huge beastly figure and glittering black scales indicated that it was not done by a human. This, he thought about many things. This matter might be very complicated. 1. Fun facts, in case you never went hiking before. Trees tend to be smaller and shorter at higher place. The higher the mountains, the shorter the trees. 2. Silva, Xiao Chen, using the undying divine wings as a traveling method like a boss XD. 3. Silva, he will be dragged into this, oh I'm sure. 4. Silva, and oh. They had been kidnapped. Kidnapped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Swearing Gimlet. Xiao Chen was incomparably frustrated. The two little beasts were taken away just like this. He stood in the empty sky silently and swept his eyes over all directions. He had gotten along with the two little beasts for such a long time already, the sudden separation made him really frustrated. The black beastly figure, the ice-cold scales, with only such little information, Xiao Chen firmly memorized it in his heart. He was determined to train properly. If he made some accomplishments sometime in the future, he would definitely come back to search for the two little beasts. But he was not hopeful. It was obvious at first glance that the madman in the black gale was not someone he could handle. Xiao Chen landed on the floating isle and surveyed the scene from an elevated position. Although he didn't hold much hope, he still wanted to wait for a few days. It would be great if those old farts who had entered the desolate region came into contact with that madman. Although the chance to triumph was very uncertain, there was still a tiny bit of possibility. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen felt that something was very strange. The package he was carrying on his back was suddenly shaking. When he opened it up to take a look, it was actually the black cloth. The cloth was black not because it was not clean, but because the cloth was encroached by blood, and due to the vicissitudes of time, it had turned pitch black. It was actually Shuairenqi's burial cloth. The sacred cloth encroached by blood he obtained from the Dragon Island. Of course, there was no way to ascertain if it was really Shuairenqi's burial cloth. This was only the demon's deduction at that time, as well as Xiao Chen's speculation. If his speculation was correct, then without a doubt, Shuairenqi died a long time ago. However, there were a lot of legends regarding the Immortals' mainland. Most of them pointed towards this region. In other words, the South Desolate region. Legends said that Shuairenqi had lived in seclusion in the South Desolate region all alone. Looking at this black sacred cloth encroached by blood, Xiao Chen was endlessly shocked. One must know that since he had obtained this cloth, he had never seen it showing such an anomaly. even when they were sailing on the taboo ocean. And this ordinary-looking bloodstained cloth actually showed an abnormal fluctuation for the first time today. When he grabbed this bloodstained cloth in his hands, it moved by itself without the wind. Then, with a flapping sound, it started fluttering like a black banner in the air. The mountain woods were very tranquil. There wasn't the slightest of breeze. Even the divine island suspending in midair didn't have any abnormal energy fluctuation. However, the black cloth was fluttering violently under such circumstances, as if it was being waved by a pair of invisible hands. Xiao Chen grabbed one end of the cloth to let it flutter with a crashing sound. Then he observed the surroundings cautiously and attentively. His spiritual sense was released and swept through all directions. No abnormal circumstances in the surroundings, no one was approaching. Except for the beast roars that could constantly be heard from the surroundings, nothing around this place seemed inappropriate. What's going on? Could it be that someone was spying on him in the dark? Was it related to the burial cloth? After Xiao Chen silently swept his eyes over the surroundings for 15 minutes, he negated this conjecture and thought about a different possibility. Could this place be the reason? Could it be that this divine island was related to Swirenchi's burial cloth? The brownish-black divine island was like a piece of meteorite. There was not the slightest breath of life on the isle. Only the fragments of debris that seemed to stand as a testament to its glorious past. Flap! 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 The burial cloth suddenly shook violently, as if it wanted to break away from his hand. Xiao Chen hastily strengthened his grip, but his body was still moving towards the direction the burial cloth was fluttering. Their destination, the center of the ruins. It was as if the black sacred cloth had intelligence. It was pointing towards one direction and leading Xiao Chen to the center of the ruins at every step. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was thumping like crazy. The ancestral god's burial cloth was guiding him forward. It seemed like he was going to run into an out-of-the-ordinary opportunity. He never thought that this ordinary-looking burial cloth actually had intelligence. He was under the impression that it was just an ancient cloth encroached by sacred blood. When Xiao Chen arrived at the center of the divine island, and after he stood on top of a ruin, the blood-stained cloth suddenly shook violently and forcibly separated from his control. It flew out of his palm and gave rise to a gale in the center of the divine island. The black sacred cloth shook violently in the air. The debris in the ruins were lifted up from the ground and danced in the empty sky. All of the debris in the ruins were cleared. The black sacred cloth was stretched and became as straight as a javelin. It was pointing at the base of the ruins. The base was entirely made by piling up solid mountain rocks. However, they had been polished. The edges and corners were not crude and they were piled up neatly. It made the base seem heavy and firm. Xiao Chen was already certain there was definitely something down there. But he didn't know if there were any dangers involved. After experiencing a little too much, he had become all the more cautious and timid. That was because strange things were likely to appear in this kind of ancient remains. After that experience in the ghost town, he always felt a lingering fear whenever he saw ancient buildings. A strong wind rushed forth. Xiao Chen split open the base while flying in the sky. He had already unfolded the undying divine wings and was floating in the sky. If something bizarre were to happen, he would withdraw from this place in the first moments. The boulders were sent flying as the base was split open by him. The black layers of soil on both sides were blown away by the surge of energy and the base revealed itself. There was nothing special below, not the slightest anomaly. However, just at this time, the black cloth shook even more violently. After it gave rise to a violent gale, it suddenly stopped. Then it fell towards the ground so quick as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. It fell like this among a pile of rubble and covered a certain area. After watching quietly for a while, Xiao Chen did not find anything inappropriate. He landed in front of the burial cloth and lifted it up. With a crash, the black cloth pulled out a stone wedge. It was a very ordinary stone. Grayish in color, and appeared very rustic. It was as thick as 2 fingers and as long as a palm. One side was a little pointed and it looked like a stone gimlet. Of course, it looked more like a stone wedge. It was originally used to fill in a gap in the base. However, it was actually hooked up by the black cloth. Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that there should be some other secret hidden under the base, but after lifting the huge rocks, he couldn't find anything special. All the while, the burial cloth trembled unceasingly while covering that ordinary-looking stone wedge. The stone wedge. This. Xiao Chen was very surprised. Could this ordinary-looking stone wedge actually be the reason that this intelligent sacred cloth was shaking? But this was just an ordinary piece of rock. The kind that could be found everywhere in the mountains. Moreover, the one who built this palace also considered it as a waste material. He didn't treat it as anything great, and only used it to fill in the gap on the ground. How did it become like this? Xiao Chen remained puzzled despite much thought. He couldn't find anything particular even after observing for a really long time. His sharp spiritual sense also couldn't find any energy fluctuation, it was just a normal rock. Xiao Chen was obviously the last to reach this place. A lot of practitioners had already arrived before him and rummaged through this divine temple. If there was any treasure, it was very unlikely for those old farts to miss it. How could there be any good thing remaining after the place had been searched attentively by everyone? However, the burial cloth pointed at this ordinary-looking stone. Even if it was an ordinary stone, Xiao Chen couldn't think of it as one anymore. He held the stone in his hand and turned it upside down to examine it. After a careful examination, he found that this ordinary stone was a little light. It was a little like the wood. It's a wood? With this thought, Xiao Chen found to his surprise that it looked more like a block of wood that had been polished. The more he looked, the more he believed it was a grayish ancient wood. It was too bizarre. How was it that he was unable to differentiate it between an ordinary stone or wood? Was it a stone or a wood? It was hard to tell. He threw it towards a boulder. The boulder didn't break up as he expected and the rock wedge fell not far away. There was nothing unusual about it. Xiao Chen decided to put it away carefully. Although he was unable to make out its usefulness for the time being, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. In the vicinity of the Divine Island, no more practitioners were appearing. It seemed that all of them went to chase after the two young sacred beasts. This caused Xiao Chen to laugh at himself. You guys went to fight over the sacred beasts suspected to be from the strongest race, and I am here picking up a stone. After waiting quietly on the Divine Island for 2 days, Kiki and Tenex never returned. Xiao Chen's delusion had been shattered. He decided not to wait any longer. It was time to go take a look at the depths of the desolate region. In the following day, he found the traces of some practitioners. It was precisely from those who came to track down the young sacred beasts. Of course, these people were not all that strong and fell behind. Those powerful ones had already disappeared into the depths. At the same time, Xiao Chen unexpectedly found a few natives who lived in this mountain woods. They lived a very primitive life, just like the barbarians. And it was at this kind of small tribe that he saw a certain scene. It was as if he was struck by a thunderbolt immediately. He saw that this primitive little tribe was drilling wood to make fire. In that instant, it was as if a lightning had illuminated Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. He felt his blood racing momentarily. That ordinary-looking stone wood he obtained from the ruins no longer looked like an ordinary item anymore. He already knew what it was. How did Shuairenqi achieve the truth? It was because of this. This seemed like the sacred item he achieved the truth with, the swearing gimlet. Thinking back to its shape, it looked like a rock, yet not a rock. It felt like a wood, yet not a wood. Xiao Chen immediately linked it to the swearing gimlet that the ancestral god had achieved the truth with. Every person knew about the story of how the ancestral god made fire by drilling the wood at that time. But it seemed like this sacred item had never been described with much detail. It seemed like nobody had ever thought of it as a sacred item. It didn't seem to possess any formidable power. The ancestral god had never used it to deal with an opponent back in those days either. But all in all, this was definitely not an ordinary artifact. Just when Xiao Chen was getting excited thinking about it, the roars of a dragon were transmitted from the depths of the primitive mountain range. It was 10x. Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised to the extreme. He unfolded the undying divine wings and rushed forward as quick as lightning. In the earth-shattering primitive forest, the dragon roar reverberated. It was just ahead. Xiao Chen quickly passed through one mountainwood after another and arrived at that place. He found that Tenex and Kiki were safe and sound. Apart from them, there were actually another 3 little beasts behind. Ancestral dragon heads and ancestral dragon tails, covered by glittering scales from head to foot. It was actually 3 young dragon kings. But regarding these 3 dragon kings, Xiao Chen had never seen them on the Dragon Island before. It was impossible for Xiao Chen not to recognize them. He was certain that he had never seen them before. Xiao Chen simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. This was enough to make him stupefied. Just where did Tenex and Kiki find these 3 dragon kings? It really made one too speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, An Eye for an Eye. 3 never seen before dragon kings. They were just like 10x. Not only was the ancestral dragon head so obvious at first glance, even the ancestral dragon tail had already transformed. Just what was going on? They obviously only brought 11 Dragon Kings back from the Dragon Island. In addition to 10x who evolved later on, there should only be 12 of them in total. Just where did the 3 of them suddenly pop out from? Xiao Chen had doubts in his heart, but he quickly understood what was going on. Legend said that a few ancient dragons might be living in the deepest part of the south. They were able to escape from being sealed on the Dragon Island. They were the kings of the dragons. From the look of it, the legend might be true. Regardless of whether those kings were still alive, they had definitely left their bloodline behind. Moreover, it was a very noble bloodline. The origin of these 3 dragon kings was really too big. In some kind of sense, their background was even greater than those young dragon kings from the Dragon Island. The moment Xiao Chen thought of these, he wanted to keep the secret for himself. It was hard to understand if one didn't go through a series of events. Just 2 valuable young sacred beasts could cause the practitioners to kill one another. Let alone these 3 dragon kings. That line of thought was good, but it was not easy to be put into practice. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the enmity coming from the 3 dragon kings. The powerful dragon chi caused the beasts in the vicinity to be scared stiff. The entire mountain woods turned extremely quiet. The 3 little dragon kings growled at Kiki and 10x. They exposed a deep hostility and battle intent. After that, the 3 of them took a quick look at each other with hostility and then separated into 3 different directions and rushed into the primitive forest. Their speed could be said to be as fast as lightning as they left behind 3 afterimages in the forest. They disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. It seemed like they were only ordered to see the 2 little beasts off. As they left without a hint of reluctance. Although he felt a bit regretful, Xiao Chen also didn't have any other choice. The origin of the 3 dragon kings was too extraordinary, he didn't want to try his luck. At last, Xiao Chen could roughly guess who was it that took away Kiki and 10x. Kiki and 10x did not care about the departure of the 3 dragon kings. On the contrary, they were looking towards a certain direction unceasingly. The snow-white little critter was very cute. It seemed to have lingering fears as it pulled its neck back. It was rare for it to expose a scared expression as it stealthily looked backwards. It was very obvious that the 2 of them had been taught a lesson. 10x also wore a peculiar expression as it turned its head around from time to time. It seemed like they knew someone was watching them attentively. Recalling the black gale, that huge beastly figure, and those glittering black scales, Xiao Chen was well aware of what it was. He didn't ask them anything. He didn't want to be meddlesome. He just brought the 2 little beasts and quickly left this place. Only until they walked for 100 miles did the 2 little beasts finally relax and reinstate their former attitudes. The sacred beast's intuition was the keenest. Through this, Xiao Chen knew that the existence that couldn't be provoked behind them was really gone now. Just what was going on? Only now did Xiao Chen ask them. Kiki immediately squeaked and gesticulated, it seemed very excited. Xiao Chen spent a long time to understand. The little critter's interpretation was very interesting. According to its line of thought, that was a big demon, a super big demon king. It was a little unclear though, when Kiki moved its hands and feet to describe, it felt like that was an evil existence that could give rise to a calamity. 10x was also behaving strangely. It seemed to be pondering. No matter what Xiao Chen asked, it remained silent. There was no other choice, Xiao Chen could only find out the circumstances from Kiki. In the end, the information he got was a little shocking. The snow-white little critter told him that the super big demon king was very powerful. The demon king had threatened it several times these past 2 days. It had also lectured 10x once. According to the snow-white little critter, that was a hateful big bastard. Kiki angrily recounted the grievances and gestured unceasingly. The big demon king could fly. It had brought them to a very distant location where they entered a forest that was emitting multicolored radiance. That place had a lot of spiritual items that made the snow-white little critter drool. After that, they met the 3 dragon kings there and a fierce battle broke out between them. Kiki did not hold back and sealed the 3 dragon kings. As a result, it was restrained by the big demon king. And on the other side, 10x had a desperate fight with the 3 dragon kings. In the end, the 4 little dragons were on the verge of dying, but they were healed by the big demon king with an unfathomable method. Afterwards the big demon king ruthlessly taught the 5 little beasts a lesson before he sent the 2 little beasts back. Moreover, he made the 3 dragon kings see them off. Half a day later, Xiao Chen brought the 2 little beasts back to the divine temple. He had previously found the swearing gimlet at this place. This was a very shocking discovery, so Xiao Chen decided to return to this place and search every nook carefully. But the 2 little beasts were not interested in this. Very soon, they charged into the primitive forest respectively. 10x went to find monsters to battle while Kiki went to look for spiritual items. The breeze brushed past lightly. A rustling sound was transmitted from the primitive forest. Xiao Chen couldn't find any new discovery on the divine isle, so he went to the ruins on the ground and searched carefully. Just at this time, his keen spiritual sense caught an ice-cold killing intent. Without making any sound, a human figure appeared beside the ruins like a specter. His entire person appeared faintly discernible like a shadow. He stood there and looked at Xiao Chen quietly. At the same time, a peculiar aura was transmitted from the sky and a dusky fog drifted over. A human figure was hidden within the fog, floating in the sky. Only the ice-cold glint in his eyes passed through the grey fog and coldly stared at Xiao Chen. In that instant, a murderous aura rushed forth from the forest. Two human figures covered by a hazy green radiance slowly walked over. 4 people trapped Xiao Chen in the middle of the ruins. A powerful pressure enveloped him in a split second. Xiao Chen turned pale with fright. This was a very terrifying aura. Some kind of domain had already covered this space and suppressed him. It was as if his body was being bound. He was unable to unfold the undying divine wings and soar to the sky. He was trapped in a domain. A cold sweat flowed down. Xiao Chen knew that he had run into some experts. The 4 of them were out of the ordinary. They actually worked together and laid out a domain to seal off this space. This kind of power was beyond him. At the very least, he didn't have this kind of ability. Swish! A ray of death was launched from that drizzling fog in the sky. It was as swift as the lightning. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to make any movements, that ray of death ruthlessly sent him flying. Traces of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was wounded with a single hit. It was very obvious that the power of the psychic in the sky far surpassed his. They were not someone he could take on. The 3 on the ground had already closed in around him. The person in the shadow was illusory and couldn't be seen clearly. The other 2 had green chi lingering around their whole body, making it just as hard to see their real visage. The person in the shadows waved their palm and hacked at Xiao Chen. The spiritual energy in the sky seemed to be sucked dry. After that, all of them launched towards Xiao Chen. Bang! The tyrannical power was omnipresent. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to dodge. It sent him flying and made him cough out a big mouthful of blood. He got up from the ground slowly and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen coldly swept his eyes at the 4 persons and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? You deserve to die." The person in the dusky fog said coldly, "We will take care of you slowly." The 2 persons with green chi lingering on their bodies advanced simultaneously. They made their move at the same time. 2 green radiants crossed together as they were launched towards Xiao Chen. Although he couldn't fly and was trapped in this special domain, Xiao Chen could still move to some extent. Just like jumping up from a swamp, Xiao Chen dodged that attack with some difficulty, and at the same time, he executed the death blow of the 4 major techniques. A glaring brilliance was launched immediately. However, in front of absolute strength, even the most exquisite secret art was unable to do anything. The enemy's power was far greater than Xiao Chen's. The crossing green radiance immediately sent Xiao Chen flying and he coughed out a big mouthful of blood again. Xiao Chen felt that his inner organs were destroyed. He was feeling acute pain all over. The 4 of them far surpassed him. It seemed like they had no intention of ending his life immediately. With 4 powerful experts making their move on him, Xiao Chen was unable to resist at all. The 4 of them were definitely at the level of Historia. Killing him was not that hard. That person who was hiding in the shadows all along was really like a specter. His movements were so quiet. He suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a ghost and grabbed his long hair. After that, Xiao Chen was sent flying with the palm of the hand. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. Xiao Chen felt his blood boiling. Not only was his body injured, he was also being oppressed by others like this. It made him want to let out a roar. The person in the drizzling grey fog had an ice-cold glint in his eyes that was as sharp as the sword. With a flash, that person's figure appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a lightning and sent a dropkick. Although Xiao Chen spared no effort to dodge and attack with the chaotic patterns, he was still unable to resist. A powerful spiritual power was protecting that person's right leg. It broke through Xiao Chen's resistance in an instant and ruthlessly sent him flying. The 2 on the ground with green light radiating all over their bodies moved again at the same time. They ruthlessly stepped on Xiao Chen's body simultaneously. Snap! Snap! 2 crunchy sounds reverberated. They snapped Xiao Chen's arms with a powerful stamp. It was an undisguised humiliation. The opponent could definitely kill him easily, and yet, they insisted on tormenting him slowly. The gap was really too big. Xiao Chen knew these four persons were really too powerful. They were definitely not on the same level as him. At the very least, they must be an expert of the Historia realm. Killing him was a piece of cake. They were definitely not persons of the same age. Even if those in the youth generations were exceptionally gifted, it was impossible for them to defeat him this effortlessly. For Historia realm experts, it was hard to guess their true identities. They made Xiao Chen get caught up in a critical circumstance. Bang! The person in the shadows stepped forward like a ghost and ruthlessly kicked Xiao Chen's breastbone. The power of the domain was like a swamp as it trapped the seriously hurt Xiao Chen. It made him unable to muster any strength to resist and dodge. As if they could hear the sound of the breastbone breaking, Xiao Chen was kicked high up into the sky. A bunch of blood splattered everywhere in the sky. Humiliating. Xiao Chen felt threatened by death. He was feeling extremely angry. This loss was only because of the gap in their age. It was because the others were one generation older than him. They had trained much longer than him. Therefore, their strength far surpassed his. However, there was nothing he could do. The person in the dusky fog landed on the ground and joined up with the other three on the ground. Then they pressed on towards Xiao Chen all at once. 4 pairs of eyes emitted an ice-cold glint. The sound of sneering reverberated in the ruins. I am already a dead person in your eyes. There's no need to hide anymore. Can you guys let me see your true identities? At least let me die while knowing what I did wrong. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at them calmly. Who do you think you are? You are not fit to see our real visage. You know full well what you did. The person in the shadows took a step forward and ruthlessly sent Xiao Chen, who was under the influence of a more powerful domain, flying with a kick. After that, with one step covering 7 to 8 meters, that person ruthlessly stamped on Xiao Chen's arm. Snap! The sound of snapping bone could be heard. Carrying on, the two persons shrouded in green radiance stepped forward together and lifted Xiao Chen up. They made their move at the same time, and with 2 snaps, Xiao Chen's shoulder blades were broken. It made his 2 arms droop down powerlessly. Boy, us killing you would be as easy as killing a tick. The 2 of them ruthlessly sent him flying with a slap on the face. Xiao Chen coughed out a big mouthful of blood, then he sneered, so you guys are from the scum's families. You must have come to avenge your disappointing scions. Those scums are really hopeless. If I didn't guess wrongly, you guys are more than 40 years old and still, your ability until now is only at the level of Historia. And you have the face to brag in front of me? If you guys were 20 years younger, about the same age as me, even the 4 of you together wouldn't be fit for me to raise my finger. Shut your mouth. That psychic who landed on the ground protected his body with a light barrier and rushed over with the speed of lightning. He ruthlessly grabbed Xiao Chen's long hair. And then, with a knee to the face, Xiao Chen was sent flying, while blood was spraying from his mouth and nose. The 4 of you are merely mixed fish. Your total age combined would be more than several hundred years already. And yet, the 4 of you can only handle a younger generation like me by acting together. You guys will never become a real expert in your lifetime. You can only do this kind of shady things in the dark. Although Xiao Chen was getting wounded unceasingly, his eyes had an undisguised contempt. All of this was only to stall for time, to make the 4 torment him due to wrath and not kill him immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Retribution. This kind of look made the 4 of them feel very unpleasant. Xiao Chen's wounded body got hit again. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are unparalleled with just the power of Exuvia Ninth Celestial Layer? Today, we'll taunt you until you die. The ruthless sound reverberated in the ruins. While Xiao Chen was coughing out blood, he sneered, Exuvia Ninth Celestial Layer may be nothing, but can you guys find a youth expert around my level in your family? I can sweep the floor with every youth in your family. Give me a few more years and even all of you would be nothing more than a poop at the side of the road. Xiao Chen did not lose because he did not have enough power, but rather because the enemies were too strong and were one generation older than him. The reason he kept arguing against the 4 was merely to stall for time. As if it had hit their sore spot, the 4 of them relentlessly hit him again to humiliate Xiao Chen. A few more of his bones were shattered. The older generation cannot rashly make their move against the younger generation. You guys really want to go on regardless of those rules? You really want to continue this shameless act till the very end? Xiao Chen's eyes were brimming with contempt. Humph. Rules are not alive, humans are alive. Nobody will know even if we kill you now. There's no one except the beasts within a radius of 10 meters. Even if you die, you will die for nothing. Everyone will think you lost your life in the South Desolate region fighting over those young sacred beasts. You guys are really shameless. Using 4 middle-aged men to deal with the next generation like this. As expected, the scums are born from the same tree. His sneer echoed in the ruins. The 4 of them stared at Xiao Chen with an ice-cold gaze. You can continue to flaunt your mouth. We will torment you slowly. Let's see who ends up suffering more. You guys can torment me now, but the 4 of you are also screwed. Xiao Chen sneered and said, didn't your family always harbor suspicions about my identity? I can tell you now, I came from the depths of the south. Impossible. The middle-aged person in the shadows was clearly shocked as he said, we already investigated you thoroughly. You came from the mortal world, and not from the deepest part of the south. You guys can go to the depths of this desolate region and ask. Someone definitely saw me when I showed up in the mountain woods with 4 young dragon kings. They are the young dragon kings that came from the deepest part of the south. Xiao Chen's voice was very cold. You guys think that humiliating me is nothing? Just wait and see, you guys will definitely be wiped out without a trace. Hearing these, the 4 of them stopped involuntarily and didn't make another move. That psychic soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the depths of the south. The other 3 quietly stood there, not making any sound. In merely 15 minutes later, that psychic flew back and nodded towards the other 3. Then he said, someone saw him make contact with a few dragon kings for a brief moment. I killed 2 of them, but from what the 2 were saying, there's another 2 who saw it. They already left a long time ago, I am unable to find them, but... The gazes of the 4 were incomparably cold. They looked at Xiao Chen simultaneously. Their mood was constantly changing between hesitation and determination. Just at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted, seal the 4 of them. The 4 of them wanted to make their move immediately after hearing these, but the dazzling rainbow-colored radiance dropped down from all directions and submerged this place in a split second. The 4 of them were sealed within a glorious radiance. The snow-white little Kiki had returned. It was carrying a golden ginseng king about half a meter long. It was glaring at them furiously. Not far away, 10X was also letting out a growl. It looked at them with an ominous glint. Good. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and said, Kiki, you just keep them like this for a while. I will personally dispose of them. The domain laid out by the 4 Historia-level experts had already disappeared. It was completely dispersed by Kiki's mystical power. It was completely replaced by the rainbow-colored prison. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and struggled to sit down. After that, he began to adjust his breathing. Waves of jewel-like splendor emitted from his body. The bones produced a cackling sound, and after executing his secret arts for a brief moment, the fractures were temporarily fixed. It was barely enough to let Xiao Chen move. Pulling out the jet-black broken sword, Xiao Chen walked forward with unsteady steps. Without thinking twice, he directly chopped 4 left palms. Ah! Ah! The miserable shriek reverberated in the ruins. Don't worry, I will not let you guys die so quickly. The 4 had never thought that the snow-white little critter with Xiao Chen actually had the power to seal them. This was simply unbelievable. The pain from the bloody cut-off palms made them break out cold sweat unceasingly. It seems like the 4 of you are very fond of humiliating people. I will serve you guys carefully today and let you enjoy this kind of pleasure yourselves. Xiao Chen really hated these 4 people to the extreme. With another wave of his jet-black broken sword, 4 left ears were cut off. At the same time, the hazy radiances shrouding the 4-person dispersed and revealed their real visage. The 4 of them all had blonde hair, and around 40 or so years old. Pain filled their whole face. So it is the Reagan family's people. I originally thought it was Zhuge family's. I will definitely not let Hoffman off this time. The 4 of them had bitter expressions as they stared at Xiao Chen fiercely. I am very displeased with your expressions. If you were begging for forgiveness or crying out in pain, maybe it would alleviate a little of my resentment. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen waved the jet-black broken sword in his hand again. PFFF. PFFF. The blood splashed everywhere. 4 legs were chopped off by Xiao Chen. Right now, he didn't show any mercy or distraught. Just now, the 4 of them tormented him and broke the bones all over his body. He had already built up a bellyful of rage. Ah! Ah! The sharp pain made the 4 of them let out a miserable shriek. They were unable to bear this kind of pain. I slapped Hoffman in the face, but that is because he is guilty and deserves to be punished. Murder and arson, raping female students, he has done all kind of bad deeds. If not because I was apprehensive of your family, I would have hanged him alive on that very day. Xiao Chen's words were very cold. You guys humiliated me, only to take revenge for a scum. What kind of reasoning is that? Now I will give you a taste of your own medicine. Didn't you guys want to torment me until I die? I will let you guys taste it yourselves. Xiao Chen consecutively waved the sword 4 times and shattered many bones in their bodies. Since they were mortal enemies, there was no need to be merciful. Being merciful to the enemies was the same as being cruel to oneself. Xiao Chen was determined to not let them off. With a raise of a hand, the sword dropped down on them. Their right legs were also separated from their bodies. The blood splashed very high and dyed the ruins red. Xiao Chen, you bastard! The 4 of them cursed. Didn't the 4 of you say that killing me was as easy as crushing a tick? Xiao Chen waved the sword again. Their arms were also chopped off. The blood gushed out unceasingly. The bloody mist pervaded the forest. Xiao Chen carried the 4 of them and threw them beside an anthill. The poisonous ants in the forest were very violent, they crawled all over the 4-person's body in a moment. The miserable shrieks made one's scalp feel numb. It sounded exceptionally painful and miserable. 15 minutes later, Xiao Chen walked over and said, I will relieve you of your pain. With the raise of a hand, the sword dropped down. After 4 black lights flickered, 4 heads were chopped off. The heads flew diagonally and dropped at the tip of a tree far away. The bloody mist drifted in the forest. Xiao Chen brought Kiki and Tenex along as they left this place. After that, he began to heal his wounds in a hidden precipice. Fractures were not a horrible injury for a 9th Celestia layer expert like Xiao Chen. He also practiced in the Vajra, as he wanted to train his body to the point it was capable of standing off against divine artifacts. As a result, his body was the most resilient. In merely 3 days, his bones were completely reconnected. During this time, the joints were letting out cackling sounds and sounded especially scary. These past 3 days, quite a commotion was raised in the South Desolate region. 4 experts from the Reagan family were beheaded. Their heads hanging on the treetop attracted a lot of attention. After another night of recuperating, Xiao Chen returned to the Celestial City with Kiki and Tenex on the 4th day. He was not interested in those 2 young sacred beasts believed to be from the strongest race. He didn't want to stay at that place and trod through mud and water anymore. Just when he returned to the Celestial City, he ran into an acquaintance. It was the lofty Dugu Jianma. He was currently holding a double-edged sword and confronting someone. It was a youth with demonic nature. It gave people the feeling of complete wildness. At the outer area, there was another youth with blue hair. He was looking at everything with a smile. A lot of practitioners gathered in the surroundings. Dugu Jianma and Windfeathers are about to fight. Someone at the side commented in a low voice. When Xiao Chen got closer to the battlefield, Dugu Jianma, Windfeathers, and that blue-haired youth seemed to have felt something. They turned their sight towards him simultaneously. Xiao Chen could feel a powerful pressure. The power within his body was aroused. Rumble. The 4 experts let off a powerful energy fluctuation. A domain actually appeared in the field. At the same time, the genius of the north, Wuxing Feng, also arrived with 2 more people. Just at this time, he also let off a powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble. The invisible domain had been reinforced 1 step further. Interesting. A rebellious voice was transmitted from not far away and another person walked towards the field from a different direction. At this moment, the domain evoked by the strongest youth warriors suddenly became stronger in a flash. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Stand Out from the Masses. The heaven and earth suddenly became dark, as if the netherworld field was about to swallow up the Mother Earth. It became pitch black within a radius of 100 meters. The terrifying domain enveloped this area. Just at this very instant, everyone who got caught up in this domain seemed to have lost their sense of hearing and eyesight. They couldn't hear anything with their ears nor could they see anything with their eyes, as if they had become disabled. The ordinary practitioners who got trapped in this field were very terrified. This kind of feeling was the most inappropriate in regards to the practitioners. They had been deprived of their sense of hearing and vision. This was entirely caused by few of the strongest youth experts. They were still unable to create a domain by themselves, but when several of them got together, even if they were hostile towards one another, they were able to let off the most powerful spiritual sense and power, which brought about this terrifying scene before their eyes. One must know that they were distinguished persons in various regions. There were hardly any equal among their peers. They might even become influential figures in certain areas in the future. Their potential could be said to be unlimited. The domain that appeared now was the hidden potential that was hibernating within their bodies. It was the manifestation of their divine power in advance. The domain was set into motion violently. It was like the great waves of the ocean. Then, with a few sudden vibrations, the ordinary practitioners were all flung away. Soon after, several human figures moved at lightning speed within the pitch-black domain. They were as swift as a ghost. Clink! Xiao Chen raised up the broken sword to block the blow. It felt as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. His opponent's figure also trembled. After that, he left behind an afterimage as he retreated. Dogu Jianma. He made his prowess as a swordsman known to the whole world. His swordsmanship was unparalleled among his peers. Just now, it was him who clashed with Xiao Chen. The surrounding space distorted and became fuzzy, as if the space was being squeezed by someone. Rumble. As if there was an earthquake, someone rushed towards Xiao Chen. After his foot fell to the ground, the earth burst open. That person was just like a steel demon. His savagery caused people to be appalled. That person was tall and thin, but it felt as if there were 1,000 tons of weight behind his attack as it crashed down like a mountain. Clang! As if the space was ripped apart, the turbulence circulated at high speed and let out an incomparably ear-piercing noise. The newcomers suddenly sent a punch towards Xiao Chen's head. Words were unable to describe how aggressive and tyrannical he was. It was as if he didn't care about anyone under the heavens. That naturally included Xiao Chen. It could even be said that he was looking at the whole world disdainfully out of the corner of his eyes while making his move at will. It was actually Wind Feathers, that wild and demonic youngster. He didn't attach importance to anything in his eyes, it was as if he was the only one in this world, and the others were nothing more than stepping stones. Xiao Chen restrained the restless Kiki with the hand that was holding the sword. Then he sent a punch with his other hand unhurriedly. It was a test of strength. The body was a treasure, the fists were for protecting that treasure. With one punch, strong winds spread across all directions. A resplendent radiance seemed to rip apart the darkness of the domain. The violent energy caused the surface of the earth to burst open unceasingly. Clink! When the two fists collided, they actually let out a metallic sound. It was as deafening as the sudden clap of thunder. It caused many practitioners' eardrums to buzz and go deaf momentarily. Wind Feathers distanced himself after one attack. Without much delay, he immediately charged towards the next opponent. Xiao Chen stood there motionlessly, prepared to receive the next person's strongest attack. For these top-level young warriors to get together, it was something very hard to come by. Right now, in this dark, nefarious domain, everyone was looking for a chance to make their move. They wanted to test the power of their greatest enemies in the future. As the strongest warrior in their respective regions, then they would inevitably traverse the world. These people were bound to cross swords. Rips. A glaring light tore the darkness apart and swept towards Xiao Chen. This was from a very powerful psychic. This was a very rare and bizarre ability, the Light of Destruction. It was specialized in stripping somebody of their life. The terrifying light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. However, it was impossible for him to reach Xiao Chen's life with a single strike. The jet-black broken sword swept across his view. The resplendent swordchi rolled out like the torrential river and clashed with that glaring light of destruction. Just like the melting ice and snow, the two energies fell apart in a flash. Ha! Another terrifying light beam swept towards Xiao Chen. The light of death rushed over from another direction. It was yet another terrifying young expert. Xiao Chen was more happy than fearful as he responded unhurriedly. While maintaining the status quo, he confronted everyone's attack from all directions. Just how many young experts were there in the dark, gloomy domain? Nobody knew for sure. At present, the figures in the domain were leaping all over the place with speed as fast as lightning. Only the terrifying spiritual spells and the resplendent swordchis ripped apart the darkness from time to time. In a brief instant, everyone in the domain had already carried out the most thrilling clash. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. However, it suddenly sped up again in the next instant. Rumble. After a loud sound, the dark domain collapsed. Nobody knew who was the first to rush out of the domain. Following closely, human figures leapt towards all directions and dispersed. Everyone in the domain had retreated in that very instant. When the dark domain completely faded away, only Xiao Chen and the two little beasts remained. The breeze brushed past lightly. Xiao Chen stood on the field calmly. His tall and straight body was motionless. Only his black hair was fluttering along with the wind. Traces of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but Xiao Chen stood there unmoving for a good while before he wiped the traces of blood. After that, his body suddenly exploded with a burst of glaring light and his light injuries instantly healed. This was the power of Vajra. Every time he was wounded, his body would become more resilient. He knew that those people had also sustained injuries. After launching their strongest attacks respectively, none of them came out unscathed. Let's hope nobody can break through to Historia Realm in a short time, Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. These people already reached Exuvia 9th celestial layer, they were on the same level as him. Just one more step and they would enter the incomparably vast whole new world. But these people knew that it was very, very hard to make a breakthrough. There was a huge protective screen blocking their path. Not only did they need time to break through, what they needed even more was a stroke of luck. Let's go! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings. He soared into the sky with Kiki and 10x as he flew towards his residence. Only now did the spectators let out a cry of surprise. Dragon King, that was a Dragon King! A never-seen-before Dragon King! Don't tell me, rather than 11 Dragon Kings, there are 12? Xiao Chen didn't want to cause 10x to feel wronged again. A dragon was a dragon. There shouldn't be a need to disguise itself as a horse or a tiger. It was time to restore it to its original appearance. There was no need to cover up its drive. Want to scheme against 10x? Go ask that big demon king in the depths of the south first. He believed that the news should have already spread to a limited extent. Those who had sufficient power should have already received the news that 10x and 3 young dragon kings were walking side by side in the south desolate region. If they think they have enough power to confront that existence in the depths of the south, then let them go ahead and come up with some devious schemes. Otherwise, they could only feign ignorance. There were only about 2 more months before the War Beast tournament began. The people that should come should have already arrived. At present, numerous experts gathered in Celestial City. The practitioners from every regions were gathered in the south. A huge storm was about to break out. Xiao Chen was behind closed doors for 3 days. He had indulged in training these past few days, wanting to take a step into Historia Realm in one go. The scene where he was tormented by the 4 experts of the Reagan family constantly irritated him. Xiao Chen wanted to break into that even wider domain as soon as possible. He knew that those 9th celestial layer genius were of the same mind as him. They wanted to be the first to break into the Historia Realm and overpower the young generation. Xiao Chen, are you crazy? Fersky looked at him bewilderedly and said, you are only digging your own grave by doing this. Fersky was a practitioner. In regards to the martial way, he was very clear about all kinds of taboos. When he heard that Xiao Chen actually wanted to use spiritual items to break through, he promptly opposed against the idea. I am very normal. I know what I am doing. Xiao Chen was very calm. You really don't know, or are you faking it? Fersky looked at Xiao Chen in puzzlement and said, what people should abstain the most in the martial way is a shortcut. As long as you want to become a practitioner with great accomplishments, you must break through with your own strength. Through hard work and not by relying on external forces. This was the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. 1. Fersky said, I don't believe you are unaware of these reasons. Spiritual items might allow oneself to obtain great power in a short time, but if there's a gain, there's also bound to be a loss. By the time he obtained that dreamlike power, it also meant that he lost the qualification to become the strongest. The power he obtained from an external source became a shackle that prevented him from developing his own power. It became a chain that made him unable to break through forever. Doing this is equivalent to sealing your own future path. Do you really not understand the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom? Of course I know about this. Xiao Chen replied calmly, but my way is different from that of the masses. Is your training method very special? Do you think you have surpassed all of the predecessors? It's not because of the training method. It seemed like Xiao Chen didn't want to reveal too much. Looking at how Xiao Chen obstinately persisted on going about things the wrong way, Fersky shook his head and said, if you were other people, I wouldn't even try to advocate you. But you are out of the ordinary. Being this willful will only get your fingers burnt. What a warrior needs apart from an excelling constitution is a will to never give out. If your power is stuck at a certain level sometime in the future, how will you be able to bear it for eternity? You will ultimately be destroying yourself. Fersky heaved a sigh and said, among the quotes from the crystallization of wisdom, some quotes are truer than the truth. Warriors are not afraid of loneliness, they are most afraid of standing at a standstill forever. If you really want to cling to this course so obstinately, you will eventually understand the meaning behind this quote. What I want to do is to walk a path the predecessors didn't dare to take. Why must I follow the path of the predecessors? Xiao Chen looked at the clouds and said, everything you said, I've heard of them before. I know that continuing down this path is not wrong. What I want to say is, my martial way is also not wrong. I am speaking as a fact. I have tried to take some spiritual items before, and indeed, my path had been sealed for a short period of time. However, I didn't believe that it was a dead end and continued to train hard. And the result? My power was like the river water that burst out of the dam, it was unstoppable. I kept making breakthroughs after breakthroughs. I had smashed the so-called chains, I had overcame the so-called shackles, and I took a step into a new peak. You are too stubborn. Fersky felt very helpless. He tried to advise him one last time, with your current power, there's hardly anyone among your peers that can stand up to you. Just keep going down this path, and your future outlook will be unlimited. Why must you make a breakthrough so hurriedly? You still don't believe my words, but you must know that my analogy is not wrong. Xiao Chen explained, this so-called shackle or chain is similar to an invulnerable dam. It is a well-fortified dam that cannot be destroyed. It cuts off the river and blocks the path. In this case, the most possible outcome is that the river will change its course and rush upstream, break away from the river mouth and flow into disorder. This is the self-destruction you were talking about. However, if you can hold on to your own body, rely on that inextinguishable torrential river, and focus on pounding against that invulnerable dam, it is not impossible to overcome the obstacle. At this time, if the accumulated torrential river surges on, not only can you break through the dam, you can even force open some of the hurdles downstream. It could even be said to be a smooth and rapid progress. Fersky was totally speechless. Of course, that was not because he was convinced, but rather, he felt helpless. He knew that it was pointless to continue persuading him. He said, what you are doing is a dishonest practice. There's no such thing as the so-called wrong path. There are 3,000 main paths, so why should we follow the path set by the predecessors? If we follow every step set by the predecessors, there's no way we can ever surpass them. Of course, the way I am currently practicing is definitely not the only way in the future. It is constantly evolving because I believe a lot of people have already practiced this kind of way. What I want to do at the present stage is to have the courage to walk a different path, and practice a different way. In the end, this is still a dishonest practice. The way that I want to practice is not the indirect route that you are thinking of. The way I want to practice is the main path that comprises all living things in the world. I don't want to confine myself in a small world, I want to grasp everything in the big world. Xiao Chen said very casually, small as in a blade of grass, or a tree. Big as in a long river, a huge mountain, the vast ocean, or all living things in the big world. Any one person is only an insignificant part of this big world. In the eyes of the world, what differences does it make? How to differentiate foreign materials from itself? The way of the predecessors derives from main path. But my way comprises the whole world. It contains everything, accepts anything, the so-called truth, should ultimately be, for all living things to be in harmony. Fersky did not feel like saying much anymore. Don't worry, I will not build up a huge dam all at once. I will do it like before, slowly building up the small dam, slowly pounding against it, and slowly breaking through. Letting Zhuge Fatty to purchase the spiritual items was not a problem. With his connections, he should be able to get something good. Xiao Chen had more than 100,000 gold coins with him. He had given it all to the fatty. In regards to this, even if the whole world was opposed to it, Xiao Chen still had one who supported him. That was precisely Kiki. The little critter cheerfully lifted 4 of its little beast paws to approve. 2. It must be mentioned that the fatty's work efficiency was very high. On the second day, he had already delivered a batch of spiritual items. Of course, the expenditure was also very astonishing. He had spent 80,000 gold coins in one go. Half of the gold coins were already spent. It was easy to see from this. It was impossible to train like this without money. The most expensive spiritual item among this batch was an amethyst ginseng king. According to the estimate, it should be very old. 50,000 gold coins were spent on this alone. This is beyond reasonable limits. Zhuge Liang, you sure you haven't been scammed? The seller wouldn't even sell it if there was 1 gold coin less. Reportedly, this old ginseng is very bizarre. When the seller purchased it, he had heard from the old native who excavated the mountain ginseng that the old ginseng king was excavated along with a white tortoise. You must know this, the people who excavate ginsengs pay particular attention to these. If they can excavate an old ginseng guarded by living animals, be it a snake or a rat, it is enough to say that the old ginseng is a rarely seen spiritual item. Even more so when it is the rarely seen long-lived white tortoise. That intelligent tortoise is an auspicious animal. It was a pity that the old native did not know of these. He sold the white tortoise separately. Otherwise, as that seller had said, if that white tortoise was still around, he wouldn't even sell it for less than 100,000 gold coins. Xiao Chen stared at it blankly, then his mind burst into a frenzy. What white tortoise guarding the old ginseng? That was evidently a dragon. If that was true, then wouldn't this old ginseng be a genuine article? Xiao Chen wasn't the only one who had realized this. 10x had also figured it out. It was no longer acting cool. Its pair of dragon eyes already turned soft as it looked at that pile of spiritual items together with Xiao Chen. However, they found that the old ginseng king had disappeared. They suddenly turned their heads around to find the incomparably infatuated snow-white little Kiki. It was embracing that old ginseng king firmly while drooling. Its expression was brimming with happiness and satisfaction. It seemed like it would faint from happiness. Xiao Chen yelled hurriedly, "Wait!" The snow-white little critter was already prepared to take a bite. After hearing this, it turned its head around to cast a doubtful glance. However, it was still unable to resist the temptation and took a small bite with a crunch. In that instant, a colorful light soared up and the entire courtyard was filled by that bewitching aroma. Naturally, the little critter would never eat without sharing some with the others. 1. Silva, but the MC of Battle Through the Heaven was using drug to strengthen his body though. 2. Silva, because just 2 is not enough? Haha XD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, The Might of Dragon Ginseng. The snow-white little critter had a look of happiness and satisfaction across its entire face. The half-an-inch long amethyst old ginseng firmly embraced by it was almost as big as the snow-white little critter itself. Kiki puckered up its cute little nose and took a bite of the ginseng with a crunch. In that instant, a colorful light soared up and filled the entire courtyard with a bewitching aroma. This kind of bizarre event was really too astonishing. The multicolored light actually enveloped the entire courtyard. It was as if Kiki was embracing a multicolored sun. The refreshing fruit fragrance made people endlessly intoxicated. The heavily scented fragrance was too strong. It was as if it had seeped deep into people's bones in an instant and made them completely intoxicated. The external layer of the old ginseng was amethyst in color, but the interior was flickering with multicolored brilliance. There was absolutely no ginseng flesh, there was only a honey-like sticky liquid. The bright, sticky, and colorful liquid slowly flowed out from the old skin. At this moment, even the people on the main street were able to smell this bewitching fragrance. Xiao Chen, Kiki, and 10x were completely reveled in enjoying the old ginseng. This was truly worthy of being the spiritual item guarded by the dragon, it was too extraordinary. The sticky multicolored liquid dissolved immediately after entering the mouth. That kind of flavor was too wonderful for words. Xiao Chen felt the pores all over his body open up. His whole body felt incomparably relaxed. The liquid dissolved into countless specks of light in his mouth, and rushed into hundreds of veins in his 4 limbs. Gulp, the fatty swallowed the saliva with all his strength. How he wished he could rush over there at once to snatch a bite or two. Fersky, who was usually keeping his manners in check, was also not much better at this moment. He forced himself to turn around and secretly swallowed his saliva. There's enough for everyone, you guys should also come over here. Xiao Chen smiled as he called out to the fatty and Fersky. The snow-white little Kiki was a little unwilling. It was willing to share it with Xiao Chen and 10x, but not so much when it came to other people. It cast a side glance at the two with its big black eyes, then it exerted itself physically to swallow up a big mouthful of multicolored liquid. In that instant, it involuntarily shut its eyes and groaned unceasingly as if infatuated. Forget it. I will absolutely not rely on external forces in my martial way. Fersky refused. The fatty swallowed his saliva with all his strength and said, I really want to eat it, but I am not a practitioner. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear this kind of spiritual item. I usually only eat tortoise stew, but I still end up with a fierce nosebleed. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy this kind of good thing. He felt rather regretful as he swallowed his saliva. Looking at his gluttonous appearance, even Kiki exposed a scornful expression. Xiao Chen smiled and tore a small piece, about the size of a fingernail, from the old ginseng. He passed it to the fatty and said, why not try a little? Okay. The fatty was very straightforward. He immediately swallowed it after receiving it. He ate very straightforwardly, he also felt very straightforwardly. He seemed to be making a big fuss at the same time he turned over on the ground, hot. 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 It is comparable to a vitality soup stewed with 1,000 tortoises. I can't stand it anymore. Looking at the fatty again, he was having a nosebleed and his entire body was turning red, as if he was getting cooked thoroughly. Fairsky hastily rushed over to help. And at the same time something unexpected also happened to Xiao Chen. Of course, it was not like the fatty who couldn't handle something so strong. Rather, a powerful gravitational force occurred in his body and directly gobbled up the essence of the multicolored liquid. The divinization of the acupoints that hadn't occurred in a long time showed up again. The Baihui acupoint 1 at the top of the head was an important acupuncture point in the human's body. At this moment, it was just like a bottomless pit as it crazily absorbed the powerful spiritual energy that had just entered Xiao Chen's body. The inexhaustible life essence was like a river flowing back to the ocean. All of it concentrated on a single direction. At last, it was condensed into a speck of resplendent light. The Baihui acupoint was getting divinized at high speed. It was much faster compared to the divinization of the other acupoints in the past. Xiao Chen felt a little helpless as it was happening again. He was unable to control this powerful spiritual energy according to his will. All of it gathered towards a certain point and divinized a certain acupoint, independent of his wishes. It didn't end with just this. A black vortex actually appeared on the Toil Palace acupoints too on Xiao Chen's left and right hands. They were crazily depriving more than half of the old Ginseng King in his hands. Kiki and Tenex were quick enough as they grabbed the other half. The remaining part was immediately transformed into one resplendent light after another as they rushed into the black vortex at the hollow of Xiao Chen's palms. The Toil Palace acupoints were located at the dead center of the palms. Its position was very special. At this very moment, the black vortex on Xiao Chen's both hands made them seem like the hands of a demon. Words were unable to describe how bizarre it was. The essence was gathered at lightning speed. The multicolored liquid was all transformed into brilliant rays and assimilated into his body. Afterwards, the pitch-black vortex slowly faded. In its place, two specks of resplendent multicolored light were fixed on the hollow of the palms. The Toil Palace acupoints on both hands were completely divinized. Compared to the other acupuncture points, they were like lamps in the dead of the night. Kiki and Tenex shared the other half of the old Ginseng King equally. The first half was completely plundered by Xiao Chen's three major acupoints. The three specks of light had fused perfectly with the acupoints. The light specks were the acupoints were the light specks. They were completely divinized, and when compared to the ordinary acupoints, they were like three bright moons in the night sky. Half of the multicolored old Ginseng King was actually able to divinize three major acupoints. It was easy to tell just how much life essence it contained. One must know that the eggs of the tyrannical dragon, Eight-Clawed Tyrant Dragon, etc. were only able to divinize a single acupoint each. This was practically a dragon ginseng. Xiao Chen profoundly felt the mysteriousness of his secret art again. He wasn't able to refine the tremendous essence and use it to increase his own power. All of it was gathered in the acupoints and formed the three resplendent light specks. However, Xiao Chen was not disappointed. After all, that huge volume of spiritual essence was still amassed into his body and not wasted. Just at this time, as if mysterious arteries and veins appeared in his body, the divinized acupoints were all connected. The Shanghill acupoints in the left and right foot, the Center Palace acupoint in the chest, the Shoulder Well acupoints in the left and right shoulders, the Toil Palace acupoints in the left and right palms, and the Baihui acupoint at the top of the head. The 8 major acupoints formed a resplendent light speck. At this very moment, they pulsed violently and emitted glaring rays of light that directly burst out from his body. It made Kiki and Tenex, who were closest to him, to jump up with fright. The 8 major acupoints seemed to be linked up by an unseen vein. The life energy was actually circulating between the 8 major acupoints. That kind of connection couldn't be seen with the naked eyes, and yet, he could feel it very clearly. That life energy continually flowed at great speed between the 8 major acupoints. The life energy was exceptionally vigorous. Xiao Chen felt as if he had 9 lives. The vigorous life energy made his skin circulate with glorious brilliance. Even his flesh and bones were filled with abundant multicolored light. It was as if they had been thoroughly tempered. Every inch of his skin was brimming with power. It was as if his body was made out of adamantium. Vaguely, Xiao Chen could feel like he was reborn. Vajra. The divinized acupoints upgraded Xiao Chen's Vajra technique. Although he did not obtain that enormous essence and thereby broken into the Historia realm, Xiao Chen's body had still undergone a transformation. The ordinary spears or swords wouldn't be able to injure his body anymore. His physical body had reached a freakish level. Only a very few among his peers could have physical body as powerful as his. The life energy was even more astonishing. If he was to sustain injuries now, they would be healed in the shortest possible time. The body was a treasure box, the inside contained treasures. Nobody knew how much secrets the body was hiding. Nobody knew the true limits of the human body. Historia, where one unearths the treasures in one's body and opens the doors to the hidden potential of the human's body. Xiao Chen, it was as if he was already looking up at that dazzling treasure, as if the treasure of life was waiting for him to unearth it. The price to pay for the divinization of the acupoints was too demanding. After leaving the Dragon Island, Xiao Chen felt that this kind of opportunity was hard to come by without the dragon eggs. However, he found a new hope today. The human body possessed 365 main acupoints. If each and every one of the main acupoints changed into a light spec, if 365 main acupoints were divinized, what kind of transformation would take place? Xiao Chen was all the more looking forward to that day. When everything finally calmed down, it seemed like there were divine flames throbbing in Xiao Chen's eyes. The divine light flickered in his eyes. When he remained in one place, his body was like a lofty mountain, majestic and motionless. When he moved, it was as if the stars had fallen on Mother Earth and shattered everything in their path. Xiao Chen's body flashed and disappeared from the courtyard. After images appeared in every direction in the sky. The space seemed to have been ripped apart. He seemed to cut through space as he moved. The fatty whose nosebleed had finally stopped had an annoyed expression as he said, "This is unreasonable. People eat the old ginseng and become so healthy and active, while I get a nosebleed." Fersky was instead getting envious. He felt that Xiao Chen's state seemed to have improved to some extent. "Your power level increased?" "No, only my body became more powerful. The power and speed have increased by a wide margin." "That is still not considered leveling up?" "No, Historia is where we open up the treasures in our body. I haven't pushed open any doors." Speaking until here, Xiao Chen faced Fersky and the fatty, then he said, "Can you guys scout out Dugu Jianma, Catalina's freak brother, Wind Feathers, and the other people's residences for me?" After listening to Xiao Chen's brief explanation, the two of them finally realized. He actually wanted to find all the strongest warriors of the youth generation, and not only those few from the south. 3 days ago, the strongest youths had showed up in Celestial City. They had gathered together for a short duration and triggered an unforeseeable domain. Xiao Chen's targets were these people. "Are you crazy?" Fersky looked at Xiao Chen with shock, because he could already feel the battle intent coming from the other person's eyes. "I urgently need to wage a fierce battle. I can already see a whole new world right before my eyes. I only need to push myself to the limit to break into that new world in the shortest amount of time. If you want to challenge them, why is there a need to make me scout out all of them?" Fersky looked at him doubtfully. He had a bad premonition. At last, Xiao Chen's words made Fersky's premonition came true. "I am not going to challenge them. I am going to kill all of them. One after another. After 10 continuous battle, I might come back here on the verge of dying." Speaking until here, Xiao Chen said to Kiki and Tenex, "Tonight, the both of you don't go anywhere. Just wait for me at home. I will definitely be back to recuperate before daybreak. At that time, if someone wants to break into this residence, come 1 kill 1, come 2 kill 2. This is too crazy." Fersky was a little flabbergasted. 1. http://0.tt.hudenji.com/20/53/013000118111423295368254116 2. http://www.bjsbnet.com/upload cover/20157315642503142556.png. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Infernal Corpse. Xiao Chen's decision was very crazy. Not to challenge, but to kill all of them. One battle after another, 10 continuous battles, wanting to transcend his limits through life and death battles. To rise to an even wider world, to achieve the evolution of the body and mind. However, if he was a little incautious, he might die in Celestial City today. The evening approached quickly. The fatty and Fersky had already sent people to search out the majority of the people's residences. Xiao Chen was standing at the courtyard all along as he watched the afterglow of the sunset. He might open the door to the treasure in his body after the battle. He might even end up on the verge of dying, just like the setting sun that didn't last for long. He urgently needed this battle. He didn't want to attempt nothing and accomplish nothing in the limited time available. Reaching Immortalis realm at the age of 45 was easier said than done. He didn't have an iota of time to waste. The limited life must not be wasted. He must become the strongest in the shortest time possible. Whoosh, dot. A stream of air circulated in the courtyard at lightning speed as a ray of white light cut through the space. The white-shelled tortoise had a very vivid expression, like that of a human. It seemed to be very angry as it ran around the courtyard at lightning speed. It was as swift as the wind. 1. After that, its clear black eyes were firmly fixed on the old ginseng skin on the ground. It crawled over there slowly, brimming with unwillingness, regretfulness, and resentfulness. And then, it actually stood up, like a palm-sized gnome. It quickly swept its eyes past everyone in the courtyard. Of course, including Kiki and 10X. It's a white-shelled tortoise. This couldn't be the one that guarded the old ginseng, right? When the fatty saw this little tortoise with strange origin, he felt very surprised and said in doubt, "When I was buying that old ginseng, the seller told me that the white-shelled tortoise was already sold by the pharmacist separately. How is it possible for it to show up here? This is too regretful. If we could stew this white-shelled tortoise with that old ginseng, it would definitely be the most exceptional tonic." Whoosh! The white-shelled tortoise was as quick as lightning. It jumped into the sky and stood there like a human. It twisted its waist and bent its arm before it sent out 2 punches in rapid succession. Pow! Pow! Ow! 2 punches hit the rim of the fatty's eyes. Zhuge Fatty immediately yelled in pain like a wolf. Then he shouted in anger, "Mother F! What is this tortoise? How can it do shadowboxing?" The fatty's eyes were jet black. They were completely bruised and looked like the panda's eyes. Mother F! I was actually punched by a tortoise. The fatty was really angry. This kind of unimaginable thing actually happened to him. It was completely unexpected. 2. Xiao Chen and Fersky burst into loud laughter. The snow-white little Kiki was already rolling on the floor laughing. Only 10X stared at the white-shelled tortoise without batting an eye. I stamp. The angry fatty lifted his leg to stamp the little tortoise that was standing upright on the ground. Whoosh! Ow! Zhuge Fatty was punched again. The white-shelled tortoise jumped up as swift as the wind and brandished its fist violently to hit the fatty's nose. Oh God! I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I actually got hit by a tortoise until I got a nosebleed? The fatty let out a long howl from the pain. In regards to this outrageous thing before his eyes, he felt it was a little unbelievable and cast an angry look at the little tortoise on the ground. That white-shelled tortoise was also staring at him angrily. The scene made one unable to restrain a smile. This bastard tortoise, just where did this evildoer came from? My God! I've never seen something so bizarre before. Speaking until here, the fatty cast an angry look at Xiao Chen and Fersky. You two are still laughing? Come here and help me catch the tortoise. This is a devil. Mother F, I actually got hit by a tortoise and you guys are still not coming to help me take care of it. That's enough, I recognize this tortoise. Although you got hit by the tortoise, it's nothing to be ashamed about. Xiao Chen knew that this was absolutely not a tortoise, but a dragon. No! I can't let it pass like this. The fatty was unwilling to forgive. While Fersky was looking at the fun, he stepped forward and wanted to grab the little tortoise. As a result, he also got punched twice on the face with a pow. Pow! Sound. The white-shelled tortoise was really so fast that it made one dazzled. They were unable to catch its movements. An evildoer, it's really an evildoer. Even Fersky's pretty face was hit by the little tortoise. The fatty was so shocked that he didn't know what to say anymore. Xiao Chen was also very surprised. The little tortoise's speed had really reached an unimaginable realm. If its power also caught up with it, then this little tortoise would definitely become a very terrifying existence. The white-shelled tortoise angrily ran around the courtyard a few times. It was very unwilling as it looked at the old ginseng skin one last time, then it looked at 10X and Kiki again before it left as fast as lightning. When the disturbance from the little tortoise was over, the color of the sky had already turned dark. Xiao Chen adjusted the condition of his body to the peak stage. Then he soared into the sky and flew with extreme speed in the night sky. First target, Prince Li's mansion. Wu Xingfeng, Li Daoyuan, and Lu Zilian, these were the 3 genius from Terra. They were the strongest youth experts below the age of 25 in Terra Empire. Looking at Celestial City from the sky, it seemed as if everything below was shrouded by a dense dragon chi, as if it was really a sovereign city made by heaven. A great number of houses were brightly lit, making it bright under the dragon cloud. Moving as swift as the wind, Xiao Chen streaked across the vast sky and left behind a few afterimages as he entered Prince Li's mansion. It must be mentioned that the Zhuge family and the Fair family were very powerful. They were actually able to clearly outline the layout of the prince's mansion. Xiao Chen directly advanced according to that information. His steps were as light as a feather as he noiselessly landed on the courtyard. The night breeze was carrying the scent of the orchid. The aromatic smell pervaded the entire courtyard. Xiao Chen picked off a leaf and carved 4 words on it, "Come out and fight." After that, he used the light to emphasize the words. 3. Swish. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out of the building and appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a ghost. Xiao Chen immediately soared into the sky. That figure behind followed him closely and flew high into the sky. At the same time, in the darkness, another figure stealthily ascended in the dark sky. When they were already far away from the ground, a sneer resounded in the sky. "Xiao Chen, are you seeking your own death? 3 days ago, that light of death at the city gate was unable to take away your life, and 3 days later, you actually dropped in by yourself so impatiently? I was about to go find you myself." The one speaking was one of the 3 strongest youth warriors in Terra Empire, Li Daoyuan. He was a very terrifying psychic. "Stop talking nonsense, I am here for the kill today. I won't go back until I see some blood." For Xiao Chen fought for the purpose of fighting today. Unfolding the undying divine wings, he transformed into a light stream and rushed over there. He executed the death blow immediately. The 4 major techniques contained the supreme imprint of Tao. That was a glorious and world-shattering technique. It contained unparalleled power. Crackle! Crackle! The skill was almost like a path. One energy radiance after another burst out like hundreds and thousands of lightnings dancing wildly. Oomph! In front of the light of death, your so-called most powerful killing techniques are useless. Li Daoyuan sneered again and again. His figure was like that of a ghost as he rushed over and shouted, "Light of destruction!" In the pitch-black night sky, a glaring ray of light ripped the darkness and swept towards Xiao Chen. This was a very rarely seen bizarre energy, the light of destruction. It was specialized in striping people of their life. It was as scary as the scythe of the Grim Reaper. A noiseless collision. Then the energy waves rolled over and over violently. The sky seemed to have turned into boiling water. The entire sky was shaking. Xiao Chen and Li Daoyuan were blown away by the powerful energy waves. The glaring rays of light were like a sun hanging in the night sky. The instant that Xiao Chen flew back, he quickly came to a halt and then, as if his entire person became one with the broken sword in his hand, he cut through the sky and shattered everything in his path. He passed through the layers upon layers of energy waves and directly went after Li Daoyuan. The dazzling sword chi dropped down like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. It was huge and resplendent. The sword chi was slashed down vertically towards Li Daoyuan's head, as if he wanted to chop him into half. Li Daoyuan was surprised at Xiao Chen's speed. He quickly dodged to the side and executed the light of destruction. Once again, the heavy breath of death spread out and covered up the sky like thick stagnant water. Xiao Chen was not fearful. He made his move boldly and swept the broken sword in his hand across all directions. With power to swallow up the mountains and rivers, the resplendent sword chi shattered everything in its path. All the light of death crumbled. "This is too easy." Xiao Chen calmly spat out these 4 words. Li Daoyuan didn't have any particular mood swing. At this very moment, his pair of eyes suddenly flickered with bloody red light. His pupils and the white of the eyes faded away. Only 2 terrifying red lights could be seen. He seemed especially demonic and terrifying in the night sky. "The power from the underworld, blend into my body." Li Daoyuan's voice was very low, yet it was very heavy, as if it was reverberating from the underworld. Words failed to describe how frightening it was. The black fog quickly gathered from all directions and surrounded Li Daoyuan. In the endless darkness, only 2 blood-red lights could be seen. That ice-cold gaze was fixed at Xiao Chen. There wasn't a trace of human emotion. There were only the breaths of destruction and stillness. That didn't seem like the eyes of a human, but rather the eyes of death that came from the underworld. Li Daoyuan let out a low shout as he quickly rushed towards Xiao Chen. It was like the roar of an evil spirit from the underworld. He was wrapped up in the inexhaustible underworld fog. His entire person was already situated in absolute darkness. The black fog rolled over and over violently. As if Li Daoyuan had transformed into a vicious corpse, he actually gave up the various kinds of spells that the psychics possessed and engaged with Xiao Chen in close combat like the martial artists. Clang! Thump! Clink! Clang! His body was more solid than the adamantium. It seemed like it was no longer the flesh of a human body. When his arm clashed with Xiao Chen's broken sword, a metallic sound actually reverberated. The black underworld fog was rampaging. Xiao Chen was unable to probe Li Daoyuan in the black fog clearly with his spiritual sense. He could only see a pair of bloody red light penetrating the dark fog and staring at him coldly. This scene was very bizarre. Xiao Chen couldn't feel any fluctuation of life from the other party's body. That seemed to be nothing more than an ice-cold corpse, a demonic corpse that came from the underworld. Clang! 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 The sonorous noise echoed in the sky unceasingly. Li Daoyuan's ice-cold arm was striking against the side of the broken sword continuously. His and Xiao Chen's speed were so fast that only a hazy black fog and a slender figure could be seen changing from one position to another unceasingly as they left behind afterimages. Ice-cold like the corpse. After Xiao Chen put away the broken sword and used his fists to clash with Li Daoyuan, he found that his body temperature was much lower than expected. He couldn't feel the flow of blood at all. That was the distinctive feature of a corpse. This was an evenly matched battle. Xiao Chen didn't care if his opponent was a corpse or a human, what he sought was a powerful opponent of the same age. At present, he was not feeling uneasy due to the strength of the enemy. On the contrary, his battle intent was getting higher and higher. It was a lightning-quick and wild battle. The moment he reached out his hand, the moment he lifted his leg, a thunderous noise resounded. It was as if the worldly power was spreading out because of him. God Slayer. Untold numbers of 3 inches long materialized swords pierced towards the ice-cold corpse all at once. The air was shuddering, it seemed as if the space was about to shatter. The God Slayer nowadays was much stronger compared to the past. After all, Xiao Chen's power was increasing on a daily basis. This was a battle intent that evolved from the soul and was entrusted to the countless swords and blades. Rips. Rips. The space-ripping sound never stopped. At the same time, the black fog that enveloped Li Daoyuan's body surged up violently in front of his body. It actually transformed into a black whirlpool. It was like a primal beast opening up its huge mouth to swallow the countless rays of light. A glint emitted from Xiao Chen's pair of eyes. He had seen it really clearly this time. Although Li Daoyuan's movements were as fast as lightning, his joints seemed to be very uncoordinated. His body really seemed as stiff as an old corpse. Moreover, his surrounding space was actually cracked. One after another, minute traces of black chi rushed forth from those cracks, as if it was really connected to the other world, the netherworld. What kind of bizarre ability was this? He was actually able to borrow power from the underworld. It made Xiao Chen really shocked, but he was not fearful. Only this kind of powerful enemy could make him fight with everything on the line. Ha! A loud laughter was transmitted from not far away. The person tailing behind Xiao Chen and Li Daoyuan finally revealed his visage from the shadow of the night sky. He laughed and said, Li Daoyuan executed the forbidden technique, Infernal Corpse. It seems like he is intending to kill. Xiao Chen, you are dead for sure. Xiao Chen coldly cast a backward glance. He found a spell master there. He had also exchanged a single blow with him at the city gate 3 days ago. This should be the last of the 3 great experts from the Terra Empire, Lu Ziliang. Lu Ziliang did not plan to hide behind the walls and watch the battle from a safe distance. After restraining his smile, his eyes emitted an ice-cold glint, then he made his move viciously. Following his incantation, 9 huge lightnings as thick as a bowl cup were launched towards Xiao Chen's back. He was merciless and wanted to take Xiao Chen's life with this first move. He didn't seem to feel that besieging Xiao Chen was a kind of disgrace. On the contrary, he smiled coldly and said, You who are surnamed Xiao, I always wanted to kill you, but I wasn't able to find a suitable chance all along. Now, with myself and Li Daoyuan transformed into the battle corpse, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Swish! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings. With speed as fast as lightning, he left behind an afterimage and actually shook Li Daoyuan off. After that, he flew straight towards the 9 lightnings as thick as a bowl cup. He clashed directly with the terrifying lightning. His eyes were filled with unlimited killing intent. 1. Silva, it must be because of the ginseng. 2. Silva, even with panda eyes, he couldn't tell this tortoise is exceptional? XD. 3. Silva, something like this? https://animusoflife.files.wordpress.com/2012/02/mulan.jpg W =640. 4. Silva, he thirst for blood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, To Advance Courageously. Li Daoyuan seemed to have really become a corpse, completely driven by fighting instinct. All of his other awareness had disappeared. Unwilling to let go of Xiao Chen, he rushed over for the kill. 9 lightnings as thick as a bowl cup submerged the 2 of them, making the both of them bear it together. At the same time, the 8 major divinized acupoints in Xiao Chen's body seemed to burst out with incomparably dazzling rays of light. The inexhaustible energy of life rushed forth and enveloped his body in a flash. God Slayer. Chaotic patterns. Holding the broken sword in his right hand, Xiao Chen integrated the two major techniques into the sword skill and slashed violently. His pupils were incomparably cold. He resisted the 9 terrifying lightnings with his powerful body and the tremendous life energy. Then he got not more than 30 feet away from the spellmaster Lu Ziliang. The ice-cold sword ruthlessly streaked across the sky. The blood burst forth, an arm soared up, and the sky was dyed by the color of blood. Impossible. Lu Ziliang fell back at lightning speed. He was holding his broken arm and let out a groan in pain. The blood gushed out nonstop and the pain made his expression distort. Xiao Chen was totally putting his life on the line. He directly crossed over the blockade of the 9 lightnings and broke through to arrive in front of Lu Ziliang. Although the corner of his mouth was spilling blood, he was able to inflict heavy damage Lu Ziliang in the shortest possible time. Xiao Chen knew someone was hiding in the dark since the beginning. He didn't want to face 2 experts at the same time. Doing that was really too dangerous. Therefore, even if he had to risk it, he must dispose of one person first. Although Lu Ziliang was not killed, his fighting strength had already declined by 1 level. The infernal corpse of Li Daoyuan also crossed over the blockade of 9 lightnings as thick as a bowl cup. He wasn't able to tell if Li Daoyuan suffered any injuries, but at least his movements didn't slow down as he threw himself at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was using the dragging sword technique. He lifted his hand towards the back as he turned around. The sword chi was like a star streaking past Mother Earth as it transformed into a glaring divine light that diagonally slashed towards Li Daoyuan's neck. Li Daoyuan was completely driven by battle instinct. His keen intuition detected this sword's power and shifted 20 feet to the side, just barely avoiding the tip of the sword. After that, he pounced from the side. After Xiao Chen crossed over the lightning, his undying divine wings were already at the peak state. His speed transcended the spellmasters and psychics. He dodged Li Daoyuan's attack again as he went after the heavily injured Lu Ziliang. Swish! 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 One afterimage after another appeared in the sky. Lu Ziliang endured the pain and kept changing his position to dodge. He wanted to draw closer to Li Daoyuan. After unexpectedly suffering a heavy injury, he was only able to exhibit 70% of his strength. He didn't dare to face Xiao Chen anymore. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to give him this chance. His speed was faster than Lu Ziliang and Li Daoyuan. Disregarding Li Daoyuan's pursuant attack from behind, Xiao Chen chased to kill Lu Ziliang like a death god. Lu Ziliang was an absolute expert among the experts. Hardly anyone could reach his level among his peers. However, tonight was very unfortunate for him. He got careless because he totally never expected that Xiao Chen would actually take the risk to bore through 9 lightnings that were as thick as the bowl cup and gave him a fatal strike. From his perspective, Xiao Chen was completely putting his life on the line. He was a gambler. This kind of heavy injury made Lu Ziliang very sullen. He didn't even get the chance to reveal his true strength. However, what Lu Ziliang didn't know was that Xiao Chen was not betting with his life. That was because Xiao Chen absolutely had that kind of capital. The vigorous vitality allowed him to keep the injuries at the minimum and, moreover, recover at an astonishing rate. Although he was coughing out blood, it didn't have much influence on Xiao Chen's strength. The 8 major acupoints circulated with resplendent life essence simultaneously and healed his wounds very quickly. This was a very shocking scene. Li Daoyuan was pursuing and attacked Xiao Chen from afar. Xiao Chen was chasing to kill Lu Ziliang. It seemed like they were each mind their own businesses and were completely neglecting the others. Die! Xiao Chen shouted loudly. Demon suppression integrated with the sword technique and directly shattered the light screen formed by the magic spell. A wisp of black light brushed past Lu Ziliang's neck. His long hair fluttered along with the wind as a big chunk of it was cut off. A shallow cut appeared on his neck. He was nearly beheaded. Kill! It was another loud shout. The jet-black broken sword swept across the sky. The sword chi was like a beam of light. The brilliance was very dazzling. Lu Ziliang chanted an incantation inwardly. Rays of light fell down from all directions to resist Xiao Chen's violent attack. However, the broken sword was unstoppable. The inexhaustible light screen was split open as easily as splitting a rotten object. A passage was directly opened up. Xiao Chen rushed into the light screen in the blink of an eye and attempted to behead Lu Ziliang. Lu Ziliang was so frightened that his soul literally jumped out of his body. He was unable to muster any strength. After losing one arm, the sharp pain made it hard for him to concentrate. His strength was far inferior than before and was simply unable to withstand Xiao Chen. The fight among experts was a fight to strive for a decisive opportunity. Lu Ziliang's strength declined greatly and lost the decisive opportunity. How could he ever hope to stand up to Xiao Chen now? God Slayer. Demon Suppression. Chaotic Patterns. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. 3 out of 4 of the major techniques assimilated with the sword skill simultaneously. The broken sword was as terrifying as the scythe of the Grim Reaper right now. The jet-black rays of light seemed to rip apart the sky. The deadly blade was brandished mercilessly. The barrier fell apart completely. Lu Ziliang was in despair. His speed was inferior to the other party, his strength at the moment was also not as good. It was extremely difficult to fend off this strike from Xiao Chen. Pfff. The blood splashed everywhere. Xiao Chen directly chopped Lu Ziliang in half at the waist. Impossible. Lu Ziliang let out the final shriek of despair. He came to kill Xiao Chen. How could he die like this? He didn't dare believe the fact before his eyes. In a situation where 2 great experts were making their move at the same time, the other party actually concentrated on dealing with him like this and killed him on the spot. While wearing an expression of unwillingness, the glint in Lu Ziliang's eyes gradually became dimmer. Pfff. The blood splashed all over again. Xiao Chen brandished the sword vertically downward and divided the 2 parts into 4. Stopping at high altitude, he turned his body around to gaze coldly at Li Daoyuan, who was chasing after him. Xiao Chen raised his longsword towards the sky and confronted him again. After killing an opponent, his move became bolder than ever. Xiao Chen faced the infernal corpse with a vertical slash from the jet-black broken sword. The sword chi soared up. One sword chi after another already formed into an energy wave and erupted unceasingly. God Slayer. Demon Suppression. Death Blow. 3 major techniques fused as one. Xiao Chen concentrated that kind of destructive power into the jet-black broken sword and pressed forward courageously. I am unparalleled. Leaving no way to retreat, completely sealing his own way fall back, this strike must settle it, it must produce an outcome. It was a life-and-death battle of a fierce man, but not only was he fierce to his opponent, he was also fierce to himself. He was forcing himself to produce the greatest power in the most desperate situation. One slash sealed all 10 directions. Li Daoyuan was unable to dodge. His ghost-like figure in the black fog continuously made inconceivable movements. His body seemed to have deformed. His adamantium-like palm sandwiched the broken sword from an extremely tricky angle. But the power from the fusion of the 3 major techniques was unstoppable. With the addition of Xiao Chen's 4th technique, chaotic patterns, even something as strong as the infernal corpse was unable to bear it. The palms were unable to sandwich the broken sword. The jet-black sword chi broke into the black fog. With a clink, the sword chopped diagonally on Li Daoyuan's left shoulder. The edge of the sword violently cut the flesh, and yet it was unable to chop off his arm. The broken sword was stuck inside. This made Xiao Chen very shocked. Just what kind of state was Li Daoyuan's body in? He was actually unable to chop him in half even after fusing a few major techniques. His body was really too powerful. God Slayer, Demon Suppression, the steady flow of power was surging forward like the torrential river. The broken sword pressed down like a mountain that weighed over 1,000 tons. It was continuously increasing in power. Xiao Chen wanted to chop off one of his opponent's arm no matter what. Roar! The infernal corpse let out a voice for the first time. It faced upwards and let out a loud roar that shook the vast sky. The messy hair fluttered and the bloody glint in the eyes became even colder. He spared no effort to twist his body to shake Xiao Chen off. That arm of Li Daoyuan was not cut off. Although Xiao Chen left behind a terrifying wound, it wasn't bleeding at all. His body had completely corpseified, the blood was already flowing no longer. Taking a step in the empty sky, as if he was really stamping on the ground, the sky actually shook with Xiao Chen's steps. That was the outburst of the worldly energy. Xiao Chen's bearing was getting more and more magnificent. After that, in that very instant, sword chi soared up. Xiao Chen brandished the sword in succession and slashed Li Daoyuan with 18 sword strikes. 18 resplendent rays of light streaked across the vast sky like meteor shower. The people gazing at the starry sky in Celestial City was very surprised. The rays of light from these shooting stars were too gorgeous. They actually illuminated one side of the sky. Clang! 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 The sonorous metallic sound lingered on. Li Daoyuan's arms and Xiao Chen's broken sword clashed unceasingly. He continuously neutralized 11 strikes, but that unmatched sword chi gradually suppressed him. The remaining 7 hits struck him like the lightning, they were unstoppable. Pfff. The continuous strikes hit the target, 7 sword strikes chopped Li Daoyuan's body. However, they did not hit the same position as Li Daoyuan successfully scattered the attacks. One after another, terrifying wounds appeared all over the demonic corpse. The last 2 strikes actually caused it to bleed. That revealed the infernal corpse was about to wear off and crumble. Li Daoyuan was about to resume his original corporeal body. Xiao Chen prepared to make his move again, but just at this time, someone stepped on rainbow-colored magic cloud and soared into the sky. That person held on to Li Daoyuan, who was already unable to prop himself up. Whooshing foam. Xiao Chen's eyes emitted 2 glints. He raised his long sword towards the sky and stared at his former powerful opponent. After that, he took large strides forward and advanced in the empty sky. Xiao Chen, must you kill to the last one? Wuxing Feng's expression was very cold as he continued, I really want to make my move, but you are wounded. Defeating you like this is very dull. Xiao Chen didn't say much. He knew Wuxing Feng was not arrogant. The other party really had the power to back him up. Although he defeated Wuxing Feng once, the other person involved also made a progress. To fight until last man standing, he might need to go through a very painful battle. Xiao Chen would never forget the fierce battle from last time. Kill. It was impossible to shrink back. Xiao Chen lifted the sword and brandished it. Godslayer directly aimed for Wuxing Feng's chest. Wuxing Feng's eyes sparked with electricity as he executed the Fist of Earth. The drizzling yellow rays of light was surging up like inexhaustible dust as it swept toward Xiao Chen. Clang! The sword and fist collided as an ear-splitting noise was produced. It was as if the heavenly thunder was ripping the sky apart. There were countless afterimages and colorful rays of light. When Xiao Chen was fighting with Wuxing Feng, inexhaustible energy storm rumbled in the sky. The sword light amassed and seemed to have formed a continuous mountain of swords. The sword chi filled the entire sky. Wuxing Feng's Quinctus techniques were even more powerful. One punch contained one of the 5 major elements: iron, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the most ancient profound ability. Its brilliance was brought out by this genius of the Terra Empire, Wuxing Feng. The glorious past of the Quinctus techniques will be recreated. Turning upside down, Xiao Chen swung his leg and swept his right leg across to clash with Wuxing Feng's fist of fire. The rumbling sky seemed to be ignited by endless conflagration. The entire sky was burning with raging flame. There's not much to choose from between the two of them. They were still formidable opponents, it was impossible to decide victory or defeat in a short time. Wuxing Feng had already pushed away Li Daoyuan, who regained his consciousness, and fought with Xiao Chen with everything he got. Xiao Chen had already put away the broken sword. He planned to face Wuxing Feng's Quinctus techniques with his fists. 2 great experts were having an intense battle in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were executed. However, they were still unable to decide win or loss. The energy waves rolled over and over violently. Finally, Wuxing Feng shouted loudly, "Kill!" 5 continuous punches, with the next punch slower than the former, but the power of each punch increased. The punches pressed forward like a huge mountain. This was the Quinctus techniques he comprehended recently. There were too many secrets in this ancient art waiting for the later generations to comprehend. Xiao Chen spared no effort and also launched 5 punches. Demonic Seal, God Slayer, Chaotic Patterns, Demon Suppression, Death Blow, 5 Divine Radiance illuminated the horizon. The sudden clap of thunder burst in the sky. The lightning flashed and burst forth with terrifying light of death. This was bound to be a chaotic night. After 5 punches, the 2 of them coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then, the both of them fell back, no longer making a move. After standing at opposite side for 15 minutes, Wuxing Feng laughed without turning his head back. Xiao Chen didn't pursue an attack. He just silently adjusted his breathing for half an hour, then he flew towards a different direction. The second target, wind feathers. Flying at extreme speed, he flew past the brightly lit buildings at low altitude. Xiao Chen appeared in the middle of a castle. That was actually the Moonflower Castle. Windfeathers was meditating in the castle-like brothel. This was bound to be a sleepless night. If people knew Xiao Chen was consecutively engaging in a life-and-death battle tonight, it would inevitably cause a huge wave. A crazy man doing a crazy thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, I am unparalleled. The Moonflower Castle, it was a castle-like brothel. The entire territory was filled with one hall after another. This place was brightly lit, the gold and jade were in glorious splendor. It was richly ornamented. The dancers moved rhythmically to the music. The sound of the zither and flute was melodious. It was a beautiful sound. This was an extravagant brother. This place had the best liquor, the tastiest delicacies, the most flexible dancers, the most beautiful singing voice. This place had a lot of the best. Of course, the best of the best was definitely the beauties. This place had the wildest beauties. Vigorous and elegant like the female leopard, very wild, this place had the hottest women. They were as untamed as the wild horse, ready to die to preserve their chastity. This place had the most talented beauties. Willing to converse with you about romance of life. Willing to accompany you as you poetrize or paint a picture until the dead of night. It was a place for scholars' work. Pure-hearted young ladies, extraordinarily beautiful women, talented girls, young married women. This was a place that would even intoxicate the Buddha's disciple. Xiao Chen stood on top of a grand castle calmly as he looked up at the starry sky. It was as if he had disconnected from the lower world and found himself in a different space. The night sky was quiet and cold, while the ground was brimming with activities. His heart was in tranquility. He could feel it and comprehend it to some extent. His mind was located in front of the Immortals' watchtower, his body was in the middle of the extremely wide human society. Training was not only about strengthening the body, it was also necessary to train the mind. His body was in the middle of the noisy human society. Sometimes, he must follow his heart's desires and act as he wished, destroying every obstruction and restriction. Sometimes he must transcend worldliness and stand high in the clouds to look down at the noisy human society, using an overbearing attitude to watch every living being. One must train the body, train the mind, and practice swordplay to press forward. Xiao Chen already adjusted his wounded body to the peak condition. He flew gracefully under the night sky and left behind an afterimage. Without making any sound, he took a step into the courtyard. This was a place he's familiar with. It was the intoxicating house affiliated with the Moonflower Castle's Rose Garden. That was Lyria and Carmina's castle. Windfeathers was currently at this place. The entire garden was filled with rose. The fragrance permeated the air. Xiao Chen walked forward with large strides. Lyria had undoubtedly revealed her skill with the zither at this very moment. The musical tone was very pleasant to hear. It made people immerse in one kind of fantastic mood. The spring flowers were in full bloom and the scenery was very beautiful. A dazzling young lady was smiling in the cluster of flowers. It was a very vivid scene. Along with the flow of musical notes, it was as though she was just right before the eyes. Halt! Windfeather's voice transmitted from within the castle. The music stopped. Carmina also stopped her fervent dance. At this moment, Windfeathers bared his chest and was drinking alone. It seemed as if there were young dragons coiling around his sturdy bronze-like body. He appeared robust and powerful. His body was brimming with explosive power and his skin was flickering with a jewel-like splendor. This was a youth brimming with wilderness. His eyes were like that of a beast's and emitted a heart-racing glint. It was cold, bright, and vicious. Windfeathers turned his body around and yelled towards the outside, "Since you've arrived, might as well come in." Xiao Chen opened the door and entered. He was calm and collected as he sat on a mink-fur imperial throne. He looked straight at Windfeathers with eyes as sharp as the sword. Brother Xiao has come." Carmina walked over gracefully with her curvy, exquisite body. Her thin waist twisted left and right like a water snake. Her speech was very intimate and sweet. "Little Lun, what are you girls doing? Come over here." She needn't instruct them. Those quick-witted girls at the side already used a tray to deliver the fine liquor and delicacies hastily. Windfeathers was sweeping his eyes over Xiao Chen like a wild beast. The temperature in the hall seemed to be dropping rapidly. It caused few of the girls to break out in cold sweat unceasingly. He stood up to look down at Xiao Chen and said, "You want to make a move here? Anywhere is the same. Killing you will not bring disgrace to my fist." Windfeathers was this confident. He had an overbearing attitude and looked down on his peers. 3 days ago, he attacked Xiao Chen at the city gate with this kind of attitude. He was wild and demonic. "I am unparalleled." Xiao Chen didn't want to say much. He stood up directly and walked outside. There was no wind, but Windfeather's long black hair fluttered by itself. A scary battle intent burst out in that instant. He said coldly, "Good, this kind of attitude is not bad. As far as I am concerned, you must die. I am unparalleled, you are already one of my targets. Even if you don't come find me tonight, I will go find you myself." After he finished speaking, he drank 1 cup of strong alcoholic drink, then he ruthlessly threw the wine cup on the ground as he took large strides out of the building. Lyria and Carmina cast a quick glance at each other and followed the two out of the castle. Two of you are distinguished heroes. The fight tonight is bound to shake the south. My Moonflower Castle has a public lake, the two of you can fight there. Lyria was wearing a white dress. It was lightly brushed into motion by the night breeze. She was as elegant as the fairy. Carmina was even more direct. She twisted her soft waist and giggled, hee hee, a fight that will shake the south, how can a hero not have a beauty to accompany? Sister Lyria and I are willing to stay at the edge of the public lake and root for you with the zither and flute. If only you girls will invite me to the woman's chamber tonight. I am very expectant. Windfeather's face was brimming with wilderness. Hee hee, if we are going to invite, we will only invite the victor. Good, just wait for me in your room tonight. Windfeather's expression became all the more wilder. The glint in his eyes became more and more vigorous. He turned his head over and gazed at Xiao Chen coldly. For the battle tonight, these beauties will accompany us. The winner will get another great delight. The intoxicating fragrance drifted along with the wind. Carmina's giggle was transmitted from a distant place. Her flirtatious expression was extremely bewitching. The luminous moon was hanging high up in the sky. Beside the public lake, Xiao Chen and Windfeathers were standing face to face. The moonlight was like a wisp of mist. It made a layer of hazy splendor envelop the clear lake. It was indescribably ethereal and ambience. There's nothing to say, there's no need to say anything. Windfeathers bared his upper body. His steel-like demonic body was brimming with power. It was hard to speculate his full power. With a single step, he disappeared from his original position. Only a faintly discernible afterimage was left in the sky. His speed was really too fast. One punch. It was a very random punch, ruthlessly aimed at Xiao Chen's head. The ground started to shake, waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, a powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas burst out in a flash. Windfeathers was like an immemorial demonic mountain. His entire person was brimming with an unpredictable power. At the moment, it seemed as if he weighed thousands of tons. The ground fissured along with his random punch. The demonic body left behind an afterimage and directly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Instead of moving back, Xiao Chen was going forward and faced him with the same kind of punch. Bang, dot. When the two fists collided, it was just like the sudden clap of thunder that fell from the ninth heaven. The deafening sound cut through the vast sky. The castles in the vicinity were trembling. A dozen or more human figures quickly rushed over, but with Lyria and Carmina's wave of the hand, they immediately retreated silently. Windfeathers was wild like the ferocious beast, vicious like the fierce dragon. His demonic body was as quick as lightning. He exchanged blows with Xiao Chen boldly. The ground was getting fissured unceasingly. Windfeathers was really too strong. Each step of his would inevitably cause the ground to shake. This was the wildest opponent Xiao Chen had encountered to date. This was a ferocious beast not only in name, but also in reality. Bang! The wind given rise by Windfeather's punch was really too heavy. Each punch would leave a red streak of light behind. It was as terrifying as layer upon layer of bloody waves. Every time he moved, it was as if a volcano was erupting. His speed was also so fast that it was against reason. He was abnormally strong and violent. The musical notes that sounded like clashing swords reverberated. Following closely, the music from the flute resounded. The sound of the zither and flute harmonized. The music sounded like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses galloping. It completely offset the kind of tense atmosphere in a life-and-death battle. Xiao Chen jumped high into the sky. Then he stamped the air and strode in the sky. Each step was heavier than 10,000 tons. He ruthlessly attempted to stamp on Windfeather's chest. This was the most ferocious killer kick in the world of martial arts. Although this was a widely known move, only a few was capable of bringing out its full potential. If used by a genuine expert, this was definitely a terrifying killer move. It shouldn't be used lightly, as it could easily reap one's life. The killer kick, with a single kick, the mountain split apart. Xiao Chen only took 3 steps and the space was already distorted. Although he was 2 meters high, the ground already fissured unceasingly. And furthermore, the public lake at the side was boiling. The lake water was rolling over and over violently. Xiao Chen was striding forward in the empty sky. As he took the 4th step, the wind rumbled. It was as if a storm was given rise in the sky as the thunder surged on. An indescribable pressure flooded the lake shore. Roar! Windfeathers was as wild as a fierce dragon. He actually directly lifted his fist to face Xiao Chen's right foot. The pressure from the fist, that was as heavy as the mountain, caused the space to distort. the space faintly broke into pieces. The ferocious fist firmly clashed with Xiao Chen's right foot. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He also raised his power to the limit and didn't shrink back. That was because he didn't give himself a way to retreat. This battle could only press forward but not retreat. While the right foot was bearing that crazy power, he already swept his left foot. The fifth step stamped towards Windfeather's chest as firmly as before. After the 1 year of secluded training in South Desolate region, Windfeathers had gained abundance of insight. His demon beast art already rose to an all-new level. He was very confident with his own power. He still lifted his fist to resist. It was a direct confrontation. The exploding sound rang out unceasingly. The Mother Earth seemed as if it was being crushed by a huge mountain. It kept breaking up unceasingly. Xiao Chen kept stamping with the killer kicks. The space was rumbling. In the end, tiny cracks even appeared in the space. Windfeathers earnestly faced all his kicks head-on as he fell back unceasingly. Until finally, both of his legs were completely submerged in the ruptured ground. Half of his body was directly bombarded into the ground level by Xiao Chen. It wasn't because his power was not equal to Xiao Chen, but rather because Xiao Chen's main assault this time was too sharp. Moments of howling wind and torrential rain made him rather passive. However, after receiving all of Xiao Chen's killer kicks, Windfeathers became vigorous and lively again. With a long shout, his black hair fluttered wildly as the surrounding ground quickly exploded. He jumped up and charged towards Xiao Chen wildly. The clangs of the zither sounded like an ancient battlefield had descended at the lakeside. As if there were millions of mighty soldiers charging forward, as if the blood was spurting out and the bones were getting crushed. The music was very seasonal. Bang! As if a meteorite fell into the public lake, along with the two great experts' earth-rending battle, a torrential wave was stirred up at the lakeside. The white drizzle of water droplets appeared especially hazy under the moonlight. Windfeathers was as cold as a fiend, as wild as a beast. He left behind one afterimage after another and already rushed into the lake with Xiao Chen. They were battling on the surface of the lake. Every time when the lake water was unable to bear their weight anymore, they only needed to lightly step on a lotus leaf to lift themselves up. It was close to an air battle. On the surface of the lake, under the moonlit night, there was the great confrontation between the strongest youths of the South Desolate region. Fighting fiercely until now, the both of them had already built up enough power. Windfeather's surrounding space gradually twisted and became fuzzy. A glaring bloody radiance enveloped him. That was actually some kind of bizarre domain. It was reeking with blood and breath of brutality. Windfeather's hair danced wildly. He was like a blood-soaked Azura. Domain, that was a divine ability that gradually opened up when one reached the Historia realm. Only extremely few genius in the Exuvia realm had the luck to manifest this kind of potential in advance. Without a doubt, the wild Windfeathers was unconditionally one of the strongest among the peers. Xiao Chen had once seen a youth expert with a domain before. Because of this, he wasn't too shocked. A long time ago, on the Dragon Island, he had seen Dugu Jianma creating a mysterious domain when he waved his sword. Besides, Xiao Chen's very own presence perception was also considered the manifestation of the Historia realm's hidden potential in advance. Not one person was the heaven's sole favorite. Everyone possessed a different ups and downs of life. When Xiao Chen had an accomplishment in the martial way, someone else would also have an out-of-the-ordinary opportunity and progressed with their heads held high. In the end, everything depended on their tenacity and efforts. I am unparalleled. Windfeathers, he was the wildest among his peers. He indeed had enough power to be proud of, truly had the right to look down on the youth generation. When the bloody domain was executed, the stench of blood changed the surroundings in a flash. The heaven and earth lost their colors. Every directions were set in motion because of it. Thousands and tens of thousands of beast shadows appeared behind him. He already made a very big accomplishment in the demon beast art he practiced. During this 1 year of secluded training, he was fighting at close quarters with the wild beasts every day. So much so that he even consumed some of the legendary primal beast's souls. The demon beast art refined the beast soul. Because of this, he learned this terrifying bloody domain, the domain of the beast. Xiao Chen, go to hell. His body was in the domain. Windfeather's figure couldn't be seen at all. There was only a scarlet-red domain that looked like the raging flame. At the same time, it looked like 1,000 layers of bloody wave rolling over and over. There were countless beast shadows in the domain, bearing their fangs and claws, facing upwards and roaring. It seemed like it could directly assault the soul. An extremely terrifying power charged towards Xiao Chen along with Windfeather's wild movements. Under the moonlit night, Xiao Chen stood there, straight and tall. His eyes were as bright as the stars as they emitted two sharp glints. He was not afraid. The overflowing battle intent burst out. An extremely powerful energy caused the lake water to turn over. His killing intent was soaring. When encountering someone stronger than oneself, they must become stronger. 1. A chance upon an opponent with this kind of domain. Xiao Chen was like a war god that had just awakened. His entire body burst forth with resplendent rays of light. The North Star light screen passed through his body and draped over his body like an ancient battle armor given a new lease of life. It was flooding with baleful aura. Every time the battle armor enveloped a part of his body, it would produce a sonorous metallic sound. In the end, the North Star light screen completely enveloped Xiao Chen's body. 1. Silva. Encounter the strong, become stronger. How to make it sound less awkward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Suppressing the Demon Beast. The North Star light screen, a dazzling divine light, just like a golden battle armor, it was emitting inexhaustible amount of baleful aura. North Star light screen, it was also known by Xiao Chen as sealed god light screen. It was once regarded as an extremely important technique, but in the wake of the four major techniques, the North Star light screen was situated at the edge of Xiao Chen's battle skills. However, this time, with the further reinforcement of the divinized acupoints, the vigorous life essence was circulating within the 8 moon-like acupoints unceasingly. The North Star light screen seemed to have received nourishment from these. It was several-fold stronger than before. Like an ancient armor that was given a new lease of life, it already formed the North Star light shield, and transformed into a dazzling battle armor. After the sealed god light screen had regained its brilliance, this was the first time Xiao Chen donned an armor to face the enemy. He could feel how terrifying and powerful was Wind Feathers. This was a demonic young expert that couldn't be judged by common sense. The domain that could only be used after advancing to the Historia realm was not something any average person could fend off. Just at this time, Wind Feathers had already arrived. The Scarlet Beast domain exploded with a heart-racing fluctuation. A sharp and yet terrifying fiendish aura pounced over directly. Layer upon layer of bloody waves dyed the sky red. The blood-red divine flame was jumping about. The sound of a great number of beasts galloping reverberated. It was ear-splitting. There was even a surge of sound wave given rise by the bellow of the beast. The terrifying sound wave actually made the lake water split open unceasingly. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt a splitting headache. The sound wave actually passed through the physical body directly and attacked his soul. In the end, the North Star light screen also enveloped Xiao Chen's head completely. Only his pair of eyes were not covered, they were flickering with a cold glint. Bang! Even the sky was trembling. Wind Feathers pressed on with the domain. His power was really too astonishing. With one punch, the space completely distorted. The domain was capable of affecting the space and burst out with the strongest power. Xiao Chen jumped into the sky and brandished the God Slayer repeatedly. The scarlet bloodshee was broken unceasingly. Then, he dived down from the sky, head first. It's a test of strength. He didn't have the slightest amount of intention to fall back. The domain was driven by a bizarre power. Within the range enveloped by it, every pressure from outside was neutralized by it to the greatest limit. And the power commanded by itself was reinforced unceasingly. Rumble. The lake water was boiling. The inexhaustible bloody light sword, a great number of beasts roared, the lake water actually evaporated and gave rise to endless white mist. The entire lake surface was shrouded by the mist. Xiao Chen was sent flying by a powerful impact. Wind Feathers trod on the surface of the lake and his body appeared like a streak of bloody shadow. He was as swift as the wind and lightning. Go to hell! Wind Feathers was this crazy. The demon beast art seemed to be connected to the movements of the world. Within the bloody light, it seemed as if he was possessed by the demon god and linked up with the worldly power. Surge of worldly energy gathered from all directions. Because of the field, it gathered. Because of his fist, it burst out. He brandished his demonic fists continuously. 13 punches, with the next punch stronger than the former. A torrential wave surged towards the sky from the public lake. The lake was actually split in half by him. The mud at the base of the lake was exposed. 1/6 of the lake water actually surged towards the sky because of his attack. Xiao Chen leapt over gracefully as he quickly adjusted his stance. He was actually going against the bloody rays of light and pounced directly at Wind Feathers. It was not because he was acting recklessly, but rather he felt that he could hold out against Wind Feathers. He only needed to get as close as possible to find the weak point of the domain. God Slayer. Demon Suppression. Death blow. Three major techniques fused as one and was concentrated on Xiao Chen's two palms. An earth-shattering power surged on and on like the stormy sea, and yet it was also like a meteorite streaking across the vast sky. The inexhaustible divine light drowned the small lake. It made the bright moon and starlight in the sky to lose their splendor. It was omnipresent. Xiao Chen did not hold back at all this time. It seemed like he had utilized all of his power. But the Scarlet Beast domain was really too bizarre. As if it was a world of its own, the inside was a collection of supreme laws. He actually disregarded the boundless energy wave. Layer upon layer of huge energy waves seemed to have hit the empty space. The scarlet blood-chi throbbed and welled up with an overflowing bloody light. Wind feathers bore through the layer upon layer of stormy seas. Every time he took a step, he'd appear on the other side of the lake. He quickly rushed in front of Xiao Chen. The chaotic order of the demon beast art was executed. It rumbled with a loud sound as the bloody rays of light burst out. The shadow of an ancient primal beast let out a roar and charged towards Xiao Chen. An explosive noise transmitted outwards. Although Xiao Chen resisted with all his might, he was still sent flying away and coughed out a big mouthful of blood. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Wind feathers faced upwards and let out an extended laugh. He was insufferably arrogant. He revealed himself from the bloody beast domain and said coldly, "I have already learned the domain. How can you fight me? How will you fight me? Killing you is not at all difficult. In the face of my scarlet beast domain, all of your power is like flowers in a mirror in the moon reflected in the lake. They will not work on me. Because it is simply impossible for you to rip apart my beast domain. You cannot do it." The music from the zither and flute became heavier. The tinkling and blowing sound drifted along with the wind at the quiet lakeside. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The glint in his eyes burned more fiercely than ever. He didn't have a trace of foreboding feeling. His undefeatable battle intent became more and more vigorous. He exactly needed this kind of enemy tonight. His blood was boiling at this very moment. Judging from his nature, he was a madman, just that he didn't usually display it. Ordinarily, people don't offend me, I don't convict them. That was his rule of life. Right now, his madness was driven out. Xiao Chen stood on the surface of the lake and forged ahead by stepping on the ripples. His bearing was getting more and more vigorous. In the end, a blazing ray of light actually rose from his body. It was rushing up the sky like a huge sword. His entire person had entered the strongest fighting mode. God Slayer. Demon Suppression. Death Blow. Chaotic Patterns. Four major techniques were executed at the same time. The target was only a single point. And that was precisely Windfeather's throat. Although his view was blocked by the bloody mist, Xiao Chen's keen spiritual sense had already firmly locked onto that point. God Slayer, untold numbers of tiny multicolored light condensed to form the swords. Demon Suppression, as if the gate to the pitch-black hell was widely open, one sacred writing after another were lined up in the air and pressed forward. Death Blow, as if the empty sky was smashed to pieces, one after another cracks could be found throughout the sky. It seemed as if it had opened up a new space by itself. Chaotic Patterns, by means of numerous complicated techniques, a profound and indescribable imprint of Tao was launched. The yin and yang were reversed. One light beam after another were swept towards the bloody light unceasingly. It actually wanted to cut open the Scarlet Beast domain from the opposite direction. The four major techniques were all concentrated on a single point of Windfeather's throat. The burst of power was unimaginable. It was boundless like the abyss and the ocean. The momentum couldn't be stopped. Overpowering every obstruction, destroying every tangible thing. Windfeathers finally changed his stance and fortified his domain. He felt an extreme danger oppressing him, especially his neck. He actually shivered due to this, and a tiny layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. He fell back like a ghost. He could even be said to be as swift as the shooting star as he disappeared from the original position in a flash. But Xiao Chen was like the shadow following the body. He already firmly locked onto Windfeathers. The four major techniques fused together and burst out at the same time. It was pointed straight at his throat. Windfeather's face changed again and again. He was wild like the vicious beast. He had abundance of gain while training at the depths of the south for 1 year. He was keeping company with the wild beasts all day long and possessed a keen intuition like that of the beasts. He was most sensitive to dangers. Swish! 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 The two of them changed position unceasingly. It seemed as if two shadows were tangled together in the public lake. Bang! The fusion of the four major techniques finally burst out. Wind Feathers protected his throat with one hand, and used the other hand to maintain the Scarlet Beast domain in order to receive this powerful attack. The both of them were sent flying and coughed out a few mouthful of blood respectively. "This is the feeling I'm seeking for," Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. Although he was wounded, his expression became brighter. He felt that the door to the sealed treasure in his body was pushed open forcefully and a tiny crack appeared. The seal on the door has loosened. Wind Feathers stabilized his figure and didn't say anything. He trod on the surface of the lake, one step at a time. His speed was very slow, but it was exceptionally heavy. It was as if one huge mountain after another had descended on the lake. This was an indescribable pressure which made people unable to breathe. The Scarlet Beast domain was expanding unceasingly. One after another, fierce spirit beasts ran out and surrounded Xiao Chen. The public lake was submerged by the beast domain. Looking from a distance, this place was soaring with bloody light. The Scarlet Domain had trapped Xiao Chen within. Xiao Chen was not afraid. When he thought that the door in his body had slackened just now, those 8 divinized acupoints actually emitted dazzling rays of light. The Baihui acupoint at the top of the head, the Shanghil acupoints at the ankle of his feet, the shoulder well acupoints at his shoulders, the Toil Palace acupoints on his palms, and the Center Palace acupoint at his chest were linked up by a few light beams. Unlike before where he could only feel and unable to see, the linkage could now be seen clearly with naked eyes. Those golden lines had linked the 8 divinized acupoints together. The linkage between the head, the 4 limbs, and the chest formed a big character, which literally looked like. The golden light ray penetrated the body, and the North Star light screen became all the more powerful. It formed a golden battle armor that was almost just as real. The life essence was like a flood that burst out of a dam. It was surging forward violently and rushed through every part of Xiao Chen's body in that instant. The power that should have been exhausted was completely recovered and became more powerful than ever. The blazing rays of light completely submerged Xiao Chen. Although that Scarlet Beast domain had enveloped him, it was unable to draw near. This was a life energy as boundless as the ocean. Xiao Chen's body had received the purest baptism in that brief moment, making him more powerful than ever. The glints in his eyes were resplendent. He was adorned with a golden divine armor. Xiao Chen's fingers were as sharp as the blades. With a single step, his body directly appeared beyond 80 feet. He went after Wind Feathers and actually overcame the confinement of the Scarlet Beast domain. Impossible! Wind Feathers exposed a shocked expression. Bang! His palm was like a blade and shook continuously. The spiral-like energy charged into Wind Feathers' fist and spiraled towards his body. It stubbornly cut open that layer of scarlet bloody chi on the surface of his body. Pfff. Wind Feathers violently coughed out 3 big mouthfuls of blood. His body shook as he was sent flying backward. He didn't dare to believe it and said in shock, "Domain, you actually learned the domain just now?" He felt that this was the power of the domain. It directly destroyed his Scarlet Beast domain. There's nothing special about a domain. There's no such thing as an unparalleled divine ability in this world. There's only unequaled man. Xiao Chen marched forward and brandished the palm blade again. The resplendent sword chi slashed towards Wind Feathers' chest diagonally. This is definitely a domain. Wind Feathers released a new Scarlet Beast domain and exchanged blows with Xiao Chen's palm blade. Rumble. The explosive sound transmitted outwards. The public lake was drowned by the divine radiance. Wind Feathers and Xiao Chen coughed out blood at the same time. However, Wind Feathers fell back while Xiao Chen took a step forward. Only advancing and not retreat. Xiao Chen was seriously too resolute, his greatness could even be said to be as bright as the rainbow. 8 divinized acupoints were linked up by a golden line. They seemed to have formed a new divine artery. His power was multiplying without end and imitated a real domain. Although it was not a domain, it wasn't weaker than a domain. After the essence hidden in the 8 divinized acupoints circulated around the body several times, all of them returned to the acupoints. However, that imitated domain did not disappear and merged into the North Star light screen. The rays of light burst out from the golden divine armor had the same properties as the Scarlet Beast domain. The surrounding space was affected. It was difficult for other power to come in, and yet he was able to manifest his power to the highest limit. In fact, Xiao Chen's biggest gain this time was the golden line in his body. It connected the 8 divinized acupoints. Just what kind of changes would occur in the future? It's hard to tell at the moment. The palm blade left a streak of light in the air like the rainbow. Xiao Chen was getting more and more vigorous. Xiao Chen used raw power against raw power. He made his move boldly and attacked Wind Feathers violently. Windfeathers always relied on raw power, but now he was countered by Xiao Chen using his own method. Incomparably tyrannical. Two great experts exchanged another 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Their fight caused the lake water to surge towards the sky. Windfeathers was being suppressed by Xiao Chen. This defeat couldn't be described with words. That was because Xiao Chen completely used power to resist power. He faced his opponent head-on and used Windfeather's strong point to suppress him. Crazy? I'm more crazy than you. Fierce? I'm fiercer than you. When one was defeated in their own specialty, it was the most unbearable. Roar! Windfeathers faced upwards and bellowed. He leapt high into the air and exchanged 3 more blows with Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 Under the deafening sound, under the glaring light, the bone snapping sound clearly transmitted to their ears. Windfeathers was sent flying away. His fists were trembling slightly. 4 of his fingers actually broke. And Xiao Chen's palm was also incomparably painful. There was a crack in his palm bone. He could clearly feel the flesh at the location of the crack jerking. However, he did not hesitate to lift his injured palm to cut at Windfeathers. Helpless. Angry. Windfeather's broken fists were trembling unceasingly. He tried to grip his fists, but he was unable to bring 5 fingers together. In the end, he faced upwards and let out a long roar before he ran towards the Moonflower Castle. He was leaping over the castle roofs like a ghost. Xiao Chen's killing intent already welled up for a long time. He unfolded the undying divine wings and quickly rushed over there. He caught up to Windfeathers very quickly. Bang! With a wave of the palm blade, Windfeather's lofty demonic body was directly sent flying by the energy wave as he coughed out blood. However, at the same time, he fell outside the perimeter wall of the Moonflower Castle's courtyard. Seeing a river in front of him, he rushed over there without the slightest hesitation and jumped into the river head first. Almost at the same time, Xiao Chen also jumped into the river. However, his keen spiritual sense was unable to detect Windfeathers. The presence perception actually lose its effectiveness. Without stay for long, Xiao Chen rushed out of the river, then he calmly stood in the sky to adjust his breathing and heal his wound. Only until half an hour later did he open his eyes again. Not far away, Carmina swung her hips and walked over gracefully. Lyria, who was wearing a white dress that prevailed over the snow, was also standing in front of the Moonflower Castle's gate. Brother Xiao, we are intending to give the victor tonight a big gift. Carmina was extremely lovely. Her watery big eyes blinked as she gazed at Xiao Chen. I will take note of the big gift today and come to receive it some other day. After he finished speaking, Xiao Chen soared high into the sky and flew towards a distant location. The next one, Dugu Jianma. Only until Xiao Chen had left for a long time, several hundred meters at the downstream, did Windfeathers struggle to crawl out from the mud at the river base. He was covered in mud all over. He was like a wounded beast. There were ominous glints in his eyes. After that, he let out an extremely furious roar. He was feeling very sour. The magnificent Windfeathers, he had already learned the domain, he was known as the unequaled young warrior of the south, yet he was actually forced by Xiao Chen to hide in the mud at the river base. This was a gargantuan blow to him. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. Windfeathers faced upward and let out a sorrowful shout. At the same time, a faintly discernible dragon roar transmitted from the underground labyrinth of Moonflower Castle. The sharp glint in Windfeather's eyes was chilly as he looked at the towering halls at the distant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, The Lonely Sword Demon. The dim light of night was like the water, the starlight was bright. Xiao Chen was flying at high speed in the sky of the celestial city. He flew past a few nocturnal birds and arrived in front of an old residence. This was an old residence with several hundred years of history. The wall was made up by piling ash-colored mountain rocks. The tall rocky wall seemed very rough. And the buildings within the wall was also not at all tastefully chosen. All of them were made by piling up polished boulders. There's no gold nor glazed tiles. Let's not even mention if it was richly ornamented, it was simple and unadorned. It was hard to believe how this kind of huge, ancient, and rocky residence would appear in the flourishing celestial city. It was excessively simple and plain. This was the Solitary family's sole residence in the celestial city. The number of people in the Solitary's family was very scarce. There was always one descendant in each generations, but it only lasted until Dugu Jianma's generation. The history changed for the better. The Solitary family actually bore 3 children in this generation, and all of them were male. Dugu Jianma's eldest brother left the house with a sword at the age of 15. There's no news about him for 18 years straight. Even Dugu Jianma's second brother left the south at the age of 13. He crossed over the Terra Empire at a young age and entered the even wider North Territory. He entered the legendary land of the illustrious heroes. He left for 16 years and never returned to the south. Dugu Jianma was independent since childhood. When his big brother left to travel to the other end of the world, he was only 4 years old. When his second brother traveled to the distant land, he was only 6 years old. The entire old residence was lifeless. There's no servants nor playmates. There was only his uncommunicative father who sat by himself in the sword chamber all day long. Since 5 years old, not only his clothing, he even had to take care of his own food. Without any familial love nor friendship, he grew up by his lonesome self without any cheers and laughs. When Dugu Jianma was 10 years old, after his father passed all the sword skills to him, he left and never returned like his grandfather and great-grandfather, leaving no traces behind. As for his mother, he had never seen her before. The three brothers were personally brought home from the outside by their father. Dugu Jianma's childhood was dull gray. Only his father and himself lived in such a big ancient castle. And after 10 years old, the only thing accompanying him was a sword. 1. He was this lonely since childhood. As far as he was concerned, the sword was more important than his life. It was his only friend since childhood. The sword was his other half. The ancient castle was very dark. The buildings completely made out of piling boulders were very tall and blocked a wide expanse of the gentle moonlight. It made this place seem very gloomy. Within the ancient wall, in front of a huge castle, an imposing figure was standing there, alone. The simple and unadorned sword was pierced into the bluestone floor. Dugu Jianma was looking up at the starry sky motionlessly. His entire person seemed like a wood statue. After a good while, he sat on the ground cross-legged, with his back facing the ancient yet huge castle. He pulled the sword out from the ground and placed it on his knees. He gently stroked it over and over with a very devoted expression. Dugu Jianma was feeling very unsettled tonight. The ancient castle made him recall a lot of things. All these dull memories could make one feel lonely. The memories from childhood resurfaced in his mind. When he was 2 years old, he tumbled on the ground and was badly bruised. Everyone ignored him. When he was 3 years old and fell into the bone-chilling glacier, his father fished him up and didn't comfort him at all. He was tossed aside at the ice-cold ancient castle to whimper alone. When he was 5 years old, he had to take care of his own food. When he was extremely hungry, he even wolfed down half of the raw goose meat. When he was 6 years old, he had to bear the pain of the sword piercing his bones. When he was 7 years old, he was thrown into the desolate region and forced to face the wolves alone. He always returned with blood covering his entire body. Of course, what he recalled the most was still the loneliness. It had accompanied him for 22 years. His past was dull gray and lonely. When Dugu Jianma was young, he always fantasized a kind and beautiful mother appearing beside him sometime in the future, with a lively and kind-hearted big sister to talk with him unceasingly. However, all of these were nothing more than fantasy. Only the ice-cold sword had accompanied him for 22 years. Xiao Chen entered the sky of the ancient castle and calmly swept his eyes over the bottom. He quickly found the lone figure under the shadow of the huge castle. He could vaguely see 2 crystal-clear tears rolling down Dugu Jianma's cheeks. This made Xiao Chen very surprised. As ruthless as Dugu Jianma, he was killing without batting an eye on the Dragon Island. He actually had this kind of unknown side. Ah! All of a sudden, Dugu Jianma faced upwards and let out a shout. He seemed to be in a frenzy. His black hair flew up as the sword in his hand caused the space to distort. A mysterious domain shrouded the shadow of the castle in that instant. The entire castle was shaking violently accordingly. Sky Mastery, Heavenly Body, Earth Mastery, Dragon Rise, Humanity Mastery, Temporal Upend. At this moment, Dugu Jianma recovered his former expression, grave and stern. His ice-cold tone reverberated in the ancient castle. Sword. It is my only way of life. Sweep the whole world with the sword. Turn the heaven and earth upside down. Xiao Chen slowly descended. He stood in front of the huge ancient castle and looked straight at Dugu Jianma. With a single sword, he overpowered everyone in the south, and it was difficult to find anyone on his level among the peers. Dugu Jianma already put away the domain and thrusted his sword into the bluestone ground in front. He fixed his eyes on Xiao Chen coldly. Without any words, the both of them understood each other's way of thinking. Right now, they were at the stage of overcoming an obstacle. They were at the most crucial point of breaking into Historia realm. I am unparalleled. This was their common way of thinking. In regards to power, they were already at the peak stage of 9th celestial layer. They only needed to cut off the devil's whispers in their heart to realize the genuine breakthrough and open up the treasures in their body. Defeat every opponent. This was their common way of thinking at this stage. Right now, it was basically needless to say anything. There's only one thing to do: fight. Rips. The sword that was stuck in the ground suddenly started to tremble. After that, it flew towards the sky by itself. The originally dull sword left a streak of rainbow as it illuminated the night sky. It was too bright. The divine radiance was dazzling. As if the sword had a soul, it cycled around the sky and violently slashed at Xiao Chen. The sword chi was like a light beam. It was just like one after another lightning falling from the sky. The light from the lightning was harsh and dazzled the eyes. The blazing sword chi interweaved and formed a deathly net. Its momentum was extreme. Xiao Chen emitted 2 cold glints from his eyes and said in shock, "The Taoist school's airborne fencing? The airborne fencing is nothing. In the face of my solitary swordplay, it's just a minor art." Dugu Jianmo was like a greater demon. Standing in front of the huge castle, he wore a cold and proud expression. Xiao Chen pulled out the jet-black broken sword and slashed 18 times in succession. The sword chi was as dazzling as a cluster of shooting stars falling on Mother Earth. The ancient castle was brightly illuminated. Clang! 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 The clashing sound of metals lingered on. The broken sword and metal sword clashed unceasingly. A series of sparks burst forth. All of these happened at lightning speed. Xiao Chen's body already transformed into a faint radiance. The broken sword and metal sword even burst forth with one ray of light after another. It appeared as if a lot of huge waterfalls were flowing backwards. Those aura and radiance of the sword chi were dancing across the sky, boundless and majestic. The ground was fissured, the ancient castle was shaking. After 33 strikes, the metal sword cut through the air and returned to Dugu Jianma's hand. The instant he grabbed the metal sword, it was as if Dugu Jianma had been granted the second soul. His entire person seemed to have suddenly become much taller. It gave people an extremely bizarre feeling, as if a lofty giant had suddenly appeared in thin air. It gave people an incomparably huge pressure. Whoosh! Cold glints streaked past as Dugu Jianma took a step forward. The metal sword produced an ear-splitting whistle as it was waved by him. That was because the speed was really too fast, making the sound of cutting through air sounded like the whistle of the ghost. The thick and solid sword chi surged forward like a thunderous Milky Way. It was unstoppable. This space was practically almost split open by his sword chi. 3 pavilions not far away instantly collapsed due to the overflowing sword chi. The dazzling sword radiance was really too tyrannical. The boundless power was unimaginable. The air shook violently, as if the space itself might be ripped apart at any time. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He grasped the sword with both hands and jumped up high. After that, he faced the sword chi with a vertical slash. Cling! Clang! The sword chi and blade chi clashed. It was as if the metal sword and broken sword had clashed together. That was a clear metallic sound, so much so that it was carrying the ringing sound of the metal. A glaring light burst out in the sky. It made people unable to open their eyes. The intense energy swept across the sky like the raging waves. Even the Mother Earth fissured unceasingly. It was as if the heaven and earth had turned upside down. Xiao Chen streaked across the sky and continuously hacked at Dugu Jianma with the broken sword, aiming directly for his waist. When facing wind feathers, it's a must to use the fist. While facing Dugu Jianma, even if he didn't have a double-edged sword, he must use the single-edged sword. The broken sword left behind a streak of rainbow as it was swept diagonally downward. It was dazzling. Dugu Jianma raised the sword diagonally. The metal sword clashed with the broken sword. An exceptionally eccentric power spiraled upward. Xiao Chen felt as if his entire arm had been struck by a thunderbolt. A blazing ray of light enveloped his arm from the metal sword. The broken sword narrowly flew out from his hand. Clang! The battle chi suddenly broke out and made the light of the broken sword even more glaring. Xiao Chen forced that spiraling power back, then he instantly jumped and used the dragging sword technique to hack at Dugu Jianma's neck. A black light swept past, but it only hit the afterimage. Dugu Jianma raised his sword towards the sky as he stood on the bluestone surface motionlessly. However, the surrounding space already distorted. Following closely, that place turned into a piece of darkness and his figure disappeared. The metal sword had spread out a domain. As he reached the maximum height of the jump, Xiao Chen dived down fast. At the same time, the sealed god light screen transformed into a battle armor and covered his body. The divine flame was throbbing. That was not a domain, yet it was not weaker than a domain. Godslayer, chaotic patterns, death blow, and demon suppression. Xiao Chen could already use them in battles unhindered. He needn't deliberately integrate them into the sword skill anymore. He swooped down in a perfectly straight line. The broken sword was aimed at the Baihui acupoint at the top of Dugu Jianma's head. The dazzling sword radiance was as boundless as the vast ocean. The pressure pressed down from everywhere. The Mother Earth began to sink with a rumbling sound. The sword radiance enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Everything within the range was destroyed and sunk 2 meters deep. Dugu Jianma stood in the caved-in hole motionlessly. Just now, he waved his sword 9 times in succession and routed all the sword chi that charged towards him. Unparalleled metal sword. He was unwilling to waste any ounce of strength. In the end, he only moved his body a little sideways. He didn't want to make any unnecessary movements at all and just waved his sword towards the sky. Clang! The glaring rays of light possessed a powerful force of impact and produced an ear-splitting sound. The broken sword in Xiao Chen's hand and the metal sword in Dugu Jianma's hand clashed fiercely. Dugu Jianma's lower half was forced into the underground by that powerful impact. On the other side, Xiao Chen was lifted up by that huge power. However, Xiao Chen forced himself to fall in that very instant. With somersault, both of his legs stamped towards Dugu Jianma's chest. Ha! Dugu Jianma let out a cold snort. The surrounding floor completely burst open. He jumped up and lifted his metal sword to confront the approaching kicks. Xiao Chen quickly shifted horizontally and stepped on the metal sword with both legs. Then he turned around and swept his sword downwards. Quick and fierce, steady and brutal. The sword radiance fell on Mother Earth like a comet and illuminated the entire ancient castle. It was so dazzling that one was unable to open their eyes. Dugu Jianma stamped the ground fiercely with his 2 legs. With a big quake, one huge fissure after another spread out in all directions. 2 huge castles nearby collapsed with a loud rumble. His entire person quickly sunk into the ground and the shock blew Xiao Chen away. Within the rolling smoke and dust, Dugu Jianma walked out from the huge pit, 1 step at a time. He fixed his eyes coldly on Xiao Chen. His domain was not effective, it almost made him suffer a loss. While watching Xiao Chen's light armor attentively, he wordlessly nodded his head. Fastest under the heaven. These 4 words seemed to possess unlimited magic power. Legend said that among the swordplay of the Solitary clan, there's a swordplay that was claimed to be the fastest in the world. With a loud shout, Dugu Jianma's figure suddenly disappeared. Xiao Chen was unable to catch his silhouette at all. However, his keen spiritual sense knew where the danger was coming from. He quickly brandished the sword in his hand. Clang! Just in time to resist that sharp sword chi. However, it didn't stop with just that. Dugu Jianma completely disappeared at this point. On the ruin formed by the fallen ancient castles, only the soaring sword chi remained. At this moment, the entire ancient castle was filled with crisscrossed sword chi. The fastest swordplay in the world, continuous assault. There were cold glints everywhere. The figure of the person couldn't be seen, only the blazing sword chi were raging on. The explosive sound transmitted outwards unceasingly. The Mother Earth was caving in. One sword chi after another completely cut apart this ruin. The soaring rays of light were exceptionally glaring. Looking from a distance, the Solitary family's ancient castle seemed to have countless lights linking up with the starry sky. On the other hand, it also looked like the heavenly flame had descended at this place. The sword chi were too concentrated. A tyrannical sword demon. A terrifying swordplay. 1. Silva, damn, why are you making us feel for him? Is he going to become an ally? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Pasteur, the Ancient Divine Spear. Xiao Chen was completely relying on his spiritual sense to defend. Wherever he felt the danger came from, it's where he hacked the broken sword. The blazing sword chi and resplendent sword radiance interweaved together and formed layer upon layer of energy billows, wreaking havoc in the night sky. The starlight and moonlight in the sky had completely been covered up. The aura of death at this place was skyrocketing. The glint of the swords was dazzling. Under the untold numbers of sword chi, these 4 words, heaviest under the heaven, came out from Dugu Jianma's mouth. Legend has it that the Solitary clan had the heaviest swordplay under the heaven. As soon as he retracted fastest under the heaven swordplay, Dugu Jianma's figure became visible. The metal sword slowly pressed down like a huge mountain. People could obviously see the attack very clearly, yet they were unable to dodge. Heaviest under the heaven, one sword sealed off all 10 directions. Bang! The intangible domain was excessively heavy. The earth burst open, even the halls in the vicinity broke into pieces unceasingly. A huge light beam seemed to directly pierce into the heavens. This was the swordchi of the heaviest sword. Xiao Chen's expression was particularly grave. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest amount. His state of mind slowly calmed down. His mind turned into a blank. Everything before his eyes disappeared, so much so that even Dugu Jianma had disappeared. The only thing remained in his sight was the sword that slowly pushed forward. Slowly, Xiao Chen finally brandished the broken sword in his hand. It was not the 4 major techniques, nor the demonic seal. This was a swordplay executed by him instinctively after clearing his mind and submerging in some kind of mysterious realm. It was a revelation swordplay. It could be understood, but not described. It was produced by the battle instinct under this kind of special circumstances. Just by relying on intuition alone, this was definitely a very powerful swordplay. The movement of the two was very slow. The metal sword and longsword slowly clashed together. At this critical life and death moment, the two seemed as if they were uninvolved. They were very calm in the face of adversity. The two of them were not tense or worried. They did not feel apprehensive at all, nor did they feel uneasy. Their mind was calm, expression was undisturbed. The heaviest sword under the heaven and the swordplay executed by Xiao Chen in an ethereal state finally clashed. At this very moment, a hard-to-describe pressure shrouded all directions in a flash. The swordchi directly pierced the heavens. It appeared especially bright in the night sky. Everyone in this region of the celestial city noticed this bizarre event. Rumble. It reverberated like the explosion of heavenly thunder. The soaring swordchi was indistinguishable from real lightning. It had truly linked up the sky and the earth. If the 2 huge light beams were charged down from the sky instead, the solitary clan would inevitably be razed to the ground. Despite that, many buildings still collapsed. Many huge cracks appeared even on the tall and ancient wall. That was a world-shaking strike. Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma were sent flying by the impact. They coughed out blood unceasingly. Just like a dried leaf falling gently, they fell onto the pool of blood listlessly. However, their eyes were exceptionally bright as they jumped up at almost the same time. Broken sword versus metal sword, Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma clashed. The sonorous noise never stopped. Xiao Chen immersed himself in that mysterious realm again, completely casting away the 4 major techniques and relied on his instinct to brandish the sword. The dazzling swordchi pierced the night sky, running amok in the sky like a raging river. Dugu Jianma was in the same state. He shook off the unrivaled ancient swordplay passed down by his ancestors. The sword intent dispersed by the metal sword was already not limited only to the solitary sword intent anymore. It already transcended and broke away from this category. He completely walked out of his own way of the sword. The sword radiance was resplendent. The cold glint was glaring. Countless rays of light blossomed in the night sky. It was gorgeous and exceptionally beautiful. But it was terrifying and frightening all the same. Every sword sweep was sufficient to rip apart a huge castle and destroy everything in the path. The intense battle persisted without an end in sight. In the sea of swordchi, Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma exchanged no less than several hundred bouts. However, they were still unable to decide victory or defeat. Xiao Chen immersed in that kind of mysterious realm and freely brandished the sword. The sword intent was absolutely not inferior to the 4 major techniques. This was the liberation of the battle instinct, this was the sublimation of the martial intent. This was the evolution and quick advance of his battle ability. That was not to say the sword intent released from this kind of mysterious condition surpassed the 4 major techniques. It was only that the sword intent exhibited the greatest power in this kind of situation and was most fitting for this fierce battle at present. There's no such thing as an unparalleled mystic art. Everything depended on the opponent. In the battlefield, there's a myriad of changes in an instant. Only by using the most suitable move at the right time would one be able to bring out the greatest power. Even the most simple move could become the most deadly attack. They were evenly matched. The domain and sealed god light screen were ineffective. The two staked all their Exuvia-level power in this fight. Dugu Jianma was firm and persistent. His might was unmatched. He made his name renowned in the south with a sword. There was hardly anyone among his peers that could stand up to him. The experience from his childhood would never part with him. Sword, that was his entire life. The two had already fought for an hour. Their bodies were stained by blood all over. When they waved their swords, beside the thunderous noise and the surging swordchi, there was also a great pressure. The blood vessels on their skins were damaged by the pressure. And who knew just how much blood had they lost already? However, the two of them were tenacious, they wouldn't waver just because of this. They had an unrelenting expression. Clang! When the swords clashed, the broken sword and metal sword flung off from Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma's hands simultaneously. The both of them suffered a bone fracture in their hands. Their injuries were equally grave. The glint in Xiao Chen's eyes was clear as he emitted two resplendent divine qi. From his perspective, the solitary clan's forte was the sword. Now that the metal sword had been rid of, it was equivalent to eliminating Dugu Jianma's sharp teeth. 1. The vigorous life energy rushed towards the fractured right palm. Then, with a snapping noise, the metacarpal bones reconnected. Of course, it was impossible for it to become as good as before immediately. However, it was enough for him to make a move. With speed as fast as lightning, he struck Dugu Jianma. Dugu Jianma's palm let out a similar noise and healed at the same time. He attacked with the injured palm, his fighting strength did not diminish. My body is my sword. Dugu Jianma laughed grimly, even with no sword in my hand, there's still a sword in my heart. All tangible things in the world, be it a blade of grass or a stick, I can turn them into my divine weapon. Speaking until here, Dugu Jianma actually picked up his speed. He reached an inconceivable speed in that instant. While joining his hands together, he rushed towards Xiao Chen. At this very moment, Xiao Chen was shocked. That was because what he saw in the front was an illusion. Dugu Jianma's entire body actually transformed into a divine sword. It was glinting with resplendent radiance as it rushed towards him. It was not at all possible for Dugu Jianma to transform into a divine sword. The only possible explanation was that this was the manifestation of his future divine ability in advance. This was merely the fledgling stage of his future divine ability. It brought about some kind of illusion, but it was sufficient to show how terrifying the sword demon was. It must be mentioned that Xiao Chen was very gifted in regards to battle. The more dangerous the situation, all the more calmer he became. His state of mind quickly calmed down and immersed in an ethereal state in that instant. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. Only that unstoppable divine sword appeared in his line of sight. It seemed as if time had slowed down, including that lone sword that was pushing forward. Xiao Chen was calm to a frightening level. He remained motionless until that divine sword was just about to touch his body. He waved his left hand lightly. It was a very elegant palm blade. He made his move as bold as before, but the domineering move was entirely different. It was as if an exiled immortal was casting divine spells without constraint. It was incomparably ethereal, extremely graceful. A mysterious and profound palm blade. Completely relying on instinct, he executed an otherworldly blade. Clang! The palm blade and divine sword transformed from Dugu Jianma's body clashed. The two were sent flying by the impact at the same time. Dugu Jianma wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and shouted coldly, "Not only my body is the sword. All tangible things in the world are my divine swords. Kill, 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 kill." The fragments of the ruins, the debris, the rocks, and the beams. All of them floated up and emitted a heavy murderous aura. They already transformed into swordlight and were launched towards Xiao Chen. All tangible things in the world, even the blades of grass and sticks, all of them transformed into divine swords. If it was any other ninth celestial layer experts, after fighting for an hour, they might not be able to continue fighting anymore under such a tyrannical display. However, Xiao Chen was still scarily calm. His mind was empty, his body was as cold as the sword and moved according to his heartbeat. The sea of consciousness had dominated his body. It was a very bizarre mental state. He felt as if his heart had already flew out of the battlefield, as if his soul was standing on a faintly discernible cloud and looking down at everything calmly. However, his body was moving. Very smooth and fluent movements, very mysterious and profound techniques. The ethereal palm blade, the graceful stance, it was as if the sweet dews had fallen onto the lonesome desert, as if the morning sun had ascended on the spacious and empty plain. All of these was so smooth, so harmonious. Everything was so perfect. The graceful palm blade didn't let any debris, rocks, or broken beams to slip past. All the tangible things that transformed into the sword body had been cut off with pinpoint accuracy. The big swings only left behind silence in the world. At present, Xiao Chen's attitude was also like this, unusually calm and indifferent, as if he was not connected with this event. However, one strike 100 down. He completely routed these untold numbers of divine sword made from every tangible things. Dugu Jianma beckoned and the metal sword flew into his hand. He coldly looked face to face with Xiao Chen. He felt that this might be his most dangerous battle since birth. He strongly felt threatened by death. After Xiao Chen broke through the 1,000 swords, he stood against the wind. His long hair fluttered by itself as he looked at Dugu Jianma calmly. Kill. Dugu Jianma prepared the final move. Victory or defeat would be decided with this. The domain laid out by the metal sword pressed down with huge pressure. Xiao Chen's sealed god light screen glinted with brilliant rays to resist the sword's domain. All of Dugu Jianma's thick black hair erected. On his metal sword, layer upon layer of sword chi rushed towards Xiao Chen like stormy seas. Xiao Chen still found himself in an ethereal state. He faced the approaching blazing sword radiance with the palm blade. Although he was in a critical circumstance, he appeared to be calm. Vaguely, he felt that kind of state was the doorstep to Historia realm. Suddenly, an extremely bad premonition rushed into Xiao Chen's mind. Even if his body was in this kind of mysterious and wondrous state, his unshakable state of mind was also unable to keep calm anymore as the shadow of death floated up in his mind. Xiao Chen didn't even think about it and his body immediately flew to the side, as graceful as an exiled immortal. However, it was still too late. An incomparably red divine spear emitted blazing divine chi. As if endless amount of scarlet blood were igniting in the surroundings, it dyed half the sky with its color. That kind of spear transformed into a bloody chi and flew over. PFFF. Although Xiao Chen avoided being hit in the vital part, his left rib was still penetrated from the back too by the divine spear that was dripping with blood. He was sent flying along with a powerful force and was pinned on the ground more than 100 meters away. Blood splashed everywhere and dyed the Mother Earth red. After the divine spear that was pulsing with bloody divine chi was pinned onto the ground, it trembled violently for a while before it finally calmed down. Xiao Chen was pinned onto the ground. Pasteur, the ancient divine spear? Dugu Jianma cried out in surprise. After that, he turned around to look towards the darkness not far away. A brown-haired youth slowly walked out from the darkness with heavy steps. His body was very rugged. He bared his left arm and his muscles were bulging like young eastern dragons. He wore a sneer on his sharp face. That's right, this is the ancient divine spear, Pasteur. The ancient spear that had once killed gods. As the brown-haired youth walked, he said coldly, it has been encroached by not only the blood of one god. Up until now, those blood still didn't dry up and flows on the ancient spear all along. What pinned Xiao Chen on the ground was Pasteur, the ancient divine spear. It was a really bizarre divine spear. Nobody knew what material it was forged from. Its entire body was actually scarlet red and carved with ancient sacred writings. One blood chi after another circulated on the divine spear. The most bizarre thing was that there was really fresh blood dripping from the spear's body unceasingly. It was flickering with a bewitching bloody glint. Pasteur, the ancient divine spear with flowing divine blood that never dried up. Why did you mount a sneak attack from the back? Dugu Jianma did not feel grateful at all. Because he must die. He cannot live past tonight. The divine spear guided me here to punish the demon. 3. I only ever heard of the divine spear being used to kill gods. I never heard anything about punishing demon. Don't tell me Xiao Chen is a god? Dugu Jianma said sarcastically. In regards to the sneak attack mounted by this brown-haired youth, he had an undisguised contempt in his eyes. He pierced the metal sword into the ground and raised his guard. Anyway, he must die. My elder brother and I had been searching for him separately tonight, but his speed was really too fast. He continuously fought in one place after another. Only now did I manage to find him. Just at this time, an ice-cold voice transmitted from the front, you have an elder brother, right? Then you won't be lonely if I send the both of you to hell. Both of Xiao Chen's hands were encroached by blood. Nobody knew if it was the divine blood or his own blood. He exerted himself physically to pull the ancient divine spear and stood up slowly. The ancient divine spear passed through his rib and trembled along with his movements. You are still alive? The brown-haired youth was very shocked, then his complexion turned cold as he said, then I will kill you personally. It's a pity you didn't kill me in one strike. You will not get a chance like this again. Xiao Chen stood up. The cold glints in his eyes and his voice sent chills down the spine. His voice sounded like a demon that came from the underworld. You, and your elder brother, must die. 1. Silva, or so you think, remember he was able to control his sword without touching it directly? 2. Silva, penetrated from the back? How did that happen? Did he turn his back to his opponent? 3. Silva, that's right, if he survives tonight, he will advance by leaps and bounds, then you will all be in a living hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Oneness of Heaven and Humanity. Pasteur, the ancient divine spear, was as red as blood. It had once killed the venerable god, and not merely one. It was eternally encroached in divine blood that couldn't be washed clean. It was the god-killing ancient spear of legend. Now, it suddenly appeared at this place. Everything seemed that kind of unusual. The brown-haired man was not very tall, but he was very robust. He bared his left arm outside of his clothes. The bronze-like muscles were bulging and seemed to possess explosive power. He wore a sneer on his not-so-handsome face. His eyes emitted two glints as he stared at Xiao Chen, who walked over slowly. At present, Xiao Chen's battle clothes were stained by blood. His lofty body was completely dyed red by blood. Pasteur had pierced his left ribs and broken two of his rib bones. A large amount of blood flowed out from that wound. However, it seemed as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. He walked over with slow and steady steps. The bewitching scarlet radiance emitted from the sacred writings carved on the spear body made him seem more firm and persistent in contrast. Under his long eyebrows, his eyes were ice-cold like the sword. The intangible power was as heavy as the mountain, and as vast as the boundless ocean. The omnipresent killing intent firmly locked onto that brown-haired youth. Boom! Boom! With every step he took, the earth trembled slightly. Xiao Chen was moving slowly like a huge mountain. The heavy pressure made one unable to breathe. Gradually, the brown-haired youth's complexion abruptly changed. He found to his shock, Xiao Chen's footsteps possessed an indescribable magic power. The footsteps actually synchronized with his heartbeat. In the end, the heartbeat and footstep completely matched up. Boom! Boom! This was one type of sound technique. Xiao Chen had already made his move. At this very moment, he seemed to have already merged with this piece of land. He could feel the pulse of the Mother Earth and united as one. His footstep sound penetrated into Mother Earth, guiding the boundless power accumulated within the earth and made it ascend to the surface. It was a very rhythmic footstep sound. It was slow, yet powerful, and heavy. When one step touched the ground, this space seemed to shake along with it. The brown-haired youth's chi and blood rushed up. His face was as red as the blood. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out from his throat. At this very moment, his heart seemed to be under someone else's control, as if it was being grabbed in someone's palm. It was getting crushed by a powerful force. Oneness with heaven and earth. Xiao Chen seemed like he had already assimilated the truth and realized the law of Eth. Merging with the heaven and earth, perceiving the imprint of Tao, and archived oneness with heaven and humanity. At this very moment, Xiao Chen's every movement seemed that kind of natural and harmonious. He seemed to be in control of this very space. His body and mind blended into a bizarre domain. Rumble! All of a sudden, Xiao Chen stamped on the ground fiercely. The step was much heavier compared to before. Pfff. The face of the brown-haired youth was incomparably flushed. His two eyes almost popped out. He opened his mouth and puffed out a big mouthful of blood. His body shook violently in that instant. He almost fell down on the ground. Rumble! Although Xiao Chen already sustained serious injuries, his bearing had reached an unprecedented height. His entire person standing on this land seemed as if he had really achieved the truth. Ah! The brown-haired youth let out a huge roar. He wanted to break away from this indescribable pressure. If this kept up, his heart would explode. His heartbeat was completely under the control of the footsteps. He must break away from this situation. Rumble, 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 rumble. Just at this time, Xiao Chen took 5 consecutive steps forward. The next heavier than the former. The steps synchronized with the pulse of the Mother Earth. The brown-haired youth was unable to bear it anymore. He faced upwards and let out a bellow with all his might. He wanted to use the sound wave to shake off that unbearable pulse. However, these 5 steps were apparently as heavy as the huge mountain. The pressure couldn't be resisted. Ah! The brown-haired youth coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his body had been rammed by huge mountains as he was sent flying horizontally. The bloody divine spear was still stuck on Xiao Chen's body as he walked over, one step at a time. An unimaginable power surged in this space. Every steps of his spurred on the power of this land. Bang! The brown-haired youth who fell on the ruins punched the ground with all his might. After that, he violently coughed out 3 big mouthfuls of blood. As if he was struck by a thunderbolt, he was sent flying backwards. He finally broke free from that indescribable pressure, escaped from what seemed like the god realm. He hadn't really made his move yet and he already sustained some injuries. There was an undisguised cold glint in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Chen like a wild beast and said coldly, after getting penetrated by Pasteur and suffered a heavy damage, will you be able to make your move the second times, third times, or fourth times? It's more than enough to kill you. Ha, ha ha. The brown-haired youth laughed out loud and said, just now I was too careless and fell into your battle rhythm. Let's see what else can you do to me now? Dugu Jianmo was carrying his sword in his arm and stood at the distance. As if it was a matter of no concern to him, he wore an indifferent expression. Xiao Chen walked forward slowly. The scarlet Pasteur was stuck to his body all along. It's not that he didn't want to pull it out, it's that he didn't dare to pull it out. He was afraid that the instant he pulled it out, his three energies would also be drawn out instantly. This divine spear had injured him too heavily. It penetrated his left rib, snapped off his rib bones, even his tendons had suffered damage and his power had been affected greatly. If it was not because of the vigorous life energy, he might be crushed by that great impact from the ancient spear at the very beginning. Regarding this ancient spear, Pasteur, there were many legends regarding it. According to the ancient legend, this scarlet ancient spear was a sacred tool from some small tribe in the west. The small tribe had a very long tradition, and each generation, an innate demigod would be born. Legend has it that they had enough strength to fight off the descendant of ancient deities. The ancient divine spear was one of the weapons handed down from the clan. One must know that this clan had once killed many deities. It could be said that Pasteur had an out-of-the-ordinary origin. Only that the brown-haired youth was unable to manifest its true power. Ha ha! You are really like an arrow at the end of its flight. If I didn't guess wrong, you didn't even dare to pull out the divine spear. The brown-haired youth laughed grimly in a loud voice. Xiao Chen was seriously in a grave condition, but his spiritual power was getting increasingly powerful. Although his body was inflicted with serious damage, his bearing was as majestic as the blazing sun. My gratitude for presenting me with the divine ancient spear. Pasteur will become my spoil of war, and you will inevitably die under this very spear. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. He got in front of the brown-haired youth with a single step and brandished his palm blade down. At the same time, his other hand was used to stabilize the divine spear, making it unable to tremble as he pierced it towards the brown-haired youth. The palm blade didn't give rise to any wind. It was as light as a feather, as if he didn't put any effort into it. There was only a faint layer of light. There's no thunderous air-splitting sound. On the other side, the ancient divine spear was completely opposite. The bloody radiance was incomparably glaring. The bloody chi was launched forward for several meters, launching towards the brown-haired youth who quickly dodged. He was nearly pierced by the bloody chi. Remember this, the one who killed you is Malika. After the brown-haired youth's shout, he rushed forward like a ghost. He was rushing straight for the ancient spear, Pasteur. He wanted to grab the pole of the divine spear and lift Xiao Chen up on the spot. However, how could Xiao Chen give him this chance? He didn't make any unnecessary movements. In fact, he didn't dare to make any excessive movements. He lightly slid his left foot towards the rear and rotated half a step slowly. Then he took a step forward with the right foot. His left hand gripped onto the bloody spear that penetrated through his left rib and drew one after another bloody pictures in the sky. A piece of bloody curtain fell down from all directions. It was bright red and incomparably glaring. The blazing spearhead was compelling. Xiao Chen, who was penetrated by the ancient spear, actually used it as his own weapon and sealed off the brown-haired youth's path. Hey! Malika shouted coldly as he sent one punch towards the bloody screen. He was originally a 9th celestial layer expert to begin with. Although he was injured by Xiao Chen's initial sound attack, his power didn't get affected much, so he didn't have any qualms to attack head-on. He wore a cold smile on his face. He was sure that the heavily injured Xiao Chen couldn't bear it. However, he was a little disappointed. Xiao Chen's movements was like moving clouds in flowing water. He shifted a few meters to the side with movements as light as a feather and swept over from the side with Pasteur. Needless to think, Xiao Chen could already freely immerse into that ethereal state as when he fought with Dugu Jianmo earlier. One sword chi after another revolved like the starlight. At the same time, they shrouded Xiao Chen like a misty haze. At this very moment, his entire person seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed unique sword. There's no enemies before his eyes, only a single target, nothing more than a scarecrow. It didn't cause his state of mind to fluctuate excessively. That was a target he must behead. That was nothing more than a target. His expression was ice-cold to the point of scary. When Xiao Chen immersed himself in this profound state, his battle instinct was raised to the highest level. Everything was that smooth, he was no longer berserk, no longer domineering, but among the gracefulness, his killing intent increased without let up. PFFF. PFFF. Xiao Chen slid past from the side, drifting like the clouds. After his bloodstained battle clothes lightly swept past, he slashed vertically with his left palm and ruthlessly clashed with Malika twice. Malika found it a little unbelievable. Xiao Chen actually dared to face him head-on. However, in reality, he knew he was wrong. When Xiao Chen was in this state, he was really too terrifying. The two strikes made him feel as if he was struck by thunderbolts. His right palm almost broke up. The dawn of Historia realm. Xiao Chen was on the eve of touching upon the Historia realm. This was the conclusion Malika arrived at. He must kill Xiao Chen, right now, right here. He must not tarry any longer. Otherwise, this enemy would become his greatest nightmare in the future. It was a fierce battle, a desperate fight. Xiao Chen's vitality was as vigorous as in the past. It seemed like he was not affected in the slightest amount. He was as calm as the water. His pupils were as cold as ice. His body was as unyielding as sword. Although he was heavily injured, it was as if he had stepped into a new domain. Xiao Chen's every movement was incredibly smooth. A clear whistle transmitted from a distant place as a human figure rushed towards the solitary castle with lightning speed. The brown-haired youth jumped over the solitary clan's lofty stone wall and pounced towards Xiao Chen violently. And just at this time, two terrifying glints suddenly emitted from Xiao Chen's eyes. His left hand released the ancient spear that penetrated himself. Both of his hands changed into palm blade and slashed towards Malika. Malika's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty glint. His elder brother had arrived. Xiao Chen was dead for sure. However, it seemed like there was already no need for his elder brother to make his move. That was because at this very moment, he actually grabbed the ancient spear that penetrated Xiao Chen's body. He gripped it firmly and violently flung Xiao Chen up. His face was brimming with a ruthless smile. However, Malika's smile immediately stiffened. Xiao Chen, who was lifted up by him, was as heavy as an immemorial demonic mountain and pressed down on him. He felt his arms were about to break. Xiao Chen's hands already firmly gripped onto the pole of the scarlet ancient spear as he pressed down ruthlessly. The spear had originally pierced through Xiao Chen from the back anyway. At this moment, it touched upon Malika's abdomen with unstoppable force. At this very moment, Malika was brimming with fear. "You dare to harm my brother?" A sudden shout transmitted from not far away. Malika's elder brother, Yulan Mu, already rushed over at lightning speed. His eyes were fierce. At present, everything in the world had already disappeared from Xiao Chen's eyes. His mind only had one conviction. And that was to pierce Malika's body with the spearhead. A boundless and unimaginable power fell down from every directions. Although his state of mind was calm and ethereal, the power stored up in Xiao Chen's body pressed down like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. The torrent couldn't be stopped. Yulan Mu cried out desperately, "Little bro!" Even if his speed was fast, he was still slower than the speed of the ancient spear. The bloody divine spear pierced 1 inch at a time, and then with a PFFF, it pierced into Malika's body. Malika felt shocked and heartbroken at the same time. He never thought the already heavily injured Xiao Chen was actually this terrifying. He was still unable to fight against him. In regards to power, he was inferior. In regards to stamina, there was an even bigger disparity. He was practically not Xiao Chen's opponent at all, despite the other party being heavily injured. The blood splashed everywhere. The bloody spear, pasteur, penetrated Malika's abdomen. Xiao Chen stood on the ground. His messy hair danced crazily. While bearing the sharp pain, he faced upwards and let out a long roar. The bloody spear passed through his left ribs, then he grabbed it with both hands and violently lifted Malika up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Ancient Three-Layered Seal. Xiao Chen lifted Malika up in the air, blood splashed everywhere. Not only did it make Yulan Mu, who just got over a moment ago, so angry that his eyes were about to crack, it also made Duge Jianma, who was watching the fight from a distance, to emit 2 glints from his eyes. He was carrying his metal sword and exploded with battle intent. Malika was suffering from an extreme pain. His abdomen was completely penetrated. And due to Xiao Chen's tyrannical power, his intestines were pounded to pieces. He was a 9th celestial layer expert with vigorous vitality, it was impossible for him to die in a short time. As such, this was simply a torture. It was a hellish suffering. The miserable shriek reverberated unceasingly in the solitary's ancient residence. Malika was breaking out in cold sweat all over. More than half of his body was stained by blood. His expression was listless. Yulan Mu's stature was very lofty. His appearance was similar to Malika. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he had a trace of wild nature. He glowered at Xiao Chen with his ice-cold pupils, and shouted, "Release him!" With regards to this kind of words, Xiao Chen just simply ignored it. It was completely meaningless. He released one of his hands and gripped the ancient spear single-handedly. The other hand was used to draw a few dots on his body, stopping the blood from gushing out from the wound. "Release my younger brother." He stubbornly repeated the same words. Although this might sound like a nonsense in the eyes of an expert, because nobody would change their decision just because of this, Yulanmu had no other choice but to act like this. This was his flesh and blood younger brother, he was already thinking of compromising. "Speak, why do you guys want to kill me? If you want to challenge me, it's impossible for you to mount a sneak attack from my back, so why?" Speaking until here, Xiao Chen's eyes became incomparably sharp. It directly penetrated into Yulanmu's sea of consciousness. "There's no particular reason. Pastor, the ancient spear guided us here to put the demon to death. Don't deceive me." Xiao Chen let out a cold snort. Then he shook the bloody spear, making Malika shout out in pain repeatedly. He continued to speak in a cold voice. The ancient spear had once killed gods, but it had never bore through a demon once. "Do I look like a god to you? Why did you guys try to assassinate me from behind?" Seeing Malika being trampled on, Yulanmu was unable to keep calm anymore. He said with a very complicated expression, "It is our wrong, I will solemnly apologize to you here. Please let me younger brother go. Speak." With only one word, then Xiao Chen shook the ancient spear again. Blood immediately flowed out from Malika's wound, causing him to let out a miserable shriek. "My younger brother wants to marry Yan Qingcheng, but he had been told by the elders of the Undying sect stationed in Celestial City that she has already been betrothed to you." 1. Hearing this, Xiao Chen stared blankly for a while, then he helplessly sighed, "Mother F. This way can also invite a disaster? This feels so wrong. Can I think of this as a fact? Otherwise, the suffering this time is just so not worth it. Anything else? It couldn't be this simple, right?" Xiao Chen didn't believe that was the only reason. "When Hoffman and my younger brother were drinking, he said there will be a big reward for eliminating you." Yulanmu didn't hesitate in the slightest as he disclosed the main culprit. "Hoffman of the Reagan family?" "That's right. It seems like this scum of society really don't want to live any longer." The killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes was undisguised. Now, the animosity between him and the Reagan family was getting deeper and deeper. After killing that 4 Historia-level experts, he knew that the member of this family must have hated him to the core. However, because they were afraid of the terrifying existence in the depths of the South, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. "Anything else?" Xiao Chen swept his eyes over Yulanmu coldly and said, "I don't believe these two are the only reasons. I am not very convinced." Yulanmu was already pressing his luck. He stared at Xiao Chen coldly and said, "When my brother held onto the ancient spear, Pastor, he can gain a spiritual power similar to prophecy. He felt that in the future, you will become our greatest enemy. If we don't get rid of you now, it will cause us trouble to no end. So, in the end, you guys also wanted to kill me yourselves." Xiao Chen laughed grimly and said, "He can see the future when holding onto the ancient spear, Pastor? That's just a bunch of nonsense. It's merely a reason to eliminate me. If he can really see the future, then why did he not forecast his own defeat? He can't even grasp his own future, so how can he boast so shamelessly that he can see the future?" "Humph." Yulanmu snorted coldly. If Malika's life was not under Xiao Chen's control, there's no way he would swallow his anger like this. "I believe such a divine spear is not something you brothers are capable of controlling at the present time. How can the elder from your family let you guys take it as you pleases?" Just at this time, Malika endured the sharp pain and said weakly, "Bro, I can't make it anymore, my internal organs has already been completely destroyed by the spear." "What?" Yulanmu's eyes immediately became sharp. To receive this kind of news after speaking so much, it really felt like he was hit by a thunder from the clear sky. "You can't blame me for this." Xiao Chen said very calmly, "Just now we were facing each other in a life and death battle, who would dare to hold back? He originally wanted to kill me anyway. There's nothing injustice about it if he get killed by me now. I won't stop until one of us is dead." Yulanmu was seething in anger. There's no need to continue talking. He soundlessly got in front of Xiao Chen like a ghost and attacked with a palm chop. With a sudden clap of thunder, the rays of light flickered. Xiao Chen swung the ancient spear past her and created a bloody light screen. It was surging forward like layer upon layer of bloody waves. The sound was deafening. Yulanmu almost grinded his teeth into pieces. Xiao Chen actually faced the enemy with his brother still stuck on the spear. His younger brother's body burst open right before his eyes. Ah! He let out a wild roar as he fell back. His entire body was shuddering violently. He gazed at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "You are too fierce, too cruel, but... am I now? Everything I do is honorable. Your brother used an ancient spear that once killed the gods to mount a sneak attack on me. What's your thought on it?" Xiao Chen's expression was very calm. It was as if he was talking about something very common and said, "If you think this is cruel, then you shouldn't have entered the world of martial arts. This world itself is a sad melody. When you are killing, you should be prepared to be killed." 2. Yulan Mu almost went berserk. His long brown hair erected one after another. His eyes were incomparably bloodthirsty. He said with a very menacing voice, "I will offer your heart and liver to Malika. Truth be told, I was the one who got the premonition by holding on to the ancient spear pasteur. It was me who wanted to kill you. Now, you must die. How will you kill me? Can you do it?" Your younger brother had said something similar. "It looks like you are bound to have the same ending as him." It was needless for Xiao Chen to tell him off. That was completely meaningless. Everything still depended on actions. At present, he was very confident in himself. Although he was seriously hurt, he had already touched upon the edge of Historia realm. His fighting ability had increased by a level. Unless he fought with someone like Dugu Jianmo warriors who were about to take a step into Historia realm, it was very difficult for him to feel threatened. Boom! Yulan Mu pounced over like a ferocious beast. His eyes were scarlet red. He wanted to fight over the ancient spear pasteur. The divine flame was throbbing on the bloody spear. Xiao Chen raised his hand and lightly waved it. The mysterious maneuver gave rise to a skyrocketing murderous aura. The bloody radiance soared into the sky and filled the air with murderous aura. The bloody screen enveloped every inch of space within the radius of 100 feet. The bloody energy billow was like raging waves beating against the shore. Break! Yulan Mu shouted loudly, "Ancient three-layered seal." 3 divine radiance swept over like a net and directly exhausted the soaring blood curtain. Yulan Mu's expression was fierce. He shouted almost hysterically. Sky seal. Earth seal. Humanity seal. The 3 divine radiance swept past every resistance. Even the ancient spear pasteur had been stopped. Sky seal, sealing the essence of the sky, such as the sunlight, the moonlight, and all kinds of spiritual power. There was hardly any energy fluctuation left in Xiao Chen's surroundings. That space was completely sealed. He couldn't absorb the spiritual power anymore. Earth seal, sealing the pulse of the Mother Earth. The divine power of the Mother Earth was sealed underground and couldn't rise to the surface. It was completely sealed. Xiao Chen was also unable to borrow the power of the Earth anymore. Humanity seal, directly sealing Xiao Chen himself with a light beam brimming with boundless power. Xiao Chen was submerged by endless purple radiance. The ancient 3-layered seal was the battle skill of an ancient clan with power to contend against the gods. It was a bizarre battle skill that manipulated the power of heaven and earth. However, if one was not a direct descendant of the clan, it was impossible to manifest its true power. Yulan Mu's master came from a small tribe in the west. Tradition has it that the people from that tribe was the descendant of the ancient clan. As a result, they would have inherited some ancient battle skills. Yulan Mu possessed great talent. Although he hadn't entered the Historia realm, he had already opened up parts of the treasure in his body. In addition to that, with the skills forcefully instilled into him by his master, it made him able to use the ancient 3-layered seal easily. He sealed Xiao Chen in a short while. At a distant place, Dugu Jianhua emitted 2 cold glints from his eyes. He watched all of these without batting an eye. At present, Xiao Chen was like a clay statue. His lofty body stood there as he couldn't even move an inch. The ancient spear in his hand was flickering with a bewitching red light. The gleaming light of the ancient sacred writings engraved on the spear was circulating, as if it was alive. Vaguely, it seemed to be throbbing. On the surface of the spear, the divine blood was flowing. It seemed as if Yulan Mu was suffering from heat exhaustion. Using his own power to seal the worldly energy of the surrounding space and sealing Xiao Chen at the same time really exhausted too much power. After accomplishing these, he already didn't have much strength left. Yulan Mu laughed coldly. He slowly moved his body in front of Xiao Chen and said, "Where's your confidence now? In the face of my ancient 3-layered seal, nothing can stand before me." Break! Along with his shout, the humanity seal attacked fiercely. Xiao Chen coughed out a big mouthful of blood on the spot. The glaring purple light wrapped him up, as if it wanted to crush him. Cling! Clang! Yulanmu pulled out a long sword and ruthlessly stabbed Xiao Chen's chest. Pfff. Pfff. Two bloody lights splashed out simultaneously. The longsword stopped before it even pierced deep enough into Xiao Chen's body. Blood gushed out nonstop as the ancient spear pasteur pierced through Yulanmu's heart. Impossible, Yulanmu couldn't believe what was happening as he muttered, "This is absolutely impossible. You relied on your so-called ancient three-layered seal too much. If I am not heavily injured, you wouldn't even be able to seal me for a split second. I have already touched upon the genuine Historia domain." The endless purple light vanished like smoke in thin air. Xiao Chen broke away from the seal and lifted Yulanmu with the ancient spear pasteur. After that, his body burst open in the air. "Many thanks for helping me accomplish my aim. Only after the bone-chilling winter would the spring flower bloom. It was you two brothers who allowed me to get this close to Historia realm. I feel like I can immediately touch it by reaching out with my hand." Xiao Chen's voice was very deep and low. After he finished speaking, he dragged his injured body to turn around to cast a glance at Dugu Jianma profoundly. After that, he walked out of the solitary's ancient castle with large strides. Tonight, the injuries he sustained were really too grave. The bones in his hand were broken by Dugu Jianma's attack. The left rib was pierced by Malika with the ancient spear pasteur. His chest was stabbed by Yulanmu with the longsword. Furthermore, there's the dreadful internal injuries. There were slits all over his inner organs. The ice-cold voice transmitted from behind, "Safe trip, don't let someone kill you midway." Xiao Chen didn't turn around. He immediately unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. He was actually waiting for Dugu Jianma to make his move. However, this response from the other party made him feel very grateful. Nobody was left on the scene. Dugu Jianma's figure seemed to be very lonely three. He carried his metal sword and walked forward, slowly waving his swords on the ruins, as slow as he wanted. Over and over, until he repeated the same motion for 100 times, he seemed to have comprehended something. After that, he lightly waved his sword towards the ground. As a result, the corpses on the ground actually evaporated without a sound. They scattered like ashes along with the breeze, leaving no traces behind. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings, with the ancient spear pasteur in his hands, as he streaked through the sky. Now, it was already impossible for him to continue battling. The condition of his injuries was too grave. How many battles was not important, the important thing was the result. He had already achieved his aim, the door to the treasure in his body already opened. Now, it all depended on how he dig out the treasures. It was already past midnight at the moment. When he landed on the courtyard, the snow-white little Kiki and Tenex rushed over with lightning speed. In addition, the white-shelled tortoise also showed up sneakily. It was secretly sizing him up on top of a pavilion. Xiao Chen reached out his hands into his chest to take out a multicolored phoenix feather. His shaking hand was set down on the tallest rock in the courtyard. The divine feather of the phoenix might be his safety charm for tonight. It's about time to put it to good use. 4. 1. Silva, PFFF. Cough cough hack cough. 2. Silva, yeah, you tell them. 3. Silva, oh I feel for him so bad man, damn you author. 4. Silva, whoa, what can the feather be used for? I was thinking it can summon the phoenix. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Opening Up the Body's Treasure. Pasteur, the ancient spear with flowing divine blood, was thrusted on the bluestone floor in front of Xiao Chen. The divine blood dripped unceasingly, then the blood transformed into specks of red light and disappeared in thin air. It was constantly overflowing with killing intent that came from the distant past. Without a doubt, the ancient spear that had once killed the deities possessed an unimaginable power. However, the two brothers were unable to manifest its true power. It was truly what they call falling into oblivion at their hands. Xiao Chen had reason to believe this kind of ancient spear was not something they could control. Their master or family elders must be somewhere in Celestial City. Moreover, it seemed like they might be up to something. Otherwise, why would they bring the god-killing weapon to this place? At present, Xiao Chen didn't want to think over these too much. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard and slowly immersed in the mysterious, yet profound state. Millions and millions of starlight sprinkled down. The starry sky seemed to be closing in. In front of Xiao Chen was one resplendent ray of light after another streaking across the sky. Those were the shooting stars as they faded away, those were the fallen lives, those were the shattered dreamland. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense seemed to have streaked past the 9 layers of heavens and passed through the outer space. It was as if he had entered that boundless starry sky. His spiritual sense was condensing, as if it was transforming into a resplendent star in the sky. He seemed to have rose to the cluster of stars. This kind of feeling was really too strange. It seemed as if every star was corresponding to the life on Earth. Could it be that the stars were really closely bound to the life on Mother Earth? It was certainly not like this. It was merely because of the cause and effect of all living things. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense seemed to cut open the dense fog in the starry sky as he gradually rushed towards a treasure flickering with bright divine radiance. That's right, he suddenly realized, this was not whatever starry skies, it was his sea of consciousness. He was getting close to the sealed treasure. Was the human sea of consciousness corresponding to the universe? Why was it so similar to the cycle of the cosmos? Could it be that every living thing was a standalone little universe by itself? That seemed to be the case, it really had striking resemblance. Wouldn't that mean everyone was made up of a universe of their own? Xiao Chen's train of thought was caught up in a labyrinth as he roamed in his sea of consciousness. Rushing over the North Star constellation, jumping over the Royal Amethyst Star, looking down at this universe from a great height, then looking up at the vast sea of stars, he felt he was so very tiny at this place. Was this the sea of consciousness sealed in the depths of human body? No wonder it was sealed, this place was really too vast, it was very easy for people to lose themselves at this place. It seems like the human's potential was really unlimited. In regards to the big universe from the outside, the sea of consciousness could correspond with them one by one. The world was just as big as the volume of the mind. All living things lived in the heart. As Xiao Chen looked up at the starry sky, he had an indescribable feeling. The door to the treasures was embedded in the middle of this sea of stars. Just how majestic and boundless would the other side of the door be? He no longer thought of himself as tiny, because all of this was contained in his mind, grasped by him, controlled by him. A towering castle stood in the middle of the sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen rushed over there in a straight line, pushing open the gate of the castle. Kiki was bored to death as it yawned, Carrot 1. Its hairy head touched the ground from time to time. Obviously, it was already tired beyond recognition. On the other side, 10x was quietly crouching on the flower bed. Its pair of eyes in the darkness seemed like 2 glittering pearls. As for the white-shelled little tortoise, it had a posture that would cause people to cough out blood. Although it had the tortoise shell, its movement was unusually nimble. It was actually lying on the back, with one leg crossed over the other. Carrot 2. 2 of its tortoise legs were very long. Its legs were falling forwards and it seemed to be very relaxed. One of its tortoise arm was resting under its head. The other tortoise claw was grabbing onto a reishi mushroom it had stolen from who knows where. It was gnawing at the mushroom with great relish. From time to time, it would secretly look all around. Its pair of tortoise eyes were like glittering black gems. It was rolling its eyes to cast a glance at all directions. This was practically not how a tortoise would act. Its deceitful appearance was no different from a sly human. Tonight, the moonlight was gentle, the starlight was resplendent. The breeze brushed past lightly, the fragrance spread from the cluster of flowers and plants. A slight air-splitting sound transmitted from beyond the courtyard. The sleepy Kiki immediately roused up from its sleep. Its glittering big eyes were perfectly round as it fixed its attention ahead. With 2 whooshing sound, 2 human figures jumped over the wall and entered the courtyard. When 10x was about to make its move, Xiao Chen made his move first. The bloody spear that was thrusted into the ground suddenly blossomed with dazzling bloody light. The murderous aura soared up. With a clang, the ancient spear pastor lifted up from the bluestone floor by itself. Then it transformed into a frightening light beam and left behind a bloody red afterimage. With a PFFF, the 2 who just entered the courtyard were pierced. The blood splashed everywhere. After the ancient spear pastor pierced the 2, it transformed into a bloody light beam again, and with a ringing sound, it was thrusted into the bluestone floor in front of Xiao Chen. Airborne fencing? The 2 of them had an unfathomable expression. Their eyes widened in front of the death's door, wanting to grab onto something. After all, they were Exuvia 4th Celestial Layer practitioners. Although they were far from comparable to the 9th Celestial Layer expert like Xiao Chen, but a single encounter, just a single encounter. And they were ruthlessly killed. This made them unable to accept the truth. Could it be that Xiao Chen had really broke through to Historia realm? That was their last question before death. Although Xiao Chen was opening up the treasures in his body, he could still feel everything happening on the outside world clearly. The method he used to kill the 2 was enlightened by Dugu Jianma. If his spiritual sense was powerful enough, every tangible thing in the vicinity could become his weapon. This was the great power of the spiritual sense. His spiritual sense continued to absorb the essence of the treasure in his body, becoming all the more condensed and powerful. Xiao Chen knew the event regarding him challenging ninth celestial layer experts in the night would definitely alarm a lot of people. Some people could guess that he wanted to make a breakthrough. In order to prevent him from smoothly breaking through to Historia realm, they might even come to exterminate him at the most crucial moment. The breeze brushed past, the fragrance of flowers covered up the stench of blood. Xiao Chen's heart was very calm from start to finish. The road to immortality was a very harsh road. Who knows just how many people would die midway? Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharper than ever. After entering the grand and lofty castle in the Sea of Consciousness, he felt a subtle change was taking place in his body. The flow of blood suddenly speed up. Vaguely, he could hear a rumbling sound transmitting from his blood vessels. That was a sound produced by the flow of blood. It clearly transmitted into the Sea of Consciousness. There was also the thumping sound of the heart, the trembling sound of the internal organs. At this moment, he felt one divine radiance after another rushing out from the treasure's door, flowing into his flesh, baptizing his internal organs. Even his bones were not left out as they were submerged by the divine radiance. This was a transformation, this was a sublimation, this was an evolution. This was the process of breaking the shackles of human body, transcending oneself, and taking a step into the whole new world. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense became keener than ever. He saw a goldfish in the lotus pond waving its tail, stirring up a few tiny specks of dusts at the bottom of the pond. He saw a night orchid slowly blooming among the flowerbed, with very slight amount of pollen falling from the pistil. He saw a nocturnal bird in the sky, flying gracefully with an insect in its beak. And that the insect's leg was encroached by a little bit of blood. Although those sceneries were very far away and very minute, everything in the surroundings appeared as clear as day in Xiao Chen's mind. The minute world seemed to be just before his eyes. Forge ahead. The power of the treasure was opening up. He's about to step into the doorstep of Historia. Just at this time, in front of that grapevine frame at the courtyard, a shadow appeared. That shadow seemed like it appeared from the thin air. It was very sudden. There's no life fluctuation transmitting outwards, no ripples of life, if not because of the pitch-black human shadow at that place, others were practically unable to tell someone was standing there. 10x slowly pressed onward. Kiki also raised its guard. The two sacred beasts felt dangers approaching. All of a sudden, two divine radiance burst out from under the grapevine frame, directly launching towards the rock in the garden. Looking at that multicolored feather pinned on top of the rock, an elderly voice transmitted outward, multicolored divine feather, the Phoenix clan. The powerful pressure pressed down like Mount Tai. The entire courtyard was silent, as if everything had been sealed by an unfathomable power. It lasted only for a while, then that mountain-like pressure suddenly disappeared. The shadow under the grapevine frame disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there to begin with. The cool breeze flowed, carrying with it the fragrance of flowers and plants. Swish! 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 3 people jumped into the courtyard, separating into 3 directions and surrounded Xiao Chen from all sides. Rips! Divine light flashed. Kiki had made its move. The rainbow-colored light screen was launched forward and shrouded the 3 who just entered the courtyard like a tornado. 10x was nodding its head and wagging its tail as it rushed over, leaving behind a silvery light. Ah! The miserable shriek resounded. The 3 of them were ripped apart by 10x. It's coming! The dangerous moment was coming. Xiao Chen knew those who received the news were going to make their move from this moment onward. The bloody mist drifted in the air. Without making any sound, on top of that white marble bridge at the courtyard, someone shrouded in shadow appeared there. With great astonishment, beside him was actually a Dragon King. It was an azure Dragon King flickering with green dragon scales. Its battle intent was soaring as it stared at 10x unwaveringly. Was this not Lawrence's Azure Dragon King? Why did it appear at this place? That person shrouded in shadow was definitely not Lawrence. Their aura was completely different. Carrot 3. Ha ha. A long laugh transmitted over. Another figure jumped into the courtyard. The arrival was a middle-aged man. The powerful pressure emitted by him made the pavilion nearby collapse. Roar! A deep and low beast roar resounded as a golden-furred ape jumped into the courtyard from a different direction. It was only 1 meter tall, but it seemed to be very sturdy and fierce. Its gold fur was glorious and dazzled the eyes. Its ice-cold pupils emitted 2 cold glints as it gazed at Kiki fiercely, without batting an eye. Noiselessly, a shadow appeared beside the golden ape. That person's body was entirely shrouded by hazy fog and their visage couldn't be seen. 1. Silva, damn, even I yawned when I translate this. 2. Pewit. 3. Silva, oh crap, what happened to Lawrence? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, The Descendant of Deity. The last few who intruded did not say a single word and directly pounced towards Xiao Chen. They were merciless and aimed for a fatal blow all at once. The swordchi were exceptionally dazzling in the night sky. Xiao Chen couldn't remain sitting anymore. He stood up and grabbed the ancient spear Pasteur as he took a step forward. He waved the ancient spear with momentum of total annihilation. The thunderous storm roared as bloody light filled the entire sky. Pfff. Pfff. The blood splashed everywhere as 4 corpses fell on the courtyard. They were each around 30-odd years. Their throats seemed to have been cut by a knife blade as the bloody spear swept past. These 4 practitioners were more or less around the level of the 6th celestial layer. As far as Xiao Chen was concerned, they were nothing. They were obviously dispatched by their sect to interfere with Xiao Chen's breakthrough. Roar! The Azure Dragon King let out a roar and pounced over. The target, 10x. Azure Divine Radiance flashed like a raging inferno. Its pair of eyes were ice-cold, as if it had already forgotten it was once acquainted with Xiao Chen. 10x proudly swung its head as it let out a dragon roar and pounced over. Swish! The person in the shadow flew upwards swiftly and disappeared in a short while. It seemed like he was only delivering the Azure Dragon King to this place. The Azure Dragon King let out a muffled roar. Its pair of dragon eyes were actually filled with bloodlust. The 2 Dragon Kings clashed fiercely. One after another, green divine radiance burst out unceasingly. The Azure Dragon King had obviously unlocked quite a few divine abilities peculiar to the dragons. This one odd year, its power had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was no longer the same little cub from the Dragon Island anymore. Moreover, its tail had already evolved into the ancestral dragon tail. And on the other hand, 10x did not burst out with any divine radiance. It was completely relying on the unique dragon martial skill to fight at close quarters. It was like a seasoned practitioner's, every step it took was extremely profound. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Those were the most effective footworks. And its attack was also incomparably sharp. The claws, the tail, the head, and even its horns were moving in sync. Each part of its body was a sharp weapon in its own right. As it clashed with the Azure Dragon, even if it was facing one dragon magic after another, it did not fall behind a tiny bit. On the contrary, it was steadily pressuring the Azure Dragon King. The dragon martial skill was an extraordinary skill. Kiki moved back to Xiao Chen's side, sweeping all directions cautiously with its big black eyes. There were only 2 more enemies left at the site. One of them was that rough-looking middle-aged man. In fact, his power was definitely at the Historia realm. Otherwise it was impossible for him to show up. Just the energy fluctuation emitted by him was already enough to destroy a pavilion. The other one should be a young girl. Although her body was covered by a black fog, Xiao Chen was still able to make out her silhouette. At present, his spiritual sense was especially keen. He had already realized this was a very beautiful girl. It's just that, the other party was intentionally concealing herself, so it was not possible to see her hazy visage clearly. The golden-furred ape beside the mysterious girl looked very powerful. It's just that, its expression was too vicious. It stared at Kiki coldly, as if it wanted to devour the little critter. Squeak! The snow-white little critter panted with rage. It was a very discontent tone. It waved its little beast paws without restraint. The rainbow-colored light screen quickly launched towards the 1-meter-tall golden ape. In that instant, the golden light flashed. The ape's body seemed to have transformed into metal. Moreover, inexhaustible amount of divine flame was rising from its body. It let out a growl and also waved one of its beastly claw. The golden ray of light transformed into a light blade and ruthlessly cut towards the rainbow-colored radiance. Pfff. A dull noise transmitted from the sky. The rainbow-colored light screen was temporarily held back by the golden light blade. This made Kiki really angry. Its glittering big eyes burst forth with 2 divine glints. It was no longer looking lively and mischievous. In a flash, it became serious and earnest as it pushed its little beast claws forward with all its might. The rainbow-colored radiance instantly increased in size dramatically and kept the golden light under control in a short while. After that, it was launched towards the golden ape. Xiao Chen was very shocked. Although Kiki had gained the upper hand, it was already enough to tell how powerful and terrifying the golden ape was. It was actually able to hold Kiki back, even for a short while. This had never happened before. One must know that nobody below the demigod level had ever blocked the rainbow-colored radiance. It was always one swipe, 100 down. As long as the rainbow-colored divine radiance was launched, nobody could stop it. What kind of sacred beast was this? It was actually so mighty. Its divine ability was really exceptionally powerful. Howl. The golden ape faced upwards and let out a long howl. The golden light all over its body became brighter. It forcibly stopped that rainbow-colored light screen that was about to cover it up, making the rainbow-colored light screen unable to touch it for the time being. With a soft sigh, that mysterious girl started to talk. Is it possible to make the snow-white little critter stop? I actually don't have any evil intention. I just wanted to test Goldie's strength. The voice was very sweet and very pleasant to listen to. Under normal circumstances, this should be a peerless beauty. However, tonight was too delicate. Who could say for sure she was really not an enemy? Even if she's a peerless beauty, she's nothing more than a skeleton in front of Xiao Chen at present. He remained unfazed. Everyone who arrived at this place had temporarily been labeled by him as enemy. Xiao Chen ignored the words of the mysterious girl. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance fell down and instantly enveloped the golden ape. It was being trapped within the rainbow-colored radiance, unable to move an inch. Following closely, Kiki waved its hairy little beast paws and lifted the golden ape into the air from a distance. The rainbow-colored radiance firmly imprisoned the golden ape. Then it was ruthlessly smashed onto the ground by Kiki. Bang! The smoke and dust filled the air as the golden ape jumped up. It faced upward and let out a furious roar. The golden fur all over its body erected. It looked very violent. One after another, golden rays that looked like swordji rushed out from its body. Goldie, don't move. The mysterious girl stopped the furious golden ape. She extended one of her lily-white hands to quell its anger. Only then did the golden ape slowly calm down. However, Kiki hardly appreciated the kindness. It was waving its little beast paws angrily, about to make its move again. Xiao Chen hastily put a stop to it. As long as the mysterious girl no longer made her move, he was also unwilling to continue this massacre. Now, the middle-aged man standing at the side let out a sneer. I originally thought you only have a rare dragon king at your side. Never have I thought that pampered little critter is also this powerful. I really underestimated you. Squeak, Kiki felt that it had been disrespected. It was shouting furiously, as if it was saying, what about you? Then it waved its little beast paw with a whoosh and firmly trapped the middle-aged man within the rainbow-colored radiance. The middle-aged man had an inconceivable expression. He finally experienced the snow-white little critter's power firsthand. However, he did not believe it was able to seal a Historia-level expert like him. But now, it was too late for regret. How is this possible? It's still so young. This was the lamentation in the heart of the Historia-level expert. Rumble. Kiki smashed the Historia-level expert onto the ground all of a sudden. After that, it imprisoned him again with the rainbow-colored divine radiance, lifting him into midair and smashing downwards repeatedly. Even an Iron Man would break into pieces like this. After a few dozen times, the middle-aged man was already bleeding from his nose and mouth. Xiao Chen made Kiki stop and asked the middle-aged man, which clan are you from? I'll only ask this once, silence means death. It was very straightforward, he didn't drag the issue. Humph. The middle-aged man gave a cold snort in return. Xiao Chen did not say any more nonsense, he directly walked in front of the rainbow-colored light screen and brandished the ancient spear that once killed the gods in his hand. With a PFFF, the ancient spear pierced the middle-aged man's chest. Blood gushed out non-stop. He didn't pierce the heart, but it was also a deadly blow. Don't kill me. I am from the Reagan family, I am Hoffman's uncle. Among the few corpses in the courtyard, 2 of them are also from my family. In the face of death, the middle-aged man no longer had an air of arrogance. Not only did he straightforwardly declare his identity, he also provided unnecessary information. PFFF. Xiao Chen shook the spear in his hand and directly pierced the middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged man let out a miserable shriek. The glint in his eyes gradually became dimmer as he muttered under his breath, "You are so ruthless. I already told you everything, yet you still killed me. I told you, I will only ask once and didn't want to talk nonsense. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. I killed you as promised." Xiao Chen directly split him in half with the divine spear. After that, he muttered, "This enmity with your family is set in the stone. On the other side, 10x and the Azure Dragon King had already decided victory or defeat. 10x defeated the Azure Dragon King with the dragon martial skill. It tore apart a large area of flesh and finally used its pair of horns to launch a divine radiance that knocked down the Azure Dragon King. During the entire fight, 10x only used the dragon magic once. It was indeed incomparably proud. Kiki, seal it and don't get away. Xiao Chen shouted. Kiki launched a divine radiance and enveloped the Azure Dragon King in a flash, sealing it for good. Xiao Chen knew something must have happened to Lawrence. And relying on his instinct, he felt that a problem had also arises with the Azure Dragon King. They must not let it go and search for clues in the future. The courtyard finally became quiet. The mysterious girl said with a very pleasant voice, "Your Dragon King seems to be different from the other Dragon Kings." However, she was more concerned about Kiki. She softly sighed and said, "This cute snow-white little critter is also out of the ordinary. It actually defeated Goldie." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but Kiki was very discontent. It clicked its tongue as it cast a glance at the golden ape with its big black eyes. This manner immediately made the golden ape furious. If it was not stopped by the mysterious girl, it absolutely wanted to settle this with the snow-white little critter once and for all. If you know about Goldie's origin, then you might not despise it as much anymore. The mysterious girl seemed to be very fond of Kiki. She spoke softly, "Goldie is the descendant of a deity." 1. Hearing this, Kiki was not bothered by it, but Xiao Chen was very shocked as he asked, "There's a divine owl hovering in the depths of the south. The descendant of the deity you are talking about, are you referring to one of those young sacred beasts found at the vicinity of the deity's historical remains?" "That's right, Goldie is one of them." Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at the girl in a new light. She actually subdued the descendant of a deity. One must know that a lot of older generation figures were fighting over them at that time. As if she could read Xiao Chen's mind, the girl explained, "It was subdued by my elders. The other one is not the same race as Goldie. It was took away by other people." "You come here tonight only for testing Goldie's strength?" Xiao Chen asked. The girl was very magnanimous and her voice was very sweet. "My information network spread far and wide. I have received the true information of what happened on the Dragon Island. I know there's a snow-white little critter that possesses great magical power. As such, I wanted to bring Goldie here and let it have a contest with the snow-white little critter." These words made Kiki feel very snug. It showed a rare bashful expression and blinked its glittering big eyes unceasingly. With the snow-white little critter's current strength, it is enough to rank among the top 10 of the young sacred beasts on Immortals mainland. The mysterious girl had a very high evaluation of the snow-white little critter, but on the other hand, Kiki was dissatisfied. Only top 10? It would be more appropriate to say it was number 1. Kiki puffed its chest out proudly. As a result, it was kneaded in the head by Xiao Chen, who was full of smiles. Kiki immediately let out a resentful squeak. Xiao Chen was very happy. Even the descendant of deity was defeated by Kiki. This little critter had unlimited potential. Maybe it might be an exotic beast on the same level as the ancestral dragon. "Xiao Chen, are you willing to go to the north with me? I can give you riches and honor." The mysterious girl started to talk. She seemed to be very serious. 2. Riches and honor are earned through hard work, not given by others. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I am used to this easygoing lifestyle, I don't want to be constrained by others." He could already tell that the mysterious girl had an out-of-the-ordinary status. He didn't want to be linked together with any large conglomerate or nation. However, that was only his thinking for the time being. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? The mysterious girl nodded. She took Goldie along and left without speaking. Only a few corpses were left in the courtyard as it regained its former tranquility. Xiao Chen held on to the ancient spear pasteur as he stood there. The divine blood flowed down from his hands unceasingly. The sacred writings on the ancient spear emitted bewitching radiance that reflected upon the starlight. The shifty eyes of the white-shelled tortoise on the pavilion were perfectly round. It was looking at those sacred writings without batting an eye. After that, it racked its brain as it revealed a pensive look. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's entire body was flickering like a gem. His bones produced cackling sound as the broken bones were reconnected. His flesh squirmed as his corporeal body was undergoing a transformation. The true evolution towards Historia domain had begun. Endless brilliance had enveloped him. At this moment, the holy aura filled the entire courtyard. Even the starlight in the sky seemed to have become dimmer. The cough of an aged man resounded as a shadow appeared under the grapevine frame. The new arrival muttered under his breath, "I have returned." The protection of the Phoenix clan? Ha! I don't really believe they possesses that great of a magic power and is really capable of finding out everything that happened tonight. The terrifying vibe shrouded the entire courtyard in a flash. The splendor on Xiao Chen's body was suppressed and became dimmer. Swish! 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 3 human figures jumped into the courtyard. 3. It was actually Qingguang Wang and the other 2 skeletons. Following closely, a gray-haired old man with childish face walked into the courtyard. He was precisely that old psychic who took away the 3 skeletons. He was all smiles as he said to the shadow under the grapevine frame, "You really don't believe the Phoenix clan is capable of it? All your moves and everything that happened tonight will be recorded clearly. The Phoenix girl will come and find you to settle this score sooner or later. I am very unwilling to let it go like this. Your child is really too bossy and lacked discipline. Otherwise, why did 5 Historia-level experts have to die like this? Unable to distinguish right from wrong, unable to recognize others' good intentions." The old man was all smiles and looked very benevolent. Then he continued, "Of course, this young fellow is also very excessive. He is very heartless and should be punished." The shadow under the grapevine turned his head around and asked Xiao Chen coldly, "Are you really from the depths of the south?" Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing as he said, "That existence in the depths of the south had once given me a pointer or 2. Other than that, we don't have much of a relation." Hearing these, that shadow under the grapevine frame turned around and left at once. He rose into the sky like a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hee, the benevolent old psychic walked over with a chuckle. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulders twice, then he turned around and left with the 3 skeletons. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang gesticulated towards Xiao Chen unceasingly. Meaning, "We will come find you again after learning some powerful divine abilities." After that, they waved at Kiki and Tenex to say goodbye. That figure under the grapevine frame had left and returned, but this time, he had left for real. Xiao Chen knew it was finally safe for tonight. Exuvia and Historia-level practitioners might not know what did the multicolored divine feathers on the rock represent, but that figure under the grapevine frame definitely knew. The starlight was really bright tonight. Xiao Chen bathed in the holy radiance of transformation and stood at the courtyard with the ancient spear like that for one night. This night was bound to be a very unusual night. The event regarding Xiao Chen challenging several ninth celestial layer experts at nighttime was already known by many people. It would inevitably cause some groups to flare up. As expected, Zhuge Fatty immediately ran over the next morning, making a big fuss. "Brother, you are too strong. You are too strong. Your crazy play during the night caused many families in the city unable to sleep. You are too strong." The fatty was so excited that he didn't even know what he was saying anymore. In the end, there was only that one sentence, "You are too strong." Soon after, the beautiful Fairsky also ran over. After he saw the ancient spear pasteur, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He cried out in surprise, "This mother F is the ancient spear pasteur? There's an important banquet tomorrow. I got this invitation card for you at the last moment. I will take you there tomorrow night." The fatty was talking endlessly. In brief, he was already a little high early this morning. "The 2 of you help me do something first." Xiao Chen continued, "Help me put this ancient spear up for auction." "Are you crazy?" Fairsky and the fatty were stupefied and shouted simultaneously. 1. Silva, the descendant of Sun Wukong. 2. Silva, oh it's a confession. 3. Silva, like, OMG, 3 more? And then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Auctioning the Ancient Weapon. Pasteur's ominous name had spread far and wide. It was a genuine good at fair price. In regards to the practitioners, it was a priceless treasure. If they could obtain it and exhibit 1/10 of its might, their power would rise by 1-fold. The ancient clans of the legends were an extremely mysterious and powerful race. Their populations were as sparse as the phoenix feather and unicorn horn. However, they were powerful enough to contend against the deities. Along with the vicissitudes of time, the aforementioned race vanished without a trace. It was very hard to find a pure-blooded ancient race anymore. However, their glory had never been forgotten by the people. The ancient race possessed earth-shaking ancient battle skills. The ancient weapons once used by them were very attractive to the practitioners. Reportedly, there were not more than 5 ancient divine weapons being handed down to the outside world. Pasteur being one of them. If it was really put on auction, then it would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. Let's not even mention the others, many older generation figures would certainly join the fray as well. Legend has it that the ancient spear's killing intent contained the inextinguishable spirit of the ancient race. If they could analyze one or two, then they would gain endless benefits. In addition, when the ancient spear reached its full potential, it was known to have the might to kill even the gods. It was unlikely for anyone to not be tempted by it. Do you guys really think that I can keep the ancient spear? Xiao Chen was very calm. He knew that by keeping this hot potato, he wouldn't gain the slightest benefit from it. On the contrary, he might invite more disaster. Many people had guessed that he was from the depths of the south and had some connection to those few legendary existences. However, not everyone believed in this. In addition, the Phoenix's divine feather could force some super powerful warriors to fall back, but it couldn't completely guarantee that everyone would withdraw because of it. Especially Exuvia and Historia level practitioners. They hadn't reached that kind of heights yet and didn't know about those legendary existences, so they weren't as apprehensive as the older generation figures. Holding on to Pasteur would only bring more trouble than necessary. At the same time, would the real owner give up on the bloody spear because of this? Absolutely not. As long as he got the news, he would definitely make an appearance immediately. Perhaps, he might even be on the way already. Such a pity. It's a god-killing ancient weapon for God's sake. A murder weapon handed down from the ancient race. The treasure everyone in the mainland yearns for, even in their dreams. To be unable to take hold of it, it's really too regretful. Obviously, after a burst of emotion, the fatty also called to mind the seriousness of the matter. However, the bloody spear was really too attractive. Even if he was not the one possessing it, he also felt very regretful. Especially when he thought about the divine blood flowing unceasingly on the ancient spear. If they could take control of it, the sense of accomplishment would be indescribable. Xiao Chen grabbed the ancient spear pastor and said, "It seems like the so-called spirit of the ancient race was already wiped out by the others. I can only feel a weak trace and already memorized it. Now, this is just nothing more than an unstoppable ancient weapon for me. There's nothing particularly special about it. It possesses formidable power capable of killing gods. If we really put it on auction, it will definitely give rise to a huge commotion." The beautiful Fairsky was also very excited. His glossy cheeks were flushed like that of a stunning beauty. His handsome face really made people feel that the heaven was unfair. Fairsky and Zhuge Fatty were definitely not slow on the uptake, they profoundly understood the seriousness of the matter. Just as Xiao Chen had said, perhaps the real owner of the ancient spear might already be on his way. As such, both of them used their connections and immediately set up the arrangements according to Xiao Chen's wishes. The faster, the better. As for whether their families would also fight for it, that was not something they put into consideration. Obviously, Xiao Chen's plan was not as simple as fishing out all the major powers. This hot potato would certainly give rise to a huge wave. Many major powers might even fight on the spot. Maybe some people would even fight in secret. Xiao Chen's goal was precisely to stir up a disturbance. The more chaotic, the better. On this very day, a huge commotion broke out in Celestial City. Someone actually wanted to sell the ancient race's treasure. Pasteur's ominous name had been spread for endless years, it was a famous treasure in the world of martial arts. Those news indeed caused countless people to lust after it. As the War Beast tournament was fast approaching, the composition of the practitioners in the Celestial City at the moment was very complicated. There were a lot of outsiders. And adding the major powers that were complicatedly rooted at this locality, this news really caused an unusually lively sensation. Hanrado Auction House had more than a century of history. They already expanded beyond the South Desolate region and had many branches on the mainland. Hanrado Auction House was very imposing, with 2 guardian lion statues weighing more than 1,000 tons located at both sides of the Vermilion entrance. The lofty gate was similar to that of the castles and people were continuously going through the entrance. Within the wide auction hall, there were more than 1,000 seats. Although the news were spread out in a rush, it was already full house by the time of noon. The hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. Many big families had dispatched a representative. Of course, the majority of them were hermits. Almost everyone in the hall were practitioners. Are they really auctioning the ancient spear, Pasteur? I heard that this ominous weapon was in the hands of a small tribe at the western part. Legend says that they are the descendants of the ancient race. How is it possible for it to circulate around? Someone must have taken it forcibly. Just which madman did it, Just who would be this courageous? They actually dared to scramble for the ancient spear Pasteur. And moreover, put it on auction publicly. This is too crazy. The ancient treasure will definitely make people fight over it. There will definitely be a bloodbath. As such, a lot of people were discussing about it. Without a doubt, the mysterious seller was everyone's focal point. The news regarding Xiao Chen consecutively challenging 9th Celestial Layer experts last night was already spread among a small circle. His crazy action made many people endlessly shocked. However, those who knew he had snatched the ancient spear pastor was only a handful. It didn't get spread around. Hanrado Auction House's operating capability was very efficient. In the shortest possible time, they had spread out the news across the entire Celestial City. Even more people were making their way towards the auction house. There was already no place to sit in the hall. The latecomers could only stand. In the end, even the place to stand had been filled to the brim. Hanrado Auction House did not hesitate to give their all to publicize the item. That was because this commission would bring them a large sum of money. Of course, the most important thing was still reputation. Auctioning the ancient spear pastor would bring about an unimaginable popularity for them. As such, they even invited a few beauties to MC. At present, Fairsnow was taking the stage and was explaining the origin and might of the ancient spear pastor. Fairsnow's figure was slender and curvy. She was wearing a white one-piece dress which enhanced her beauty. Her refined manners caused all kinds of flowers to lose their splendor. I believe everyone has heard of the god-killing ancient spear pastor. Actually, there was no need for explanation, everyone who arrived already knew about it. The beauties were only used to attract more eyeballs. It must be mentioned that the Hanrado Auction House possessed great power. They were actually able to invite the most beautiful girl from the fair family. Afternoon, the auction started on time. Initial price is 100,000 gold coins. The minimum increment bid is 1,000 gold coins. Fairsnow's voice was very sweet. With an agile movement of her hand, she pulled the yellow curtain behind her with a swish. Immediately, the ancient spear flickering with blood-red radiance revealed itself. A biting cold killing intent filled the entire hall in a flash. A mysterious expert shrouded by white mist carried Pasteur and walked to the center of the stage to put on a show for everyone. With a light wave, a bloody divine chi soared up and penetrated the roof in a flash. Swish! With a light sweep, a wide expanse of bloody wave surged forward in all directions. The entire stage was immediately submerged by the bloody light. Swish, dot. The instant the ancient spear was pulled back, all of the bloody light disappeared. I did not load it with any magic power at all, I only waved it a few times lightly. Its killing intent and might, everyone can very well imagine. This is Pasteur, the ancient spear that once killed the gods. A muffled voice transmitted from the white mist. It made people unable to determine their age nor their gender. Without a doubt, this was an expert. A powerful expert invited to secure the ancient spear Pasteur. Now, I will load it with magic power and let everyone see its true power. Speaking until here, he grabbed Pasteur with both hands and soared into the sky. After that, his entire person burst out with resplendent divine radiance. At the same time, Pasteur emitted a bloody light that caused the roof to vanish in a puff of smoke. A 2 meters thick bloody light beam soared into the sky. It was as if the light beam had pierced through the skies. At this moment, many people in the Celestial City had seen this huge bloody light beam. Its power was really too intimidating. It caused many people to tremble with fear and almost crouch down on the ground. Especially those in the auction hall. They felt all the more apprehensive. That sharp murderous aura, as well as that inextinguishable battle intent, it caused many people to limp weakly on the ground. The soaring bloody light, an ominous weapon that once killed the gods, the ancient weapon possessed unimaginable power. The hall turned extremely quiet. Only until the bloody light disappeared for a long time did people gradually come around. The divine blood was dripping from the ancient spear unceasingly. It made a lot of people hold their breath. It was too oppressive and shocking. I bid 110,000 gold coins. You want to buy Pasteur with only 110,000? I bid 150,000 gold coins, 160,000. 180,000. I bid 200,000. The situation was really too dynamic. Nobody increased the price by 1,000 gold coins, they directly used 10,000 pieces as the unit. The price increased unceasingly. The ancient spear seriously attracted too many people. Many people only came to this place to watch the show, because it was simply impossible for them to place a bid on something that pricey. The front competed like wildfire, while many people discussed in a low voice at the back. Just who is this mother F spendthrift? They actually put Pasteur up for auction? What if it was obtained from a scramble? Of course there's a need to sell it as soon as possible. Who would be that courageous to fight over it? Do we have that kind of miracle man in the south who dared to go plunder Pasteur from the descendants of the ancient tribe? What if someone from that tribe came to Celestial City with Pasteur? Bringing Pasteur to Celestial City? That is a killing artifact, for God's sake. Don't tell me someone wanted to make a big movement in the south? They wouldn't be thinking of fighting over the Dragon Kings during the War Beast tournament, right? Who can know for sure? Just who would be this exaggerated? They actually dared to snatch the Pasteur from the ancient clan and put it on auction. Everyone wanted to know who was the seller, because this action was really too crazy. I bid 400,000 gold coins. 450,000. 470,000. While it was getting crazy in the auction house, Xiao Chen was calmly inspecting the Azure Dragon King's injuries. Other than the external injuries that it received from 10x, its internal wounds were also very grave. This was the reason it was defeated so quickly last night. The condition of its injuries were very serious. Moreover, its spiritual sense was very messy, as if its awareness was being manipulated by someone. It had suffered an enormous psychological damage. Xiao Chen frowned. Just who was that guy last night? It seemed like his goal was only to deliver the Azure Dragon King. He left and never returned after sending the Dragon King off. Just what did he wish to accomplish? No matter what, the most important thing at the moment was to give medical treatment to the Azure Dragon King. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen sealed off the Azure Dragon King's 5 senses and let it sink into deep sleep. Then he walked out from that room. In regards to auctioning Pasteur, Xiao Chen did not do it on impulse. Would they feel grateful if he returned it to them? Definitely not. He already killed their people, there was nothing more to discuss. So what if he was the one selling it? Who asked them to not be stern with their disciples and let them randomly wave a lethal weapon everywhere? Xiao Chen had seized the ancient spear after receiving a sneak attack. Nobody could say anything regarding this. Of course, the real owner definitely had no time to care about these. Thinking of a method to get back the ancient spear was his first priority. It could be expected that the family who ultimately obtained the ancient spear would be a powerful figure. Otherwise it was impossible for them to take possession of it, as this would only serve to make an enemy out of the real owner. Money, Xiao Chen must earn it. Situation, he must throw it into disorder. Revenge, of course he must give it back. 1 stone 3 birds, of course he must sell it. It's too crazy. It has already exceeded 600,000 gold coins. Zhuge Fatty was very excited. The fat meat all over his body was trembling as he rushed in. Soon after, Fersky also returned and said excitedly, if this keeps up, even millions wouldn't be impossible. This is too crazy. At the moment, the overwhelming majority of the people don't even know who the seller is yet. However, you have already become a millionaire in Celestial City. The fatty was drooling as he said this to Xiao Chen with a smile. You must invite me to Moonflower Castle 3 times every month. Otherwise I will publicly declare you as the seller. Filthy. Fersky clicked his tongue disdainfully. And you are not filthy? You frequently come to the educational street to peek at the female students. Zhuge Fatty retaliated. I am merely admiring them, I didn't have any dirty thoughts. But yours is an undisguised filthiness. The fatty is indeed filthy. Xiao Chen nodded his head. Then he asked Fersky, how old is your older sister? What did you say? Don't even think about it. It was as if he had stepped on Fersky's tail. His eyes immediately sharpened. I am only admiring her. I didn't have any dirty thoughts. What you are thinking is filthy. Xiao Chen replied casually. Hearing his own words being used against him, Fersky's beautiful face was brimming with rage. He warned, Xiao Chen, I am warning you. Don't you dare touch my sister. Zhuge Fatty sneered at him, you address her as older sister, and you sound so serious about it too. You were only born 15 minutes later than Fairs now. And who was it that said he couldn't wait for his younger sister to get married as soon as possible because he couldn't win in a verbal argument a few years back? Bastard fatty, scram. The fatty's mouth was very undisciplined. He chuckled as he told Xiao Chen, Fairs now is a peerless beauty in the south. Along with Yin Xincheng, who just arrived at Celestial City, they are known as the 2 pearls of the south. Bro, I think if you put some effort into it, you have a very high chance of becoming Fersky's brother-in-law. Fatty, I will kill you. Fersky was in a rage. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen and said, if you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you at all cost. This guy likes a challenge. The more challenging it is, the more he likes it. Just at this time, a sweet scent was carried over by the wind. The peerless Yan Xingcheng pushed the door open and entered with graceful steps. Her purple dress made her seem like a person in a painting. Her perfect figure was like the proudest masterpiece of the heaven. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall and her pupils were very deep. Her snow-white skin was as smooth as fine jade. Seeing her after a long while, Yan Xingcheng appeared more beautiful than ever. Her entire person seemed like a goblet of intelligence. She possessed an indescribable spiritual energy. I received orders from the sect to deliver an invitation card to you. It was very breathtaking. The fatty was unconsciously wiping the corners of his mouth, fearing that his drools would leak out unknowingly. In the end, he covered it up with a cough. I already got an invitation card for Xiao Chen. We will definitely participate in that banquet tomorrow evening. Speaking until here, he whispered to Xiao Chen, the beauties of the south will gather at the banquet. At that time, fairs now will. Fatty, you go to hell. Farsky sent the fatty flying with a kick. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.